Chapter 1934. With the appearance of the three great emperors, clearly the great emperor of the Hung clan and the great emperor of the Daluo Heaven sect could not do anything to the great emperor of the He clan. Once the suppression of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain was gone, it was indeed difficult for two great emperors of the same level to kill another great emperor in the outside world, unless the difference in strength was too great. Seeing that the great emperor of the He clan was fine, everyone from the He clan breathed a sigh of relief and felt relieved. The three great emperors all looked at the shadow in the sky, the shadow of the Heavenly Emperor. The great emperor of the Hung clan spoke with a solemn expression, yet full of expectation. At this moment, above Lu Ming and the others, there was a wave of space fluctuations, and a figure appeared out of nowhere. Lu Ming and the others were shocked. This person was Great Emperor Wuxia of the Yuan Mountain Saint Court. Just when the teachers and students of the Yuan Mountain Saint Court were about to salute, Great Emperor Wuxia waved his hand and motioned everyone not to be overly courteous. At this moment, the figure in the sky was becoming more and more solid. Everyone was shocked. Could it be that the Heavenly Emperor was about to be resurrected? Or was this just a mark left behind by the Heavenly Emperor when he was in seclusion? Everyone guessed that today's matter was beyond their expectations. Whoosh! Just when the shadow of the Heavenly Emperor had solidified to the extreme, his figure suddenly flew towards the Heavenly Emperor Mountain and disappeared into it. Boom! In the next moment, with a shocking roar, the entire Heavenly Emperor Mountain exploded. The majestic Heavenly Emperor Mountain exploded directly. Then, from the bottom of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, a light pillar rushed out and pierced the sky. "That's a flower!" someone exclaimed. Below the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, a light pillar rushed to the sky. In the middle of the light pillar, a flower emerged. This flower did not seem to have bloomed yet. It only had the appearance of a flower bud and looked like a lotus. Everyone was surprised. What was going on? This flower is a shadow, not a real entity. Look, there's a cave below, it keeps going down. The strange movement of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain caused a commotion in all directions. Lu Ming fixed his eyes and looked. Indeed, the flower in the sky was not a real entity, but a projection of a shadow. Originally, there was a cave below the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. That light pillar rushed out of this cave. Could it be that cave there was some treasure? The Heavenly Emperor Mountain had always suppressed this treasure. Thinking of this, many people's eyes burned with passion. If it was a treasure, it would definitely be a treasure that even the celestial emperors would value. Even the great emperors could not remain calm. With a flash, the great emperors of the Hung family, Daluo Heaven sect, He family, and Wuxia appeared above the cave at the same time. Great Emperor Hung glanced at Great Emperor He coldly, but didn't say anything. The Heavenly Emperor Mountain had exploded. Without the suppression of the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, he knew he could not kill the great emperor of the He clan. The four martial emperors looked down at the cave below and were shocked. Everyone's hearts were itching. Even the great emperor revealed a surprised expression. Just what was below the cave. Everyone wanted to go and take a look personally, but with the great emperor there, no one dared to go. If he angered the great emperor, only death awaited him. This is the world left behind by the Celestial Arch. It should belong to my Hung clan. Please leave. The Hung family glanced at Emperor He family and Emperor Wuxia. What a joke. We don't know if it was left behind by the Celestial Arch. Besides, even if it was left behind by the Celestial Arch, what does it have to do with your Hung clan? Don't say you're the descendant of the Celestial Arch. You are. Great Emperor He family sneered. What do you mean? Cold light flashed across the eyes of Great Emperor Hung. It's simple. You Hung clan can't take this place. Great Emperor He family said coldly. Then he looked at Emperor Wuxia and said, Wuxia, what do you think? The Celestial Arch has fallen for many years. After so many years, nothing can be explained. Thus, the treasure left behind by the Celestial Arch should belong to the fated ones. Emperor Wuxia said. His meaning was simple. Since the Celestial Arch had fallen for so many years, who could say for sure whether the Hung clan was the descendant of the Celestial Arch? After such a long time, The treasure left behind by the celestial arch should belong to the fated ones. Great Emperor Heng's expression turned ugly. Even with the help of the Great Emperor of the Daluo Heaven Sect, he could not do anything to Great Emperor He and Emperor Wuxian. Moreover, the Saint Court of Origin Mountain was built by 3 great emperors. Now that the other great emperors had not appeared, he was very wary. Then, let's rely on our abilities, Great Emperor Heng said coldly. Then, he suddenly rushed into the cave below. The Great Emperor of the Daluo Heaven Sect, Great Emperor He, and Emperor Wuxian also rushed into the cave below at the same time. Their figures disappeared into the cave. The others looked at each other. Since the 4 great emperors had gone down, the others did not dare to follow. They could only wait with their eyes wide open. Boom, 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 boom. At this moment, a violent roar came from the underground cave. There seemed to be an endless gale blowing over there. The light beam that rushed out was even brighter. Then, 4 figures rushed out from the cave. No, they did not rush out by themselves. They seemed to have been blown out by the gale. Everyone was shocked. What was in the cave that could blow great emperors out? Moreover, there were 4 great emperors. It was too terrifying. The 4 great emperors stood in the sky with gloomy faces. After a while, Great Emperor Heng seemed to be unwilling to give up. He rushed down again, but he was still blasted out after a while. You go down and take a look. Great Emperor Heng pointed at a true emperor of the Heng clan. You come with me. Great Emperor, he looked at a true emperor of the He clan. Emperor Wuxian also called for a true emperor of the Origin Mountain Sacred Institution. The 3 true emperors flew forward and rushed into the cave. However, not long after, they were blasted out by a force, just like the 4 great emperors before them. Next, the great emperors called for Void Emperor, who was a minor emperor, but he was also blasted out. Then, they called for a few more boundary emperors to go down. However, these boundary emperors are not blasted out this time. Instead, they blocked the force from below. It seemed that the force in the cave would change according to the cultivation of the one who went down. The stronger one's cultivation was, the stronger the power in the cave would be. What's in the cave? Why are the great emperors so concerned about it? Many people were itching to find out. Great emperors, there seems to be a force below that is blocking us. We can't go in. A boundary emperor of the Heng clan reported to the great emperor of the Heng clan. Everyone pricked up their ears to listen. This lotus has 9 petals. Each petal represents a world. The lotus is not bloomed yet, so it's not time to go in. Emperor Wuxian said. He did not hide anything, and his voice spread far and wide. Everyone was shocked. Could there be a small world below the cave? Gather all the experts below the martial emperor level in the Heng clan. Chapter 1935. The great emperor of the Heng clan ordered to gather all the experts below the martial emperor realm and left. After that, great emperor He of the He clan gave the same order. He gathered all the experts below the martial emperor realm in the He clan and left. Then, great emperor Wuxian and the great emperor of the Daluo Heaven sect also left. Let's go and have a look. After the great emperor left, the others could no longer suppress their curiosity and rushed to the top of the cave. For a moment, the sky was filled with countless figures. Lu Ming and the others also followed the crowd and flew to the sky to look down. That is, Lu Ming and the others were shocked when they saw it. There was a very big cave on the ground. No one knew how deep it was. In the cave, there was a bright light spreading out. In the deepest part of the cave, there was a lotus. This lotus was still in the bud state and had not bloomed. Looking at it carefully, there were 9 petals. It was obvious that the lotus in the air was a projection of this lotus. Everyone could not help but think of the words of great Emperor Wuxian. The lotus had 9 petals, which represented 9 worlds. Now that the lotus had not bloomed, they could not enter for the time being. The 9 petals of the lotus represented 9 worlds. Was this the world left behind by the heavenly emperor? Everyone's imagination ran wild. Then they remembered that only those below the martial emperor realm could enter. I don't believe it. Some empty emperors and even true emperors flew into the cave. However, when they entered the cave, there seemed to be a terrifying energy that blasted all the emperors out. Only those who were below the martial emperor realm were able to stabilize themselves. However, when they approached the lotus, they were blocked by a powerful force. Countless people went down to test it, but the result was the same. Everyone knew that they still had to wait for the moment when the lotus bloomed. Lu Ming and the others did not go down to test it. Since the great emperor had said that there was no need for them to go down, they just had to wait patiently. Then, they followed the teachers of the Origin Mountain Saint Academy and returned to the Origin Mountain Saint Academy. Following that, the news spread to the entire Yuan Mountain at a terrifying speed. The Heavenly Emperor might have left behind a relic, which shocked countless people. One by one, powerful forces arrived at the Celestial City. The forces of the other 8 great holy lands, as well as some ancient clans, had also sent their experts over. Ancient Moon's Sacred Ground, Phoenix Palace, Divine Elephant Sect, One Clan, Heavenly Wolf Pagoda, Golden Crow Tribe, and so on all sent their experts. They were led by true emperors and below martial emperors. This was most likely a relic left behind by the Celestial Arch. Everyone wanted a piece of the pie. Since emperor-level experts could not descend, the best choice was a quasi-emperor. As time passed, more and more experts arrived at the Celestial City. As time passed, the lotus flower slowly bloomed. 1 month later, when the lotus was about to fully bloom, countless people gathered in this area. At a glance, it was impossible to tell how many people there were. Among them, most of them were at the Sage Realm and the Quasi-Emperor Realm. Scram! A loud shout rang out as a group of experts burst forth with shocking auras. The crowd couldn't help but open up a path for them. They were from the Hung clan, with more than 100 people led by several true emperors. Although the Hung clan was domineering, many people didn't dare to say anything. The Hung clan was a great emperor's force, with a great emperor in charge, who would dare to offend them. The Hung clan is really domineering. A cold voice rang out. Then, the He clan arrived as well. They said that the Hung clan was domineering, but they were the same. With a true emperor leading the way, the crowd forcibly opened up a path. The Hung clan and the He clan were at daggers drawn. Then, experts from the Daluo Heaven sect arrived as well, followed by several powerful ancient clans. The teacher of the Sacred Academy of Origin Mountain also arrived with a group of young geniuses. Hiss! Hiss! Suddenly, the space near the cave was torn apart. A few figures appeared there, emitting terrifying auras. This was the aura of a great emperor. Everyone couldn't help but step back. The great emperors were observing the situation of the lotus below. Half a day later, the lotus finally bloomed. "Let's go down," the great emperor of the Hung clan said. Suddenly, the experts of the Hung clan rushed down the cave. Of course, they were all below the martial emperor realm. Most of them were quasi-emperors and absolute saints. Then, the experts of the He clan also rushed down the cave, along with the experts of the Daluo Heaven sect. Among the experts of the Daluo Heaven sect, Lu Ming saw Luo Xianxia and Luo Pokong. "Let's go too." The people of the other forces roared, then gathered together and rushed into the cave. The great emperors didn't stop them. One by one, they disappeared into the cave. "You guys go too." The teacher of the Sacred Academy of Origin Mountain looked at Lu Ming and the others. In fact, there weren't many geniuses following the teacher of the Sacred Academy of Origin Mountain. Most of the forces had arrived. Those geniuses returned to their respective forces and entered the cave with their respective forces. Only a few of them stayed in the Sacred Academy of Origin Mountain. Lu Ming and the others nodded and rushed into the cave. The cave was huge. Countless figures flew down at the same time, but it didn't seem crowded. Lu Ming and the others looked down and found that many people's bodies shrank rapidly when they approached the lotus. Then they rushed toward one of the petals and disappeared into the petals. It seemed that it was random. It wasn't that you could go to whichever petal you wanted. Instead, you entered a random petal. Many people from the major forces flew over and entered the different petals. Suddenly, Lu Ming felt that a crisis was coming. Whoosh! A terrible golden light came toward Lu Ming from his right. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed, and he blasted a punch to the right. Boom! With a boom, the golden light was defeated by him. Then, Lu Ming saw a group of people in golden robes, looking at Lu Ming coldly. It's the experts of the Golden Crow clan. On the side, Huang Ling said, "The Golden Crow clan." Lu Ming's eyes were filled with murderous intent. These were obviously the absolute saints of the Golden Crow clan, and they were even boundary emperors. The person who had launched a sneak attack on Lu Ming earlier was a perfected absolute saint. The experts of the Golden Crow clan attacked a junior. "If you want to fight, let's fight." Next to Huang Ling, an elder said coldly. This elder was an expert of the Phoenix Palace. The experts of the Phoenix Palace and the Divine Elephant sect came here with Lu Ming and the others. "Lu Ming, you killed the crown prince of the Golden Crow clan. This debt must be settled. I hope you don't run into us when you enter the world left behind by the Heavenly Emperor." An expert of the Golden Crow clan said coldly. "I hope he'll always be so lucky." Another cold voice sounded. It didn't come from the Golden Crow clan, but another force. The people of the Wan clan. Chapter 1936. "I'll kill every one of you I see." Lu Ming said coldly as he looked at the experts from the Golden Crow clan, the Wan family, and the Sky Wolf Pagoda. "Let's wait and see who's going to die." An expert from the Golden Crow clan said coldly. Then, the group of people sped up and rushed down. The other forces did the same. They rushed down and entered different petals. However, Lu Ming noticed one thing. Out of the 9 petals, there was one that no one had entered. It seemed that only 8 petals could enter. Soon, Lu Ming and the others approached the lotus. When they got close to the lotus, a strong force acted on them. This force was a kind of gravitational force. It was extremely strong and difficult to resist. Their bodies were pulled to different petals. Autumn Moon, Luo Tianyi, Huang Ling, Huang Li, and the others separated from Lu Ming and entered different petals. Swoosh! As for Lu Ming, he landed on one of the petals. "Brother Lu Ming, I want to go with you." Chirp, chirp. Bubbles' voice was heard. She had originally flown to another petal. However, Bubbles used the law of space and time to break free from the gravitational force. She rushed to Lu Ming's side and entered the petal with Lu Ming. Lu Ming felt the world spinning. The next moment, he appeared in a dense forest. "Bubbles is gone." Lu Ming looked around and found that Bubbles was not beside him. Lu Ming guessed that one would appear in different places randomly after entering the world of petals. "What is this place? Let's fly up and see." Lu Ming pondered. His figure soared into the sky, and he flew into the sky. Once he was high in the sky, Lu Ming was stunned. He realized that there were many figures in the sky. Obviously, there were people like him who had entered this place from the outside. "This is an island." Then, Lu Ming looked down. Standing tens of thousands of meters in the sky, he could clearly see that there was an island below them. Beyond the island was the endless sea. Swoosh! Swoosh! At this moment, several figures flashed and surrounded Lu Ming. Powerful and terrifying auras shrouded Lu Ming. "Ha ha! Lu Ming, I didn't expect you to be in the same territory as us. Today will be the day you die." One of them laughed loudly. Murderous intent was extremely strong. This person was an expert from the Golden Crow clan, a quasi-emperor. The others beside him were not from the Golden Crow clan. They were from Sky Wolf Tower, the Wan clan, and the Ziji sect. There were 5 of them in total. 2 were at the pinnacle of the Absolute Saint realm, 2 were at the peak of the Absolute Saint realm, and 1 was a boundary emperor. A few seniors are actually dealing with a youngster from the younger generation. Interesting. Interesting. Everyone in the surroundings cast sidelong glances at Lu Ming. However, no one recognized Lu Ming. This time, the people who had entered this place were all absolute saints and quasi-emperors from different forces. They came from different sacred grounds and different forces. Very few of them had seen Lu Ming before. Naturally, these people had never seen Lu Ming before. "A young man like you has also entered this place. You're overestimating yourself," an elder said, stroking his long beard. He He was a quasi-emperor. This time, almost all the people who had entered the world of the Lotus were absolute saints. There were even many quasi-emperors. A young man like him wanting to enter and fight for treasures? Wasn't he overestimating himself? Very good. Lu Ming swept his gaze and spoke calmly. Very good. The expert from the Golden Crow clan was stunned. You're here to die. Very good. Lu Ming added. Ha ha. We're here to die. Young man, you really don't know how to be humble. Let's see how you're going to kill us. An expert from the Wan clan laughed. He was at the peak of the absolute saint realm. His acupoints lit up and sacred weapons flew out. Terrifying battle weapon Qi gathered and attacked. You're not very good at the 10,000 weapon art, Lu Ming said coldly. An absolute saint weapon appeared in his hand. He slashed out, and the battle weapon Qi of the expert from the Wan clan collapsed. The sword light didn't stop as it slashed down. Pooh! The expert from the Wan clan couldn't fight back at all. He was cut in half by Lu Ming's sword and died. Lu Ming waved his hand and put away the saint weapon and storage ring of the expert from the Wan clan. How is this possible? The others were shocked. Their eyes widened. A peak absolute saint expert was killed by Lu Ming with a single slash. His strength was too terrifying. The experts from the Golden Crow clan and Sky Wolf Pagoda gasped in disbelief. It had only been a short while, but Lu Ming was already able to kill a perfected absolute saint. This speed of improvement was too shocking. The people from the other forces were also dumbfounded. He's so young, but he's so strong. Who is he? Could he be a peerless genius from the Origin Mountain Academy? They didn't dare to underestimate Lu Ming anymore. Let's work together and kill him. The expert from the Golden Crow clan shouted. A river of laws appeared on his body, forming a terrifying attack that attacked Lu Ming. At the same time, the other few people also launched an attack on Lu Ming. The combat sword in Lu Ming's hands flew out and transformed into a destructive sword gleam, killing everything. Pooh! Lu Ming's sword light pierced through the head of a peak absolute saint expert. Afterward, Lu Ming circulated the hell, suppressing heaven's skill, and punched out continuously with both fists. Illusory shadows of the hell, suppressing monument, appeared one by one, suppressing everyone. The remaining two absolute saints couldn't fight back at all under the suppression of the prison-suppressing steel. With a cry, their bodies were torn apart. Only the Boundary Emperor could resist. Boom! Boom! The Boundary Emperor from the Golden Crow clan's river of laws turned into terrifying flames, and a few suns appeared. They collided with the suppressing Hellsteel's shadow and blasted it apart. However, his body shook violently, and he continued to retreat. His eyes were filled with shock. He was a Boundary Emperor who had comprehended a type of law to the point of perfection and formed a river of laws. He was one step away from becoming a martial emperor. Given his cultivation level, not only was he unable to suppress Lu Ming, but he also vaguely felt that his river of laws was about to be broken in the previous few collisions. How can this little bastard be so strong? The Golden Crow Boundary Emperor gasped and suddenly turned to run. He had a feeling that if he continued to fight, he would die here. You want to leave now? Do you think you can? Chaotic Calamity Finger. Lu Ming's cold voice sounded. He stretched out a hand and pointed at the void. Wind and clouds gathered in the sky, and a huge finger formed and pressed down on the Golden Crow Boundary Emperor. The Boundary Emperor from the Golden Crow clan roared and transformed into his true form. He spread his wings that were hundreds of meters wide. The river of laws surrounded him, and he unleashed his strongest attack toward the Chaotic Calamity Finger. Boom! Chapter 1937. The Golden Crow Subthearch was blasted off the island by Lu Ming's Chaotic Tribulation Finger. His huge body created a huge pit that was thousands of meters wide on the island. Whoosh! In the next moment, the Golden Crow Subthearch rushed into the sky, wanting to escape into the distance. At this moment, he was terrified. He realized that he was no match for Lu Ming at all. The attack just now had directly pierced through his Law River, causing him to be severely injured. The vitality of a sub-thearch is really tenacious. However, you must die today, Lu Ming said coldly. His figure rushed out like lightning, chasing after the Golden Crow sub-thearch. Lu Ming's cultivation had reached the great perfection absolute saint. As his mastery of the chaotic tribulation finger deepened, his battle prowess also became stronger. He originally thought that with his battle prowess, he could easily kill a sub-thearch. Now, it seemed that it was not that easy. The battle prowess of a sub-thearch was stronger than he had imagined. However, it would only take a little more effort. Lu Ming's speed was astonishing. He quickly approached the Golden Crow sub-thearch, chaotic tribulation finger. When he was close to the Golden Crow sub-thearch, Lu Ming used the chaotic tribulation finger again. The huge chaotic tribulation finger was like the finger of a deity. It pressed down from the sky. The scene was extremely shocking. The Golden Crow sub-thearch was like a fly. He had nowhere to hide under the chaotic tribulation finger. He could only use all his strength to resist. However, when the chaotic tribulation finger landed, he screamed and was blasted off the island. The sky was filled with Golden Crow feathers. This time, Lu Ming would not let the Golden Crow sub-thearch escape. He appeared above the Golden Crow sub-thearch. A supreme sacred weapon spear appeared in his hand. He swooped down and attacked the Golden Crow sub-thearch as one with the spear. The Golden Crow sub-thearch struggled frantically. He was filled with indignation, but the result was already decided. Poof! The spear pierced through the Golden Crow sub-thearch's head and destroyed his soul. A sub-thearch was killed by Lu Ming. Everyone's eyes were very grave. This was a fiend who could even kill a sub-thearch. It was too shocking. He used the law of primal chaos. I know who he is. He is Lu Ming, the son of primal chaos. Someone exclaimed as he recognized Lu Ming. It's him. I heard that this person is the Origin Mountain Saint. He pulled out the Heavenly Thearch's sword and united the kings fought the Star River. Later on, he founded the Dragon Alliance. So it's him. No wonder he has such strong battle prowess. Voices filled with surprise rang out one after another. Yuan Mountain's sacred courtyard gathered the strongest geniuses of the entire Yuan Mountain. It was the center of attention. Some of the powerful geniuses inside were noticed by many forces. After all, if these geniuses didn't die, they would definitely become the overlords of the Yuan Mountain area in the future. Lu Ming put away the storage rings of the Golden Crow, Quasi-Emperor, and the rest, and continued to fly above the island. The others also collected themselves and began to observe their surroundings. After Lu Ming flew around, he did not meet anyone he knew. It seems that only a small part of the people who entered this petal world appeared on this island. The others should be in other places. Lu Ming thought. Lu Ming discovered that there was no one living on this island. It was a lush forest, and there were some weak and small demonic beasts living there. It seems that if I want to know the situation of this world, I must leave here first. I wonder if there are people living in this world? Lu Ming's imagination ran wild. Then, he flew into the distance and into the vast sea. The world of the lotus was sealed under the Heavenly Thearch Mountain. It should be related to the Heavenly Thearch. If he could get some of the treasures left by the Heavenly Thearch, it would definitely be an unprecedented opportunity. The others circled around the island and left one after another, flying towards the boundless sea. Lu Ming turned into a ray of light and flew on the sea at an astonishing speed. During this time, he saw huge sea beasts appear in the sea. However, most of them did not have high cultivation. The strongest sea beast that Lu Ming had seen was only at the Bright Sage realm. Lu Ming did not know if he was unlucky or something else. He flew all the way and did not see the next island. This world was bigger than Lu Ming had imagined. Lu Ming flew for 7 days. He did not know how long he had flown. At this moment, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. A huge island appeared in front of him. Looking from afar, this island was extremely majestic. It was much bigger than the previous island. Lu Ming flew toward the island. When he got close, Lu Ming heard a loud shout coming from a direction. Someone's here. Lu Ming's eyes lit up, and he flew toward the sound. Not long after, he saw an army riding on strange beasts. They were galloping on the ground with a majestic aura. The ground was constantly shaking. Most of them are at the spiritual god realm. Some of them are at the martial monarch realm. Lu Ming scanned with his spiritual sense and found out the general situation of the cultivation of this army. Tens of thousands of soldiers galloped back and forth on the open ground. Their auras intersected and converged into a flood dragon that roared at the sky. With Lu Ming's experience, it was not difficult to see that this was an army training. Lu Ming strolled in the air and looked around. He found that there was a huge army camp nearby. "Stop right there. Who are you?" Suddenly, a loud shout was heard. A few figures appeared in front of Lu Ming and blocked Lu Ming's path. "Everyone, I'm just passing by. I want to find someone to ask for some information." Lu Ming cupped his fists and said with a smile, "Asking for information? I think you're a spy. Men, take him down and bring him to Mr. Yin." A middle-aged man with a gloomy expression waved his hand. A few figures in armor went forward and surrounded Lu Ming. A cold, murderous intent encapsulated Lu Ming's figure. Lu Ming shook his head. These people were only around the 7th layer martial dominator realm. Lu Ming could kill them with a single thought. These people's cultivation is too weak to pose any threat to me. Why don't I pay Mr. Yin a visit and find out more about this world? Lu Ming did not resist as the thought crossed his mind. "I'll go with you. Bring him away." The middle-aged man waved his hand and led the way. Soon, they arrived at a military camp and walked into a huge military tent. A few figures were standing on both sides of the tent. Lu Ming scanned them with his spiritual sense and discovered that their cultivation was at the half-martial sacred realm. One of them had even reached the lesser success stage of the sacred realm. A young man in a luxurious robe sat at the top of the tent. His eyes were cold as he looked down at Lu Ming. "Mr. Yin, this man has suddenly barged into the camp. I suspect that he's a spy sent by another country to spy on us. I've brought him here for you to deal with." Chapter 1938. The young man lay on his side on the seat. He picked up a glass of wine and took a sip. He then casually glanced at Lu Ming and said, "Since he is a spy, why did you bring him here? Just kill him." After saying this, he waved his hand. "Yes." The middle-aged man received the order and walked toward Lu Ming with a cold gaze. "Wait," Lu Ming said. These people wanted to kill him without any explanation, leaving him speechless. The middle-aged man halted his steps and stared coldly at Lu Ming. "Kid, what else do you have to say? I've already said that I'm not a spy. I'm just passing by and would like to ask some questions." Lu Ming explained helplessly. "Nonsense. Everyone in the Bright Flame country knows that this is the place where the godly serpent army is stationed. How dare you say you're just passing by? What a joke." The middle-aged man snapped coldly. "What's the point of talking nonsense with a spy? Take him away and kill him." "Young master," Yin said impatiently from above. The others on both sides wore a faint smile on their faces as they stared at Lu Ming. It was a look of superiority, as if they were looking at an ant. The middle-aged man's expression changed instantly as he wore a ferocious expression and said, "Kid, kneel down at once." He took a step forward and appeared beside Lu Ming. His claws were like that of an eagle's claw as he grabbed at Lu Ming's shoulder. Lu Ming did not dodge the attack. He stood there without moving. The middle-aged man's claw accurately grabbed Lu Ming's shoulder. A powerful force burst out and entered Lu Ming's body, trying to force Lu Ming to kneel down. However, Lu Ming did not move. Even his expression did not change. The middle-aged man's expression changed. He felt as if his claws were grabbing onto a piece of iron. "Kneel down at once." The middle-aged man let out a roar as his hair danced wildly and his robe puffed up. He fully unleashed his cultivation of the 9th layer martial dominator realm and inserted a tremendous force into Lu Ming's body. But Lu Ming still stood there, motionless. A mere 9th layer martial dominator realm cultivator was no different from an ordinary cultivator in Lu Ming's eyes. Even if Lu Ming were to stand still and allow the man to kill him, the man would not be able to harm even a single strand of his hair. How could the man possibly make a move? Above the tent, young master Yin stopped drinking and looked at Lu Ming in surprise. The people on both sides of the tent also looked at Lu Ming in surprise. To be able to remain unmoved under the might of a ninth-layer martial emperor and have a body as sturdy as a mountain, his cultivation was definitely not weak. Little bastard, kneel down. The middle-aged man let out a roar with a reddened face. He could not even force Lu Ming to kneel down in front of young Master Yin. This would surely leave a bad impression in young Master Yan's mind, as it was related to his future. He could not wait to tear Lu Ming into pieces. Interesting, Lu Quan, you may leave now. Young Master Yin waved his hand. The middle-aged man, who was Lu Quan, glared at Lu Ming murderously and withdrew from the tent. It seems like you're quite capable. Kneel down now and tell me who you are. Perhaps I'll leave your corpse intact. Young Master Yin said calmly. His tone was still imperious, as if leaving Lu Ming's corpse intact would be a great blessing to Lu Ming. Lu Ming frowned slightly and said, I told you, I'm just passing by and would like to gather some information. Since I'm not welcome here, I'll be leaving. With that, Lu Ming turned around and was about to leave. How bold! How dare you! Ignorant dog! How dare you act like this in front of young Master Yin? Kneel down now. The men on both sides of the tent shouted. Their powerful auras shrouded Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming continued to walk out as if he did not hear them. Above the tent, young Master Yan's face darkened. Lu Ming dared to treat him with such an attitude. He was courting death. Take him down, but don't kill him yet. Break his limbs first. Young Master Yin said coldly. Yes. On both sides of the military tent, a few half-saints received the order. In a flash, they surrounded Lu Ming. Kid, kneel down and kowtow to young Master Yin immediately, then destroy your cultivation. Perhaps young Master Yin will be kind enough to spare your dog life. Lu Quan hooted from the side. Lu Ming frowned again. Originally, Lu Ming did not care about these people at all because they were too weak. Lu Ming did not bother to lower himself to their level. However, they kept pushing him, which made Lu Ming a little unhappy. Kid, kneel down now. A half-saint shouted and was about to attack. Stop. At this moment, a cold shout was heard. Then, a group of people walked in from outside the tent. The person in the lead was actually a young woman. This woman was very beautiful. She wore a fiery red armor, which accentuated her curvaceous figure vividly. Moreover, she was very heroic. Her temperament was completely different from the women Lu Ming had met. Behind the young woman, there were 4 strong men. Each of them had a strong aura and was full of killing intent. They were obviously fierce generals who had been on the battlefield for a long time. Seeing this woman, the half-saints' expressions changed. They all bowed and saluted. Greetings, Marshal Xianxia. Stand down. The young woman's gaze swept across the half-saints like lightning. The half-saints looked at young Master Yin with a troubled expression. Young Master Yin waved his hand, and the half-saints retreated. Xianxia, you're here. Young Master Yin smiled and stood up from his seat. Yin Song, this is my divine WIRM army. What right do you have to kill people in my divine WIRM army? The young woman looked at Yin Song with bright eyes. Yin Song's eyes darkened. However, in the next moment, he smiled and said, Tianjiao, this person is a spy. He's here to spy on the military. I didn't inform you. I was going to drag him out and kill him. Spy? The young woman looked at Lu Ming with a trace of murderous intent in her eyes. I'm not a spy. I just happened to pass by. Lu Ming shrugged. How dare you quibble? You're courting death. Tianjiao, I'll get someone to kill this person first. I'll talk to you later. Yin Song scolded. Immediately, a half-saint stepped forward and wanted to take Lu Ming down. Stop. The young woman waved her hand and said, Since he's a spy, all the more I have to interrogate him. All of you stand down. Yes. The 4 strong men who came with the young woman bowed and retreated. And all of you. The young woman looked at Yin Song. Tianjiao, this person has some cultivation. I'm worried about leaving you here alone. Yin Song said. If he can kill me, what's the point of you staying here? The young woman said. She was very confident in herself. She was the marshal of the heavenly WIRM army and the youngest goddess of war in the country of brightness. If even she couldn't defeat him, What was the point of Yin Song and the others staying here? Chapter 1939. Lu Ming glanced at the young woman. Her cultivation could not be hidden from Lu Ming's eyes. The young woman's cultivation was in the peak bright sacred realm, significantly higher than the others. No wonder she was so confident. Besides, Yin Song's men had referred to her as General Tianjiao. It was likely that her identity was not simple. After the others left, the young woman stared at Lu Ming with glittering eyes and said, "Are you really a spy?" "I'm not. I already told you that I'm only passing by to ask around." Lu Ming shrugged helplessly and explained once again, "I believe you." The young woman stared at Lu Ming and said, "Do you really believe me that much?" It was Lu Ming's turn to be astounded. "Because you're very calm." The young woman said, "I've been paying attention to you since I came here. You were very calm when facing Yin Song or me. Even when Yin Song said he was going to kill you, you were still calm, as if you weren't worried at all. It's as if you could leave at any time. It's not an act, but a reflection of your true attitude." "Oh, is that so?" Lu Ming rubbed his nose. It was true that he was not worried about their cultivation. Thus, he was able to remain calm. A person with such an attitude is definitely not an ordinary person. Besides, I'm practicing the serpent battle flesh, but I can feel a great pressure from you. Your spirit is definitely not ordinary. The young woman's eyes glittered as she stared at Lu Ming, as if she was trying to see through Lu Ming's thoughts. "You're so sure that I'm not a spy based on these 2 points? It doesn't seem to be enough." Lu Ming smiled. "My instinct is telling me that these 2 points are enough." The young woman said, "Instinct?" Lu Ming was confused. "Yes, a woman's instinct. Don't you know that a woman's instinct is very accurate at times?" The young woman said. Lu Ming wore a wry smile. He could not refute that. It was unwise to discuss with a woman whether a woman's intuition was accurate or not. "So, I'm very curious. Who are you? What country are you from?" The young woman was still staring at Lu Ming. "I've already said that I'm just passing by. In the past, I was cultivating on a deserted island and had just come into being," Lu Ming said casually. "Really?" A ray of light flashed in the young woman's eyes. Her figure suddenly moved. Like a phantom, she rushed towards Lu Ming. Her speed was astonishing. Her palm chopped towards Lu Ming. Of course, this speed was only for ordinary people. To Lu Ming, this speed was no different from a snail. When a young woman's palm was about to hit Lu Ming's body, Lu Ming raised his hand and gently struck out with his palm. Bang! Lu Ming's palm and the young woman's palm collided. The young woman's delicate body trembled and her figure drifted backward. On the other hand, Lu Ming did not move at all. What a strong cultivation. At your age in the 9 nations of the sea, there are only a handful of people with your cultivation. I know every single one of them, but I don't know anyone like you. It seems that my intuition was right. I'm really curious now. The young woman's eyes shone with a strange light. "Didn't I tell you? I just came into being. Of course, you don't know me," Lu Ming said. "Oh, if that's the case, why don't you stay in the Divine WYRM Army?" "I'm the Marshal of the Divine WYRM Army, Wuan Tianjiao," the young woman said. "Stay here? Impossible. I won't stay here for long. I'll leave soon." Lu Ming shook his head. He had entered this world to look for the Heavenly Emperor's treasure. He could not stay here for long. "You don't have to stay here for long. A short period of time is fine too. You can leave whenever you want. Moreover, didn't you say that you wanted to gather information? Perhaps I can help you," Ruan Tianjiao said. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He pondered for a moment and said, "All right, I'll stay here for the time being." Lu Ming indeed needed to gather information. Ruan Tianjiao seemed to be very powerful in this place. As the marshal of an army, she might be able to provide him with a lot of help. Ruan Tianjiao's face lit up. She had a feeling that Lu Ming was extraordinary. "What's your name?" Ruan Tianjiao asked. "Lu Ming." Lu Ming nodded. "What do you want to ask?" Ruan Tianjiao asked curiously. I want to know where this place is." Lu Ming said. "This entire island is a country called the Bright Flame Country." Ruan Tianjiao said. "What about above? Are there other countries? How big is this world? Are there any ancient ruins?" Lu Ming asked several questions in a row. "You don't even know these?" Ruan Tianjiao was very surprised. Haven't I been in seclusion? I just came out. Lu Ming touched his nose and said, there's an introduction to this world in this jade token. Take a look. A jade token appeared in Ruan Tianjiao's hand, and she handed it to Lu Ming. Lu Ming took it and scanned it with his spiritual consciousness. He began to read the knowledge in the jade token. After reading it, Lu Ming had a rough idea of what was going on. It turned out that this world was called the Infinite Seas Realm. Most of the territory in this world was the sea. However, there are also countless islands in the sea. Some of the islands were not big and were deserted. They were not suitable for humans to live in. Some of the bigger islands were very wide and suitable for humans to live in. Countless martial artists occupied these islands and formed countries. The Bright Flame Island they were on was a big island. The entire island was a country called the Bright Flame Country. Ruan Tianjiao was one of the 5 marshals of the Bright Flame Country, the marshal of the divine WIRM army. As for the ancient ruins you mentioned, there are indeed some in the vast seas realm. When we return to the capital, I'll organize the information about those ruins and give it to you. How about that? Ruan Tianjiao said. How long before you return to the capital? Lu Ming asked. A month. Don't tell me you can't even wait for a month. Sure. Lu Ming nodded. From the introduction just now, the Infinite Seas realm was huge and there were countless islands. It would be too difficult for him to search for them one by one. He did not know how long it would take. With Ruan Tianjiao's help, it would save him a lot of time. Come with me. I'll arrange a military tent for you. You can stay there first. After saying that, Ruan Tianjiao walked out of the tent. Lu Ming followed him. When they walked out of the tent, they saw Yin Song and the others standing not far away from the tent. When they saw Lu Ming coming out with Ruan Tianjiao, they were stunned. Tianjiao, how is it? Is this brat a spy? I suggest that we kill him immediately. Yin Song said, you're mistaken. He's not a spy. Now that I've investigated thoroughly, you can all leave. Ruan Tianjiao waved his hand. What? He's not a spy? Tianjiao, don't be fooled by him. I suggest we cripple him first and then slowly interrogate him. Men, take this kid down. Chapter 1940. Enough. Just as the 2 half-sages walked toward Lu Ming, Ruan Tianjiao shouted coldly. He looked at the 2 half-sages and scolded, stand down. The 2 half-sages froze. They didn't know whether to move or not. In the end, they looked at Yin Song. Tianjiao, what is the meaning of this? This person is a spy. Yin Song said with an ugly expression. I said that he is not a spy. He's my guest. Also, this is the divine WIRM army, not the Yin family. I'm a marshal of the divine WIRM army. Do you understand? Ruan Tianjiao's eyes were like lightning as he looked at the 2 half-sages. The 2 half-sages had ugly expressions, but they still retreated. Lu Ming, let's go. Ruan Tianjiao nodded at Lu Ming and walked forward. Yin Song's face was extremely gloomy. Ruan Tianjiao took a few steps and stopped. He looked at Yin Song and said, Yin Song, let me tell you. Don't call me by my name in the future. We're not that close. After saying that, he ignored Yin Song and strode forward. Damn it, bitch. Yin Song clenched his fists. His face, which could be considered handsome, was twisted with anger. That Yin Song seems to be interested in you. After walking for a while, Lu Ming said with a smile, Oomph. He's just relying on the fact that his father is the state preceptor and his sister is the emperor's favorite concubine to do whatever he wants. He is a typical hedonistic son of a rich family. Who knows how many girls he has harmed on a daily basis. Now, he has come to the divine WIRM army camp to pester me. Ruan Tianjiao said with a cold face. Lu Ming thought to himself, it seems that Ruan Tianjiao has a bad impression of Yin Song. Lu Ming, Yin Song is a narrow-minded person. You have offended him today. Be careful in the future. Ruan Tianjiao warned. It's fine. Lu Ming smiled faintly, his expression indifferent. A mere Yin Song was not enough to enter his eyes. Soon, they arrived at a military tent. This was where Lu Ming would be staying. Lu Ming, this is a military order. Take it, and you can freely enter the Divine Dragon Army's barracks in the future. Nguyen Tianjiao handed a token to Lu Ming. Thank you. Lu Ming took it and cupped his fist to express his gratitude. He was a little surprised. He had only just met Nguyen Tianjiao, but he trusted him so much. After that, Lu Ming temporarily stayed with the Divine Dragon Army. In the blink of an eye, a few days had passed. Lu Ming and some of Nguyen Tianjiao's subordinates had become rather familiar with each other. As for Lu Ming, he knew more about this world, the Bright Fire Country, and even Nguyen Tianjiao. What surprised Lu Ming was that Yuan Tianjiao's status in Ming Yin Country was much higher than Lu Ming had imagined. The goddess of war in Ming Yin Country was what everyone in Ming Yin Country called Nguyen Tianjiao. Yuan Tianjiao was born in a military family. Her talent was extremely rare. At a young age, her cultivation had reached the great circle of the Bright Saint realm. She stood at the peak of the Bright Saint Country and was one of the top experts in the Bright Fire Country. She had made great contributions to the Bright Fire Country and was known as the Goddess of War. She was loved by the people of the Bright Fire Country. Yin Song was the son of the state preceptor. His sister was the king's most beloved imperial concubine. Yin Song was lustful by nature and had harmed many women. Now, he had set his sights on Nguyen Tianjiao and often went to the Divine Dragon Army's barracks to harass Nguyen Tianjiao. It seems that the martial strength of this world isn't very high. Lu Ming pondered. According to the information that Lu Ming had gathered, he realized that the martial strength of this world wasn't high. It couldn't be compared to Yuan Lu. Nguyen Tianjiao's cultivation was at the Great Sage Realm, and she was the most powerful person in Ming Yin Country. In the blink of an eye, another few days had passed. Lu Ming stood on a mountain peak and looked into the distance. On the flat ground in front of him, an army rode on strange beasts and galloped on the ground. Their murderous intent formed a huge dragon that roared at the sky. It's a good army. They have been through hundreds of battles. Unfortunately, their cultivation is a little weak, and their battle formation isn't exquisite enough. Lu Ming had many thoughts in his mind. Soon, a few figures stepped on the air and landed in front of Lu Ming. It was Nguyen Tianjiao and a few of his subordinates. Lu Ming, what do you think of my Divine Dragon Army? Nguyen Tianjiao asked. No. Lu Ming shook his head. No. Nguyen Tianjiao was shocked. Brat, you don't know anything. The Divine Dragon Army is ranked first among the 5 strongest armies in Ming Yin Country. How dare you say that it's no good? What a joke. One of Nguyen Tianjiao's subordinates was instantly enraged. He widened his eyes and looked as though he wanted to eat Lu Ming alive. No means no. Other than the battle spirit and murderous aura, the rest is useless, especially the battle formation. Lu Ming curled his lips. Since Nguyen Tianjiao wanted to ask him, he would naturally tell the truth. A few of the subordinates glared at Lu Ming. They had originally thought that Lu Ming might be a top figure. Now, they felt that Lu Ming was just a boastful person. Lu Ming, my Divine Dragon battle formation is the best battle formation in Ming Yin Country. How dare you say that it's useless? Nguyen Tianjiao's expression was ugly. He looked at Lu Ming with a tinge of resentment. You asked me yourself. I'm just speaking from the bottom of my heart. Lu Ming touched his nose and was speechless. Does that mean that you have a stronger battle formation? Nguyen Tianjiao continued to look at Lu Ming with a tinge of resentment. I do. Take this and take a look. A jade token appeared in Lu Ming's hand, and he threw it to Nguyen Tianjiao. Nguyen Tianjiao took the jade token and scanned it with her spiritual consciousness. She exclaimed, "This is the true dragon battle formation. What a wonderful battle formation!" Lu Ming had indeed thrown the true dragon battle formation to Nguyen Tianjiao. Back when he was helping Lu Ming to fight for the position of Crown Prince, he had made a few copies of the jade token. This battle formation was useless to Lu Ming, so there was no harm in giving it to Nguyen Tianjiao. Seeing Nguyen Tianjiao lose her composure, the subordinates looked at each other. Could it be that Lu Ming had really given her a battle formation that was stronger than the Divine Dragon battle formation? Nguyen Tianjiao sank her consciousness into the jade token and studied it carefully, as though she was entranced. After a while, she was overjoyed and said, "Train the new battle formation immediately." After saying that, he rushed to the battlefield in a hurry. The four generals followed him with a confused look on their faces. In the following days, Nguyen Tianjiao focused on training the new battle formation. If there was anything she did not understand, she would run to Lu Ming to ask him. In just over 10 days, the battle formation training had reached a considerable scale. Roar! The army gathered and activated the true dragon battle formation. A true dragon was formed and roared at the sky. Its might was many times stronger than the divine dragon from before. At this time, Nguyen Tianjiao and her subordinates were full of admiration for Lu Ming. No one suspected that Lu Ming was a spy. How could a spy possibly give them such a brilliant battle formation to cultivate? Nguyen Tianjiao was even more relieved that her intuition was right. Lu Ming was not an ordinary person. Chapter 1941. During this period of time, Yin Song was extremely depressed and furious. In Yin Song's tent, he slammed his palm heavily on the table. The terrifying force of his palm smashed the table into pieces. "Damn bitch!" Yin Song roared. His face was extremely ferocious and filled with murderous intent. During this period of time, every time he looked for Ruan Tianjiao, he was stopped by Ruan Tianjiao's subordinates. They said that Ruan Tianjiao had to train the army and had no time. However, Yin Song had received news that Ruan Tianjiao was hanging out with Lu Ming every day. "Young master, it seems that Ruan Tianjiao is mesmerized by Lu Ming. I wonder what that kid did to Ruan Tianjiao." "That's right. It's all because of Lu Ming. When I first saw him, I knew that he wasn't a good person. If not for that kid, Ruan Tianjiao might have already thrown himself into young master's arms." Yin Song's subordinates added fuel to the fire, making Yin Song even angrier. His murderous intent was like a knife. "That kid must die," Yin Song said coldly. He continued, "I asked you to keep an eye on that kid. Where is he now?" "Young master, we just received news that the kid has returned to his tent." One of them replied, "Very good. Let's go. I want that kid to die miserably." Yin Song's eyes revealed a sinister look. He led a few of his subordinates and walked toward Lu Ming's tent. Lu Ming was cultivating in the tent when a loud roar came from outside. "Lu Ming, get out here." A voice filled with murderous intent came, making Lu Ming frown. He knew that it was Yin Song's voice. A sharp light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. He got up and walked out of the tent. He saw Yin Song and a few of his subordinates looking coldly at Lu Ming. Some members of the divine WIRM army were alarmed and gathered around to watch. However, Yin Song's status was not to be underestimated. No one dared to come over and speak. "Why are you looking for me?" Lu Ming glanced at Lu Ming indifferently. "Kid, I've already given you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. Now, you dare to snatch my woman? You're courting death," Yin Song said coldly. "You gave me a chance?" Lu Ming couldn't help but shake his head. At that time, who would give who a chance? "Lowly dog, why don't you take a piss and take a good look at yourself? How dare you go against me? A dog like you should kneel in front of me and beg for mercy. Do you understand? Kill him." Yin Song shouted and waved his hand. Bang! Bang! The two half-saint martial artists stepped forward and unleashed their powerful auras. They were about to attack Lu Ming. "Stop, young Master Yin. Lu Ming is the marshal's friend. If the marshal finds out that you're treating Lu Ming like this, I'm afraid you won't be able to explain yourself." Right then, a burly man rushed over and shouted. He was the deputy general of the Divine Flood Dragon Army. He had become quite familiar with Lu Ming during this period of time. Scram! Yin Song shouted angrily and slapped the big man. The big man didn't dare to block and was slapped in the face, causing him to stumble backwards. "Who do you think you are? I don't need you to comment on my actions. If you continue to spout nonsense, I'll kill you too." Yin Song glanced coldly at the big man, causing his face to turn pale. "Oh no, Yin Song wants to kill Lu Ming. Hurry up and inform the marshal." Some people in the surroundings whispered. Then, someone quickly left to inform Nguyen Tianjiao. "I'll return this slap to you tenfold." Lu Ming looked at Yin Song and his face turned cold. "Haha, you're boasting shamelessly. Attack!" Yin Song laughed. "Kid, kneel down first." The two half-saints rushed towards Lu Ming from the left and right. They waved their hands and grabbed Lu Ming. They wanted to make Lu Ming kneel in front of Yin Song before killing him. Since he liked to kneel, then kneel. Lu Ming used the soul illusion technique on the last two words. At this moment, Lu Ming seemed to have turned into a demon god in the eyes of the two half-saints. He ruled the world and had absolute control over life and death. The terrifying aura almost scared the two out of their wits. Their bodies didn't seem to listen to them. With a plop, they knelt in front of Lu Ming. Yin Song was dumbfounded. His other two subordinates were also dumbfounded. The people of the Divine Flood Dragon Army were also stunned. What's going on? Why did the two half-saints of Yin Song suddenly kneel in front of Lu Ming? Lu Ming didn't even make a move. He only said a few words and knelt down. These two half-saints were the closest to being a saint. Could it be that Lu Ming was a saint? The crowd guessed. It seems like your two subordinates know that they were wrong and knelt down to beg for mercy. As for you, if you don't kneel down, I might consider sparing you this time. Lu Ming looked at Yin Song indifferently. You son of a bitch, how dare you fight back? You are indeed a spy. Attack and kill him. Yin Song came to his senses and roared furiously. Kill! Beside Yin Song, an old man stepped out and released a terrifying aura. This old man was a bright, sane initial success. In the country of bright fire, he was a famous top expert. The old man's aura made many people's faces change drastically. This was a saint, the top expert in the country of brightness. A half-saint couldn't be compared to him. Why isn't the marshal here yet? Some people were anxious and worried about Lu Ming. Although Lu Ming had used some unknown method to make the two half-sages kneel down, the difference between a sage and a half-sage was too great. The old man's aura became stronger and stronger, pressing towards Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming still stood there, motionless, as if he didn't see the old man, deliberately mystifying things. Go to hell. The old man's eyes were ferocious. His hand was like a knife, grabbing towards Lu Ming. Kneel down. At this moment, Lu Ming spoke again. Although his voice wasn't loud, it was like thunder in the old man's ears. It was as if a god was shouting in his ears. At this moment, his soul was under terrifying pressure. He couldn't summon any strength in his body. Plop! Like the previous two half-saints, he knelt down in front of Lu Ming. The scene suddenly quieted down. At this moment, time and space froze. Everyone was dumbfounded. They looked coldly at Lu Ming and then at the old man. A saint had knelt down in front of Lu Ming. A moment ago, he was murderous and wanted to kill Lu Ming. The next moment, he knelt in front of Lu Ming. What was going on? Many people found that they couldn't wrap their heads around it. They had never seen such a thing before. A Saint Realm expert had knelt down without even fighting. What kind of trick was this? Yin Song was also stunned. His mouth was open so wide that he could swallow a dead mouse. His throat seemed to be stuck, and he couldn't make a sound for a long time. It seems that your subordinates are very sensible. They realized their mistakes and knelt down to admit their mistakes. Now, why didn't kneel down? Chapter 1942. When Lu Ming spoke, Yin Song reacted as if he had just woken up from a dream. You son of a bitch. What kind of sorcery did you use? How dare you make the sage of the country of light kneel down? You're so bold. Just you wait. This isn't over. Then, Yin Song turned around and was about to leave. Lu Ming was too strange. He could make an expert of the Saint State kneel down. He felt scared and wanted to return to the capital to report to his father. Then, he would send experts to take revenge. Did I allow you to leave? Lu Ming's indifferent voice sounded. He moved and appeared in front of Yin Song. His cold, knife-like gaze swept toward Yin Song, causing Yin Song's expression to change drastically. He could not help but take a few steps back. What do you want? Yin Song shouted. Kneel down and slap your own mouth. Lu Ming said indifferently. How dare you? Boy, how dare you touch me? Do you know the consequences? Yin Song shouted. Oh, what consequences? Lu Ming said playfully. Son of a bitch, listen carefully. My father is the state preceptor, and my sister is His Majesty's favorite concubine. How dare you touch me? I'll make sure you die without a burial place and exterminate your 9 generations. Yin Song shouted and stared coldly at Lu Ming. He didn't believe that Lu Ming dared to touch him. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Lu Ming slapped him. The slap was unbelievably fast. Yin Song couldn't dodge it at all. Slap! The crisp sound of the slap echoed in all directions. Yin Song flew out and spun dozens of times in the air. Then he fell heavily on the ground. Half of his face was swollen and all his teeth were knocked out by Lu Ming. Yin Song was stunned. The others were also stunned. Lu Ming really dared to hit Yin Song. His guts are really big. Ah, son of a bitch, how dare you hit me? I want you dead. I'll skin you alive. Yin Song roared hysterically. Just now, he had come over murderously, wanting to kill Lu Ming. In the end, his subordinates had inexplicably knelt in front of Lu Ming. Now, Lu Ming had actually dared to slap him. This was a great humiliation. He wished he could chop Lu Ming into pieces. Slap him, Lu Ming said coldly as he slapped the air. A palm condensed from Saint Power was formed and slapped Yin Song's face. Yin Song's body flew out again and spun a few times in the air. Under the control of Lu Ming's force, he fell to the ground and knelt there. I just said that I want you to pay me back tenfold. You slapped me once, so I'll slap you 10 times. Lu Ming said coldly. He waved his hand again and delivered another 10 slaps. After 10 consecutive slaps, Yin Song's face had turned into a pig's head. His face was swollen beyond recognition. I'm sorry, I gave you 2 more slaps. Lu Ming curled his lips. In addition to the previous 2 slaps, there were a total of 12 slaps. Puffed. Yin Song was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. This was too much. Swoosh. At this moment, a ray of light flew over from afar and landed on the ground. It was Ruan Tianjiao. She rushed over as soon as she received the news. When she saw the scene, she was speechless. Yin Song dared to hit Lu Ming. He was asking for it. She rushed over not because she was worried about Lu Ming, but because she was afraid that Lu Ming would kill Yin Song in a fit of anger. Yin Song was the son of the state preceptor after all. If he died, there would be trouble. Tianjiao, you came at the right time. Lu Ming is a spy. How dare he hit an expert from our bright flame country? Get your men to take him down. Cripple his cultivation and bring him back for interrogation. Yin Song screamed hysterically when he saw Ruan Tianjiao. Ruan Tianjiao shook her head secretly. Yin Song was still stubborn. Yin Song, I've told you long ago that Lu Ming is my guest and not a spy. Furthermore, you were the one who started this. You only have yourself to blame. Ruan Tianjiao said plainly. What? What did you say? I asked for it. Ruan Tianjiao, you adulterous couple. Just you wait. Yin Song was furious. He left behind a few harsh words and staggered away. Get lost. Then, Lu Ming waved his hand, and a few of Yin Song's subordinates flew out and landed heavily on the ground. They got up in a sorry state and ran away. Lu Ming, thank you for not killing Yin Song. Ruan Tianjiao cupped her fists at Lu Ming. She knew that Lu Ming did not kill Yin Song mostly because of her. Lu Ming smiled and said, I didn't implicate you by hitting Yin Song, did I? No, I'm one of the 5 marshals of Bright Fire Country. Yin Song can't do anything to me. Ruan Tianjiao shook her head. The matter was over just like that. After that, Ruan Tianjiao continued to train the army, while Lu Ming cultivated every day. After more than 10 days, he went to the capital with Ruan Tianjiao. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. On this day, someone from the capital came with an imperial edict from the emperor. Ruan Tianjiao led his men to receive the edict. The person who came to deliver the edict was a skinny old man. He squinted his eyes and smiled. Congratulations, Marshal Ruan Tianjiao. His Majesty has decreed that you will be betrothed to young Master Yin Song. The wedding will take place soon. What? Those words were like a bolt from the blue. It stunned Ruan Tianjiao and her subordinates. The emperor betrothed Ruan Tianjiao to Yin Song? How is that possible? Super Overlord, are you sure you're not mistaken? I'm a marshal. Why would His Majesty grant a marriage so easily? Ruan Tianjiao asked. Chief's face darkened. His Majesty has issued the edict himself and announced it to the world. How can it be wrong? Damn it, it must be Yin Song. What did he say to His Majesty? It's most likely his sister, concubine Qing. She bewitched His Majesty. Several of Ruan Tianjiao's subordinates were furious. Needless to say, it must be Yin Song's doing. Yin Song pursued Ruan Tianjiao, but Ruan Tianjiao never treated Yin Song well. 7 days ago, Yin Song was taught a lesson by Lu Ming. He must have harbored a grudge. After returning to the capital, he must have told the emperor something. Otherwise, why would the emperor suddenly grant a marriage? Marshal Ruan Tianjiao, accept the edict and thank His Majesty for his kindness. The supergiant said coldly, Chief, please go back. Please forgive me for not accepting the edict. Ruan Tianjiao said with a sullen face. What? You're not accepting the edict? Ruan Tianjiao, are you going to defy the edict? Chief scolded coldly. So what if I defy the edict? That fatuous emperor is getting muddle-headed. One of the subordinates said coldly, How dare you insult His Majesty? That's a capital offense. Chief pointed at the subordinate and shouted, I think you'll be the first to die. The subordinate emitted a cold, murderous intent as he looked at Chief. Chief shuddered. His face turned pale, and cold sweat broke out all over his body. If Ruan Tianjiao rebelled in anger and killed him, he would have died in vain. Chief, please go back. I won't accept the edict. I'll return to the capital personally and ask His Majesty. Chapter 1943. I will leave tomorrow and return to the capital. I will leave the divine WIRM army to you all. Ruan Tianjiao looked at his subordinates. Marshal, why don't we just rebel? One of the subordinates said, That's right. His Majesty is muddle-headed and infatuated with concubine Qing. He doesn't care about the state affairs, and all the power is controlled by the Grand Tutor. Why don't we just rebel and replace him? Marshal, you are the goddess of war and have contributed greatly to the Bright Flame country. If you replace him, the people will definitely welcome you. A few of the subordinates spoke one after another, advising Ruan Tianjiao to rebel and kill his way to the capital. Shut up, Ruan Tianjiao shouted, and everyone shut up. My Ruan family has been loyal for generations. How can we rebel? In the future, don't mention such things again. Otherwise, we will punish you according to military law. Ruan Tianjiao shouted. His gaze was like lightning, causing the subordinates' faces to turn ugly. Marshal, we will go to the capital with you tomorrow. If the Yin family is plotting something, we could take care of each other. One of the subordinates said, No need. Your mission is to oversee the divine WIRM army. I have the ability to protect myself. Ruan Tianjiao said, Tomorrow, I will go with you. A voice could be heard. It was Lu Ming who was walking over. Of course, Lu Ming had seen everything that had happened just now. He was going to the capital anyway, and could go with Ruan Tianjiao. Ruan Tianjiao looked at Lu Ming and nodded his head. The next day, Lu Ming and Ruan Tianjiao rode on a mutated beast and headed to the capital of the Bright Flame country. The island was vast. However, the mutated beasts they rode were fast like the wind. In 3 days, they arrived at the capital of the Bright Flame country. On the way, Ruan Tianjiao explained the situation of the Bright Flame country. Ever since the emperor of the Bright Flame country was infatuated with concubine Qing, he had neglected the state affairs, and the power was controlled by the Grand Tutor. The Grand Tutor had plundered all the treasures in the Bright Flame country for his own cultivation, causing the people to live in poverty and the country's power to decline day by day. Currently, the Grand Tutor was the most powerful person in the Bright Flame country. The capital of the Bright Fire Nation was very big and lively. However, Lu Ming had seen the prosperity of the Celestial City. Compared to the Celestial City, the Bright Fire Nation was like a village in the wilderness. The two of them rode their strange beasts into the capital and headed towards the Imperial Palace. Greetings, Marshal Tianjiao. Greetings, Heavenly Dragon War Goddess. The moment they entered the capital, the people who sang Nguyen Tianjiao bowed to him. It seems that you're very loved by the people. Lu Ming smiled and transmitted his voice to Nguyen Tianjiao. I'm just doing my duty, Ruan Tianjiao said. He then nodded at the crowd and continued forward. Sigh. Marshal Tian Jiao is such a peerless talent, yet she's actually going to marry that bastard Yin Song. What a pity. Isn't that so? But now that the Yin family is so powerful that even His Majesty listens to them, what can we do? It's just a pity for Marshal Tian Jiao. Lu Ming heard the sighs and discussions of the commoners. Not long after, they arrived in front of a series of palaces. This was the Imperial Palace. However, they were blocked outside the Imperial Palace. Marshal Tian Jiao, please forgive us. His Majesty has ordered that he won't see anyone for the next 2 days. A general guarding the gate cupped his fist and said, Go and inform him that I'm back. Nguyen Tianjiao said with a frown. His Majesty has said that if Marshal Tian Jiao is back, there's no need to inform him. In 3 days, His Majesty will prepare a banquet to welcome you back. Marshal, come back in 3 days. The general guarding the gate said. Nguyen Tianjiao frowned and then left the Imperial Palace with Lu Ming without saying anything else. Not long after, they arrived in front of a mansion with the words Nguyen Mansion written on it. This was Nguyen Tianjiao's mansion in the capital. They were temporarily staying in the Nguyen family. After arranging a room for Lu Ming, Nguyen Tianjiao left the Nguyen family. No one knew where he went. A day later, Nguyen Tianjiao returned. Lu Ming, I brought you the information you wanted about the ancient ruins. Nguyen Tianjiao found Lu Ming and handed a jade token to Lu Ming. Lu Ming took it and scanned it with his spiritual consciousness. Indeed, he found some ancient ruins of the 10,000 Seas realm recorded in it. Tianjiao, where's the most famous ruin in the 10,000 Seas realm? After looking at it for a while, Lu Ming asked. Of course, it's the Sacred Mountain of Time. Legend has it that the Sacred Mountain of Time has existed for countless years. It was left behind by an immortal. Nguyen Tianjiao said. An immortal? Lu Ming muttered. During this period, he had a deeper understanding of the martial arts cultivation in the 10,000 Seas realm and the martial arts realms. Some of the realms and titles in the 10,000 Seas realm were the same as in the outside world. They went all the way to Martial Emperor, then Bright Sage, Supreme Sage, and Paragon Sage. However, there were changes after reaching Paragon Sage. Those above Paragon Sage were called Sage Emperors in the 10,000 Seas realm. Lu Ming speculated that Sage Emperors were equivalent to Boundary Emperors in the outside world. According to the ancient records and legends in the Bright Flame Country, Sage Emperors were the highest realm in this world. Above, that was Immortal. Immortal had an endless lifespan and was immortal. However, it was a legend in the 10,000 Seas realm. It had never appeared before. Lu Ming speculated that the immortal in the 10,000 Seas realm was the Martial Emperor in the outside world. The Sacred Mountain of Time was left behind by an immortal. Could it be the Heavenly Emperor? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He had to go to the Sacred Mountain of Time. It might have something to do with the Heavenly Emperor. How can I go to the Sacred Mountain of Time? Lu Ming asked. I don't know. Nguyen Tianjiao shook his head and said, Legend has it that the Sacred Mountain of Time is on the Sacred Island of Time. However, no one can find the Sacred Island of Time. No one has been there before? Lu Ming frowned. Of course. Every 3 years, the Sacred Island of Time will send out an envoy to bring a group of people to the Sacred Island of Time to cultivate. It is said that the Sacred Island of Time has unique cultivation conditions. It is the sacred island of martial arts that countless people in the 10,000 Seas realm yearn for. The next time we go to the Sacred Island of Time is not far away. Soon, the 9 nations of sea will hold an alliance to select the people who will go to the Sacred Island of Time. The Bright Flame Country will also participate. Lu Ming, if you want to go to the Sacred Island of Time, that will be your chance. Nguyen Tianjiao explained. The 9 Nations Alliance? Lu Ming's eyes flashed. He had to go to the Sacred Mountain of Time. Lu Ming speculated that the experts who came from the outside world would probably go to the Sacred Mountain of Time. After all, it was suspected to be left behind by the Heavenly Emperor. If there were any treasures, they would be priceless. In a flash, 3 days had passed. 3 days later, Lu Ming and Nguyen Tianjiao went to the palace. This time, someone welcomed them into the palace, and they came to an open space. This place was beautiful, and the environment was very elegant. At this time, there were already some banquets on both sides of the place. When Lu Ming and Nguyen Tianjiao arrived, they saw that there were already many people. When Lu Ming arrived, he felt a cold gaze on him. Lu Ming followed the gaze and saw Yin Song staring at Lu Ming with a murderous look. Chapter 1944. Beside Yin Song was a skinny old man. His hair was white, and he was dressed in luxurious clothes. He looked similar to Yin Song. Lu Ming guessed that this person should be the Grand Tutor. The Grand Tutor squinted his eyes and smiled faintly. It was hard to tell what he was thinking, and he gave off a scheming vibe. In the middle seat, there were two people. One of them was an old man with white hair. He was dressed in a dragon robe and had a jade crown on his head. He should be the monarch of Bright Flame Country. Beside the king of Light Fire Country, there was a beautiful lady. She looked to be in her 20s. Her figure was graceful, and her eyes were like silk. She was extremely charming and enchanting. This person should be Yin Song's sister, Imperial Concubine Qing. In other seats, there were other people with extraordinary auras. They should be the upper echelons of Bright Flame Country. Ruan Tianjiao strode forward and bowed to the monarch of Bright Flame Country. "Greetings, your majesty." "Haha, Tianjiao is back. There's no need for formalities. Please take a seat." The monarch of Bright Flame Country laughed. "Thank you, your majesty," Ruan Tianjiao said, after which he walked to a row of seats with Lu Ming and sat down. "How dare you, Lu Ming? Who do you think you are? What right do you have to sit there?" Lu Ming had just sat down when Yin Song slammed the table and stood up. He looked at Lu Ming coldly. Lu Ming smirked. He was going to make things difficult for him so soon. "Get up. Don't you know where you are? Who are you sitting here? With your status, do you have the right to sit here? Get up and scram to the side." Yin Song chided again. However, Lu Ming acted as though he didn't hear him. He picked up the wine cup on the table and took a sip. "Good wine. It's really good wine. It's a pity that a wild dog is barking and ruining the mood." "How dare you?" Yin Song was enraged. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. "Do you think you're noble? Why did you kneel before me?" Lu Ming laughed disdainfully. "Shut up. Men, remove this person's seat," Yin Song shouted. Immediately, someone stepped forward to remove Lu Ming's seat. The king of Bright Flame Country, Imperial Concubine Qing, the Imperial Tutor, and the rest of the people looked on indifferently, as though they were watching a good show. Scram! At that moment, Ruan Tianjiao let out a delicate roar, and a murderous aura emanated from her. The bodyguard, who was about to remove Lu Ming's seat, froze in place. "Lu Ming is my friend. If you want to remove Lu Ming's position, then remove mine as well." Nguyen Tianjiao shouted. The guard stood there in a daze, not knowing what to do. Ruan Tianjiao's status was incomparable to Lu Ming's. She was the marshal of the divine WIRM army and the goddess of war of the Bright Fire Country. How could he dare to remove Ruan Tianjiao from her position? Retreat? Why aren't we retreating? The king of Bright Flame Country has already fallen for her seduction techniques and will listen to everything she says. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Ruan Tianjiao. "What?" Ruan Tianjiao was stunned at first. Then, she flew into a rage and stood up abruptly. A powerful aura spread out as she glared at the Imperial Tutor and shouted, "Yin Kuei and Yin Ling, how dare you use seduction techniques to bewitch His Majesty?" As soon as she said that, the expressions of Imperial Concubine Qing, the Imperial Tutor, Yin Song, and the others changed drastically. "Ruan Tianjiao, what nonsense are you talking about?" Yin Song roared. "You know very well whether I'm talking nonsense or not. Yin Kuei and Yin Ling, you dare to plot against His Majesty and control him from the shadows. No wonder His Majesty doesn't care about the affairs of the Imperial Court and gave you all the power. I'm going to announce this to the world. Lu Ming, let's go." Having said that, Ruan Tianjiao strode out. "Stop him." The Imperial Tutor's face was gloomy. With a wave of his hand, for figures flashed and surrounded Lu Ming and Ruan Tianjiao. Each of them exuded a powerful aura. Perfect, bright, sage realm. Lu Ming did not need to look to know that the four of them were at the perfect, bright sage realm and were not any weaker than Ruan Tianjiao. The four of you are marshals. Are you willing to give in to the imperial tutor? Ruan Tianjiao spoke with a solemn expression. The four of them were on par with her. The other four marshals of Bright Fire Country had strong combat strength. They were all in the great circle of the Bright Sage realm. Each of their combat strength was not much weaker than hers. If the four of them joined forces, she would definitely be no match for them. Ruan Tianjiao, you disobeyed the imperial decree. You are indeed ambitious and want to rebel. The imperial tutor spoke plainly and pinned a serious crime on Ruan Tianjiao. Nonsense. Chapter 1945. The imperial advisor sneered and said, "You didn't even listen to His Majesty's orders and disobeyed the edict. If this isn't rebellion, what is it? Moreover, I've already received news that you secretly colluded with Luo Shui Nation and attempted to overthrow the Bright Flame Nation. You deserve to die." Colluding with Luo Shui Nation? Nonsense. Who would believe your one-sided story? Ruan Tianjiao shouted. "If you want evidence, I'll give it to you. Come out." The imperial advisor's cold voice was heard. Then a burly man in his 30s walked out. "Greetings, Your Majesty." "Greetings, imperial advisor." The burly man bowed to the king and the imperial advisor. "Wang Xing, why are you here?" Ruan Tianjiao was very surprised because Wang Xing was her bodyguard who had followed her for many years. However, she did not allow Wang Xing to come to the capital. Shouldn't Wang Xing be with the Divine WYRM army? Ruan Tianjiao had a bad feeling in his heart. "Wang Xing, tell me everything you know," the imperial advisor said. Wang Xing nodded and said, "Ruan Tianjiao has indeed colluded with Luo Shui Nation and has been plotting secretly. When the time comes, he will secretly rebel and proclaim himself the emperor. However, I'm a citizen of the Bright Flame Nation and I'm only loyal to His Majesty. How can I let such a thing happen? Today, I'll reveal Ruan Tianjiao's wild ambition to the public." Wang Xing's voice spread throughout the place. "Wang Xing, how dare you slander me?" Ruan Tianjiao shouted, trembling with anger. It was obvious that Wang Xing had been bribed by the imperial advisor and had joined forces with the imperial advisor to frame her. However, Wang Xing was her bodyguard. Many people might believe what he said. "Ruan Tianjiao, your conspiracy has been exposed. Why don't you surrender? However, since Yin Song pleaded for you, I'll spare your life. As long as you destroy your cultivation, marry Yin Song, and hand over your military power, I won't announce your rebellion to the world. I'll protect your innocence." The imperial advisor said coldly, as if he had the pearl of wisdom in his hand. For this matter, he had already set up a plan. Everything was perfect and Ruan Tianjiao had no room to resist. There was only one outcome. That was to destroy her cultivation, hand over her military power, and marry his son Yin Song. Yin Song had a smug look in his eyes as he looked coldly at Nguyen Tianjiao and Lu Ming. "A slut and a dog dares to fight with me? You're simply courting death." Yin Song laughed heartily, feeling extremely pleased with himself, especially when he looked at Nguyen Tianjiao's handsome face and perfect figure. His heart burned with passion. He wanted nothing more than to take Nguyen Tianjiao for himself. However, it will be soon, he told himself. "You despicable." Nguyen Tianjiao was so angry that her entire body was trembling. She understood that not only did the imperial advisor want Yin Song to marry her, but he also wanted to take away her military power. At that moment, the other four great marshals had already submitted to the imperial tutor. If the Divine Dragon Army was also in his hands, then the Bright Fire Country would really become the imperial tutor's world, and no one would be able to stop him. Nguyen Tianjiao cast her gaze at the monarch, but the monarch did not even look at her. All he did was chuckle and drink with concubine Qing. Nguyen Tianjiao was utterly disappointed. And, at this moment, Lu Ming's calm voice could be heard. "What?" The imperial advisor, Yin Song, and the rest were stunned. They did not understand what Lu Ming meant. If you're not talking, then you're done. Since you're done, it's my turn to speak. Lu Ming looked around with a faint smile on his face and said, "Today's incident is like this. The imperial advisor, Yin Song, and concubine Xing led a rebellion and killed the monarch with the intention of replacing him. Then, Marshal Nguyen Tianjiao arrived with his men and killed the rebels to avenge the monarch. In the end, Nguyen Tianjiao became the empress of the Bright Fire Country with the support of the people." What? The imperial advisor, Yin Song, concubine Xing, and the rest of the people present, including Nguyen Tianjiao, were all dumbfounded. It took them a while to react. Ha ha, this brat must have been scared out of his wits when he was about to die. Yin Song laughed until tears rolled down his cheeks. The imperial advisor, concubine Xing, and the rest laughed too. Their laughter was filled with contempt. Lu Ming meant to kill all of them and let Nguyen Tianjiao sit on the throne of the empress. How is that possible? What a lunatic! The imperial advisor and the rest shook their heads. Lu Ming did not seem to notice the expressions of the imperial advisor and the rest. Instead, he looked at Nguyen Tianjiao and said, "Tianjiao, what do you think of my idea?" Nguyen Tianjiao was stunned and could not react in time. "I understand. Since you can't do it, let me do it." Lu Ming smiled faintly. He then stood up and walked toward Yin Song. "This guy is crazy. Kill him." Yin Song shouted, "Brat, you're crazy. Die." One of the marshals shouted and took a step forward. The ground rumbled as his burly body rushed towards Lu Ming. He was like a mountain crashing down on Lu Ming with a terrifying aura. However, Lu Ming looked calm as if he did not see the marshal making a move. He allowed the attack to come. "Be careful," Nguyen Tianjiao exclaimed. However, it was too late for him to save Nguyen Tianjiao. "Brat, go to hell," Yin Song roared in his heart. His eyes were full of pride. "Trying to fight with him for a woman? You're courting death." At this moment, Lu Ming looked at the marshal. 2 rays of black light flashed across his eyes. Then everyone saw the marshal's body tremble and fall to the ground with a plop. He was no longer breathing. Dead. The marshal died suddenly and silently. No one saw how the marshal died, and no one saw how Lu Ming attacked. The scene suddenly quietened down. The imperial advisor's eyes narrowed slightly, and a cold light flashed in them. "How dare you kill the marshal and army? If this is not a rebellion, what is it? Let's attack together and kill this person." Concubine Xing shouted beside the king. Boom, boom, boom. The other 3 marshals attacked at the same time. The 3 of them were in the Great Sage realm. When they attacked together, their momentum was terrifying. They wanted to kill Lu Ming in one fell swoop. Die! Lu Ming didn't even look at the 3 marshals. His gaze was fixed on Yin Song as he uttered a word. The power of the divine sword art was released along with his voice and rushed into the bodies of the 3 marshals. The 3 marshals were the same as the previous marshal. Their bodies trembled slightly, and their souls were destroyed by Lu Ming. Their bodies fell to the ground softly, and there was no longer any breath left. Dead. They were dead again. The 4 marshals, the top experts of the Bright Fire Country, were all dead in an instant. No one saw how they died. There was a series of gasps at the scene. They only heard Lu Ming say the word die, and the 3 marshals were dead. This was too terrifying. What kind of supernatural power was this? It was as if Lu Ming was the Grim Reaper. Whoever he wanted to kill would die. Yin Song's face changed and turned as pale as a sheet. His eyes were filled with fear. The imperial advisor and concubine Xing's faces also changed and became extremely solemn. Chapter 1946. As for Nguyen Tianjiao, she was dumbfounded and in disbelief. The cultivation of the 4 marshals was on par with her, but her spiritual body was slightly higher. In terms of combat strength, she was ranked first among the 5 marshals, but she wasn't much stronger. For such experts had died in front of Lu Ming in an instant. What cultivation did Lu Ming have? Could Lu Ming be an expert of the Great Sage realm? In the past, when she first met Lu Ming, although she felt that Lu Ming was extraordinary, she also felt that Lu Ming was at most on par with her. She didn't expect Lu Ming to kill the 4 top experts silently. Bam! Bam! After Lu Ming killed the 4 marshals, he continued to move forward and walk towards Yin Song. Every step he took seemed to be knocking on Yin Song's heart, causing his heart to tremble. The fear in his eyes grew stronger and stronger. Kill him. Let's kill him together. Yin Song screamed hysterically. This person is rebelling and wants to harm His Majesty. Quick, kill him. Concubine Qing also shouted. Swoosh! 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 Several figures rushed out from behind the monarch and the imperial advisor. These people's auras were very powerful. Many of them were in the Great Sage realm and were not weaker than the 4 marshals. These people were the experts nurtured by the imperial family and the imperial advisor. This was their true strength. Many experts joined forces and intertwined their power like an inescapable net, enveloping Lu Ming. Kill! At this moment, Lu Ming shouted again. The sound wave spread out and rushed in all directions. The people who were attacking him from all directions were the same as the 4 marshals. Their bodies trembled, and then they fell to the ground and stopped breathing. This time, even the imperial preceptor's face changed and turned pale. Yin Song and concubine Qing were completely terrified. Demon, you're a demon! Yin Song screamed hysterically. Lu Ming had only spat out a single word, and so many experts had died in an instant. This was beyond his comprehension. At this moment, Lu Ming was a demon in his eyes. Lu Ming's eyes were cold as he continued to walk towards Yin Song. Yin Song's body began to tremble in fear. He kept retreating as he shouted, Father, Father, save me. He can't touch you. The imperial preceptor coldly spoke, after which a terrifying aura erupted from his body. This aura was much stronger than any of the auras from before. Great Saint Stage. Yin Kuei, you've broken through to the Great Saint Stage. Nguyen Tianjiu shouted in disbelief. The Grand Preceptor had already broken through to the Great Saint Realm and was known as the #1 expert in the Bright Fire Country. She couldn't help but worry for Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming's expression didn't change at all. It was as if the cultivation of the Great Sage Realm couldn't cause any ripples in Lu Ming's heart. Brothers Jian, let's attack together. The State Preceptor suddenly spoke. I didn't expect the Bright Flame Country to have such a character. Very well, it's safer to attack together. An old voice sounded behind the State Preceptor. Then, 2 old men stepped out and stood beside the State Preceptor. Boom! Boom! Then, a terrifying aura erupted from the 2 old men. The terrifying aura swept through the clouds and changed the color of the sky. These 2 old men also had the cultivation of the Great Sage Realm. Like the State Preceptor, they were both in the lesser Great Sage Realm. At the same time, 2 long swords like ripples were suspended above the 2 old men's heads. The Twin Sword Saints of the Luo Shui Country. You're the unparalleled sword saints of the Luo Shui Country. Yin Kuei, it turns out that you're the one who colluded with the Luo Shui Country. Nguyen Tianjiao shouted in shock. The unparalleled sword saints of the Luo Shui Country were the most terrifying experts in the country. 2 lesser Great Sage Realm experts had appeared beside the State Preceptor. Needless to say, the State Preceptor had secretly colluded with the Luo Shui Country. He was the real traitor. So what if I know? Today all of you will die. The State Preceptor said coldly. Kill, father, kill this kid. No, cripple him first. I want him to suffer a fate worse than death. Yin Song was stunned at first. Obviously, he did not expect the State Preceptor's cultivation to have reached the Great Sage Realm. Moreover, the unparalleled sword saint of the Luo Shui Country was beside him. But immediately, he was ecstatic and shouted in ecstasy. 3 great sages. Lu Ming was dead for sure, no matter what tricks he had up his sleeves. The Great Sage Realm was a legend in the Bright Flame Country. Is this your trump card? Lu Ming did not even look at Yin Song. He said indifferently. Then, he stretched out a hand and pressed against the void. Boom! In the sky, a huge hand suddenly appeared. It covered the sky and pressed down on the state preceptor and the unparalleled sword saint of the Luo Shui country. The terrifying aura spread out in all directions. The state preceptor and the unparalleled sword saint of the Luo Shui country turned pale. They felt that the aura was not something they could resist. At this moment, they wanted to escape, but they found that the space around them had solidified. They cannot escape at all. Yin Song and Imperial Concubine Qing were completely stunned. They stared blankly at the godlike hand in the sky. Their bodies trembled like sieves. This kind of power made them feel hopeless. Block it, the state preceptor roared. He was unwilling to give up. He still wanted to resist. He formed a seal with both hands and struck out a terrifying palm print. At the same time, the unparalleled sword saint of the Luo Shui country also attacked. Two sword lights rushed up to the sky like a river. However, the lesser great sage realm was no different from an ant in the hands of Lu Ming. Under the pressure of the huge hand, the attacks of the three collapsed instantly. Finally, the huge hand covered the three of them and slammed them to the ground. Boom! The earth rumbled. Smoke and dust filled the air. Gravel flew everywhere. After a while, the smoke and dust disappeared. Everyone saw a huge palm print on the ground. The state preceptor and the unparalleled sword saint of the Luo Shui country were lying in the palm print like dead dogs, vomiting blood. Their aura was extremely weak. They were like three ordinary people. Lu Ming had crippled their cultivation with that blow. The state preceptor's eyes were full of unwillingness and despair. It's over. He knew that everything was over. Yin Song suddenly screamed. His body turned into a rainbow light and fled into the distance. He did not care about the state preceptor and the others and wanted to escape alone. However, Lu Ming flicked his finger. A force flew out and pierced into Yin Song's dantian. It pierced through his dantian and crippled his cultivation. With his cultivation crippled, Yin Song could not fly. He fell to the ground heavily and screamed hysterically. "You're the only one left." Lu Ming stepped toward Qing Fei and the state preceptor. "How dare you touch my beloved concubine? I will exterminate your 9 generations." The state preceptor shouted and stood in front of Lu Ming. Lu Ming shook his head. The state preceptor had completely lost his mind. It was useless to keep him alive. Chapter 1947. After killing the monarch, Lu Ming looked at Imperial Concubine Qing. Imperial Concubine Qing's eyes were filled with fear as she looked at Lu Ming. Suddenly, she smiled and said, "Young master, you have such a cultivation at such a young age. I'm really impressed." "Oh," Lu Ming replied with a soft, "Yin Kuei and his son committed treason and killed the monarch. Fortunately, young master intervened and killed them to avenge the monarch. With young master's cultivation, you can lead the bright flame country. I'm willing to assist young master to ascend the throne and serve young master wholeheartedly." Imperial Concubine Qing spoke with a pleasant voice. Her enchanting body twisted like a water snake and was about to pounce into Lu Ming's arms. At the same time, she looked into Lu Ming's eyes with a strange glint in her eyes. "Trying to seduce me? You're overestimating yourself," Lu Ming said plainly. When he said the last word, Lu Ming's eyes shone like stars. Imperial Concubine Qing screamed as her body flew out and fell to the ground. She vomited blood, and her face was pale with despair. Her cultivation had also been crippled. Lu Ming smiled faintly. This woman had tried to seduce him. She was overestimating herself. Lu Ming had only used a little power, and she had already suffered a backlash, and her cultivation was crippled. Lu Ming took a step forward and stood above the state preceptor. He looked down at the state preceptor and said calmly, "Your plan is not bad. It's a pity that you are too weak. What's the use of racking your brains? Heaven is not helping me." The Grand Tutor roared. His voice was hoarse, and his eyes were filled with unwillingness and despair. He had tried his best to set up this trap. It was supposed to be flawless, and Ruan Tianjiao had no chance to turn the tables. In the future, the Bright Flame country would definitely fall into his hands. He had never expected that Lu Ming would appear halfway and destroy all his plans with absolute power. In the face of absolute power, all plans were laughable. He finally understood why Lu Ming had been drinking calmly without saying a word when they were following the plan step by step. He was looking at them as if they were clowns. Lu Ming was letting them play. When they thought that the situation was settled, he would strike and easily destroyed all their plans, efforts, and plans. He could only blame heaven for not helping him. Why did someone like Lu Ming appear? Who are you? There's no one like you in the 9 nations. The Grand Tutor roared indignantly. You don't have the right to know who I am. Lu Ming spoke calmly. Afterward, Lu Ming looked at Ruan Tianjiao and said, Tianjiao, how should we settle this? At this moment, Ruan Tianjiao seemed to have just woken up from a dream. The shock that Lu Ming gave her was too strong. A great sage powerhouse was powerless in Lu Ming's hands. He could destroy them with a flip of his hand. She was shocked. Kill them all, said Ruan Tianjiao coldly. Since things had come to this point, there was no turning back. After making the decision, Ruan Tianjiao turned into an iron-blooded marshal and stepped forward. Sword light burst out and killed the Grand Tutor, Yin Song, concubine Qing, and some members of the royal family. Ruan Tianjiao transformed into a grim reaper and secretly killed his way into the depths of the palace, killing all the high-ranking members of the royal family. Since things had come to this point, Ruan Tianjiao knew that there was no turning back. Then, Ruan Tianjiao took the body of the unparalleled sword saint of Luoshui country and stood on the city tower of Desolation City. She announced to the world that the Grand Tutor had rebelled and colluded with the 4 marshals and concubine Qing to kill the king and the core members of the royal family in an attempt to usurp the throne. Later, Ruan Tianjiao arrived and killed the Grand Tutor and the rebels. Unfortunately, it was too late. The world was shocked when the news came out. A few days later, the Divine WRM army reached the capital and took control of it. However, the other 4 marshals' armies also announced to the world that it was all Ruan Tianjiao's scheme. Ruan Tianjiao killed the Grand Tutor and the king in an attempt to usurp the throne. She led the army to attack the Divine WRM army in the name of avenging the king. However, the 4 armies had lost experts like the marshals, and their cohesion was greatly weakened. Moreover, the Divine WRM army had cultivated the true dragon battle formation and was very powerful. They easily defeated the 4 armies and subdued them. At this point, the Bright Flame country was under Ruan Tianjiao's control. A few days later, the Divine WRM army requested Ruan Tianjiao to ascend the throne on the grounds that the country could not be without a ruler. However, Ruan Tianjiao rejected them. A few days later, the generals tried again, but were still rejected by Ruan Tianjiao. The 3rd time, not only the generals, but also countless commoners came to petition for Ruan Tianjiao to ascend the throne and take control of the Bright Flame country. In the past, the Bright Flame country's Grand Tutor was in power and was famous. Now that the Grand Tutor was killed, the commoners celebrated. As for Ruan Tianjiao, she had always been known as the goddess of war and was deeply loved by the commoners. Naturally, the commoners hoped that Ruan Tianjiao would take control of the Bright Flame country. Only then did Ruan Tianjiao agree to inherit the throne and become the empress. The Bright Flame country was bustling with activity as they prepared for the coronation ceremony. Lu Ming naturally would not interfere in these matters. To the Bright Flame country, he was just a passerby and would leave soon. Now, he only needed to wait for the 9 Nations Alliance before heading to the Time God Island to explore the sacred mountain of time. During this period of time, he quietly cultivated. However, not long after, a piece of news came. Luoshui country had mobilized a large army and boarded a warship to attack the Bright Flame country. The entire Bright Flame country was shocked. Luoshui country's national strength had always been above the Bright Flame country. They had always wanted to annex the Bright Flame country, and the 2 countries had been at war for the past few years. Ruan Tianjiao immediately gave the order to mobilize a large army to attack Luoshui country. Lu Ming also set off with the army. When they arrived at the northern part of the Bright Flame country, they saw a few huge warships flying towards them. In front of the warships, there was a large army riding on various types of strange beasts. The army looked powerful. Luo Shui country and the Bright Flame country have been on good terms for generations. However, such traitors have usurped the throne. Today, Luo Shui country is here to seek revenge from the Bright Flame country's ruler. A voice came from the army of Luo Shui country. How shameless! Yuan Tianjiao shook his head. Luo Shui country had been at war with the Bright Flame country for a long time. Luo Shui country had always been trying to invade the Bright Flame country. Now, in the mouth of Luo Shui country, it had become a good relationship between the two countries. If you want to find a reason to invade my country, you should find a better one. This reason is really laughable. Yuan Tianjiao's voice came out. Traitors, you still dare to be reasonable. Today is the day you die. Kill. Luo Shui country's commander gave the order. The army formed a battle formation and charged towards the Bright Flame country. Set up the formation and kill the enemy. Yuan Tianjiao gave the order. The divine WIRM army set up a large formation. Suddenly, a true dragon appeared and roared towards the sky. Such a large formation, Luo Shui country's commander was shocked. Boom! The armies of the two countries collided fiercely. Chapter 1948. The army was defeated like a landslide. The army of Luo Shui country had only clashed with the divine WIRM army a few times before they were torn apart. Their battle formation was also broken. Roar! The true dragon roared, and its huge dragon claw slammed down. A large number of soldiers were killed by the dragon claw, and blood filled the air. Run! The battle formation was broken, and it was even more impossible to defend against the divine WIRM army. Soldiers were killed continuously, and the remaining soldiers were scared out of their wits and fled frantically. Damn it, kill! A loud roar came from Luo Shui country, and an armored general rushed out, releasing a shocking aura. This person was an eminent saint stage powerhouse. Luo Shui country was much stronger than Bright Flame country. They had many supreme saints, unlike Bright Flame country, which only had one imperial advisor. Let me play with you. Lu Ming stepped out and then waved his hand. A huge palm formed and pressed down on the other party. Not good. The other party was scared out of his wits. He wanted to escape, but he was directly hit by the palm, and his body was torn into pieces. In the army, Yuan Tianjiao was secretly shocked. Lu Ming was simply unfathomable. He could kill a supreme saint expert with a raise of his hand. What kind of person was Lu Ming? Complete supreme saint? Or absolute saint? Yuan Tianjiao was curious, but then she shook her head. How could such a young absolute saint be possible? She estimated that Lu Ming's cultivation was at the peak of the supreme saint, or even at the complete supreme saint level. This was already very shocking. There was no suspense in this battle. Luo Shui country's army was defeated like a landslide, and almost all of them were wiped out. The remaining people either surrendered or fled. The few huge warships also belonged to Bright Flame country. When the news of the divine WIRM army defeating Luo Shui country spread, the whole country celebrated, and Yuan Tianjiao's reputation reached its peak. Taking this opportunity, Yuan Tianjiao ascended to the throne, becoming the only empress of Bright Flame country in so many years. In the following days, Lu Ming cultivated quietly. Time flew, and in the blink of an eye, another half a month had passed. At this time, it was finally the day of the 9 Countries Alliance. Shanghai was the name of this sea region. In this sea region, there were a total of 9 countries, known as the 9 Countries of Shanghai. Mingyan country and Luo Shui country were both part of the 9 countries of Shanghai. The purpose of this meeting was to select the candidates to go to the Divine Light Island. It was said that if one went to the Time Divine Island, there was a high chance that they would be accepted as a disciple by the Time Divine Island's experts. The Time God Island was the strongest power in the 10,000 Seas world. It was a holy land for cultivators. And this time, The location of the alliance meeting was in the capital of Blue Water Nation, one of the 9 nations. The Blue Water Nation was the strongest nation among the 9 nations and had always been the leader of the alliance of the 9 nations. Nguyen Tianjiao selected a group of experts and headed towards the Xianxia Nation with Lu Ming. 10 days later, they arrived at the capital of Blue Water Nation. A few days later, the 9-nation alliance officially started. In a square in front of the Blue Water Nation Imperial Palace, there were rows of tables and chairs. The monarchs of the 9 nations of the sea and some other experts were seated. The people of Blue Water Nation sat at the head of the table, representing their status as the leader of the alliance. All right, this time's alliance meeting is the same as before. It is to select the candidates to go to the Time Divine Island. The 9 nations only have a total of 100 spots. A deep voice came from the side of Blue Water Nation. It was the monarch of Blue Water Nation. He looked to be in his 50s and was burly. His aura was deep and strong, and he was full of majesty. In my opinion, there should only be 8 nations this time. The Bright Flame Nation is not qualified to participate in this alliance meeting and is not qualified to go to the Time Divine Island. A cold voice sounded from the right side. The one who spoke was a thin, middle-aged man. He was the monarch of Luo Nation. Luo Nation's meticulous plan of many years had been ruined. A few great saints had died consecutively, and their strength had weakened greatly. At this time, how could they not target the Bright Flame Nation? My Bright Flame Nation is not qualified to participate in the alliance meeting. Do you think you have the final say? Nguyen Tianjiao said coldly. That goes without saying. You, Nguyen Tianjiao, have the ambition of a wolf and rebelled. You killed the monarch of the Bright Flame Nation and replaced him. How could such a person be qualified to participate in the alliance meeting? The monarch of Luo Nation said coldly and continued to mock. The 9 nations of Blue Sea have a long history. Each nation's royal family has a noble bloodline. Who do you think you are? What qualifications do you have to rule the Bright Flame Nation? Ha! Your Luo Nation colluded with my Bright Flame Nation's imperial advisor to harm the previous monarch, causing the reputation of the Bright Flame Nation to be ruined. Later on, you wanted to harm me. How can I not resist? Nguyen Tianjiao sneered. A traitor is a traitor. No matter how much you say, you can't escape the fact that you are a traitor. The monarch of Luo Nation said coldly. He then looked at the monarch of Blue Water Nation and said, Brother Tsong, is Nguyen Tianjiao from the Bright Flame Nation qualified to participate in the alliance meeting? Is he qualified to go to the Time Divine Island? The monarch of Blue Water Nation said indifferently, the Time Divine Island is a sacred place. A traitor is indeed not qualified to go there. Everyone from the Bright Flame Nation, please return. The monarch of Blue Water Nation was obviously on the side of Luo Nation. This made Nguyen Tianjiao's face turn ugly. As for the people from the other nations, they looked on with gloating expressions. With the Bright Flame Nation leaving, they would have one less competitor. Naturally, they were happy to see that. Haha, what a joke. At this moment, Lu Ming smiled faintly. His disdainful voice spread across the entire place. Who do you think you are? When monarchs are speaking, when is it your turn to interrupt? The monarch of Luo Nation glanced at Lu Ming and scolded. However, Lu Ming did not even bother to look at the monarch of Luo Nation and treated him like air. What's so funny? The monarch of Blue Water Nation looked at Lu Ming and asked coldly. Speaking of traitors, which of the founders of the 9 nations is not a traitor? If they're not traitors, how can there be the 9 nations today? Lu Ming said faintly. Tens of thousands of years ago, there were no 9 nations in the Blue Sea region. There was only one nation, the Blue Sea Nation. At that time, the Blue Sea Nation ruled the current territory of the 9 nations. Later, the ancestors of the 9 nations rebelled together and destroyed the Blue Sea Nation. It could be said that the ancestors of the 9 nations were all traitors. How dare you? Presumptuous, you are courting death. How dare you insult the ancestors, kill without mercy? The monarchs roared, and their powerful auras shrouded Lu Ming. You are all traitors. What right do you have to speak about the Fire Nation? If the Bright Flame Nation is not qualified, then none of you are qualified. Lu Ming was still calm, and his voice was full of contempt. You are courting death. On the side of Blue Water Nation, an old man flew out. He did not hide his cold, murderous intent. A terrifying sword light bloomed from his hand and charged towards Lu Ming. This person had the cultivation of the perfect bright saint realm. Get lost, Lu Ming shouted. The old man's sword light collapsed, and his body shook violently. He flew back at a faster speed than when he came and vomited blood. The monarchs of the various nations and other experts all narrowed their eyes and showed a trace of seriousness. Chapter 1949. Especially the king of Luoshui country. He was even more shocked. Could it be that the deaths of several people from Luoshui country were caused by this person? For a moment, many experts seemed to have forgotten to speak. Lu Ming stood up and looked around. His eyes were as bright as the stars. He said, I'm too lazy to talk nonsense with you. Make a blood oath. From today onwards, the leader of the 9 countries of Sea Realm will be Ming Yin country, and Ruan Tianjiao will be the leader. The quota for the Time Island will be decided by Ming Yin country. After the incident with the Grand Master, Lu Ming understood that there was no need to listen to these people's nonsense. It was purely a waste of time to talk nonsense with them. It was better to use force to intimidate them. Huh? When Lu Ming's voice fell, the people from the other 8 countries were stunned. They looked at Lu Ming in a daze, as if they were looking at a fool. If this wasn't a fool, then what was? He directly asked them to make a blood oath to elect Ming Yin country as the leader and let Ming Yin country arrange the quota for the Divine Light Island. This was simply ridiculous. It was the biggest joke in the world. Did Lu Ming think that he was invincible just because he could injure a great sage with a shout? It was simply ridiculous. Especially the people from Xianxia country. Their faces were particularly gloomy. The leader of the 9 countries had always been Xianxia country. What was Ming Yin country trying to do? They wanted to usurp the position of the leader of the 9 countries? They were courting death. In my opinion, this kid is completely crazy. He is spouting nonsense here. Ming Yin country is hopeless. Why don't we just send an expert to destroy Ming Yin country and support another person to rule Ming Yin country? The king of Luoshui country said coldly. So much nonsense. In that case, I announce that Luoshui country is out. They are not qualified to participate in the 9 countries alliance and are not qualified to set foot on the Time Island. Get lost. Lu Ming glanced at Luoshui country and said coldly. Once again, everyone looked at Lu Ming as if they were looking at a fool, especially the people from Luoshui country. You don't want to leave? If you don't want to leave, then get rid of them. Lu Ming said coldly. As his voice fell, he stepped in the direction of Luoshui country. Arrogant, kill him. The king of Luoshui country coldly shouted. Immediately, a few experts charged out from behind him. 2 great sage, small mastery, and 3 bright sage, great perfection. These were the only top experts left in Luoshui country. The 5 great experts joined forces, and their aura was astonishing. They wanted to kill Lu Ming in one fell swoop. That kid is dead for sure. Some of the monarchs had a cold smile on their faces, but in the next moment, the cold smile on their faces disappeared and was replaced by astonishment, extreme astonishment. Lu Ming punched out, causing the void to tremble violently. The air was compressed together and then exploded, forming a terrifying fist force. The power of the fist crushed through, and the 5 cultivators from Luoshui country exploded into pieces. Not even their bones remained. Hiss, 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 gas could be heard one after another. Everyone's expression stiffened. No. After a long while, King Luoshui let out a miserable scream. These 5 people were the 5 strongest people in Luoshui country. With the death of these 5 people, Luoshui country's strength would rapidly decrease, becoming the weakest country among the 9 countries. Sooner or later, it would be annexed by other countries. His heart ached so much that it was bleeding. But when he saw Lu Ming continue to step toward him, he was terrified and shouted, "Brother Tsang, help! This person is lawless. You must get rid of him." "Stop!" King Xianxia roared. But Lu Ming didn't seem to hear him. He took a step forward and appeared beside King Luo Shui country. The king of Luo Shui wanted to escape, but Lu Ming took a step forward. The king of Luo Shui screamed miserably as Lu Ming stomped on his face. He spat out mouthfuls of blood and convulsed continuously. "How dare you? Kill him!" King Xianxia country was furious. He had already asked Lu Ming to stop, but Lu Ming ignored him. "Kill! Kill!" Two loud shouts came from Xianxia country. Two figures stepped out, and a terrifying aura bloomed in the void. "Peak Great Sage and Perfected Great Sage," someone exclaimed and was shocked. The people from other countries were trembling in their hearts. Xianxia country was worthy of being the leader of the 9 countries. For tens of thousands of years, it had been firmly sitting on the throne of the 9 countries. Its strength was amazing. The moment it attacked, it was a peak great sage. Such an expert was enough to destroy a small country. Yuan Tianjiao and the others from Bright Flame country couldn't help but feel nervous. Although Lu Ming was powerful, was he a match for a peak great sage expert? But in the face of such an expert, they were powerless and could only watch helplessly. The 2 experts from Xianxia country approached Lu Ming at an extremely fast speed. "Let go of King Luo Shui." The great sage peak powerhouse bellowed and pointed his finger in the air. A terrifying finger force pierced toward Lu Ming's glabella. "You're courting death," Lu Ming said coldly, and then threw out another punch. This punch was more terrifying than the previous one. The void trembled as the pressure crushed down. The peak great sage expert's body exploded, along with the other great sage expert behind him, who was in the great mastery of the great sage realm. Both of them were killed instantly. At this moment, the hearts and bodies of everyone present were trembling uncontrollably. Everyone's gaze was fixed on Lu Ming, and they could not shift their gaze away. One punch, another punch. The Great Sage Peak Powerhouse was smashed into pieces, just like the Great Sage Initial Mastery Powerhouse previously. It was as if there was no difference in the cultivation level of those people in Lu Ming's hands. Strong, too strong. Lu Ming is too strong. Beside Yuan Tianjiao, several of his subordinates were trembling. It was unknown whether they were excited or agitated. "Lu Ming, where is your limit?" Yuan Tianjiao's voice was also trembling. The more time she spent with Lu Ming, the more she realized that Lu Ming was unfathomable. It was as if Lu Ming's combat strength was limitless. Ever since she met Lu Ming, no matter what kind of opponent he faced, Lu Ming was always calm and collected. He did not even need to use a second move to kill his opponent. The king of Luo Shui country trembled under Lu Ming's feet and broke out in cold sweat. At this moment, he was almost scared to death. What kind of terrifying monster was this? There was no way he could resist. "I surrender. I swear to follow the Bright Flame country for the rest of my life and serve them as the leader." The king of Luo Shui country shouted, afraid that Lu Ming would trample him to death. Lu Ming did not even look at him. He looked at Xianxia country and said, "It seems that Xianxia country also wants to be eliminated. I'll fulfill your wish." After saying that, he stepped out and headed toward Xianxia country. The king of Xianxia country turned pale. A peak great sage expert was the strongest expert in Xianxia country, but in front of Lu Ming, he could not withstand a single blow and was instantly killed. "Lu Ming, you'd better quit while you're ahead. Otherwise, it won't be good for either of us," the king of Xianxia country said. "Is that so? I'm a little curious. Why won't you let me benefit?" Lu Ming continued to step forward with a faint smile on his face. Chapter 1950. The ruler of Xianxia nation bowed to the 2 old men sitting behind him. His respectful attitude stunned everyone. Xianxia country was ranked first among the 9 nations of Xi. He was also the most powerful person in the 9 nations of Xi. Who could make him bow so low? The crowd's gazes all landed on the 2 old men. However, the expressions of the two old men were extremely ugly. Lu Ming smiled faintly. He looked at the two elders and said, "Are you sure you want to fight?" The two elders forced a smile and stood up to cup their fists at Lu Ming. One of them said, "Young Master Lu, you must be joking. How would we dare to fight with you?" That's right. The two elders were outsiders. When they first arrived, they appeared on the same island as Lu Ming. They had seen Lu Ming kill the Emperor-to-be of the Golden Crow clan with their own eyes. They were only in the complete absolute saint realm. How would they dare to fight with Lu Ming? Wouldn't that be courting death? The attitude of the two elders made the Lord of Xianxia country stiffen. He looked at the two elders in disbelief. The two elders had appeared in Xianxia country some time ago. The strength they displayed was earth-shattering and unfathomable. The Lord of Xianxia country was shocked and regarded as an almighty. However, such people were trembling in fear in front of Lu Ming. How could this be? Who was that young man? The Lord of Xianxia country's heart sank. You want to go to the sacred mountain of time as well, right? Lu Ming asked. The two elders nodded. Very well. Now, kill them, and I'll give you 2 places. Lu Ming said coldly, pointing at the Lord of Xianxia country and the experts. The Lord of Xianxia country's expression changed drastically. He shouted, "Senior, no. Kill! Kill!" The two elders looked at each other and then attacked the Lord of Xianxia country and the others. The Lord of Xianxia country and the experts were unable to resist the attacks of the complete absolute Saint Realm experts. They were killed immediately. Even the Supreme Saints were unable to resist. In the blink of an eye, the Lord of Blueswater Nation and the experts of Blueswater Nation were all killed. Only a few of the weaker ones were left, trembling with pale faces. So powerful! The people from the other countries were shocked when they saw the two elders. They were too powerful. The cultivation of the two elders was unfathomable. Xianxia country had many supreme saints, but they were unable to fight back against the two elders. Lord, many people's hearts trembled, and they began to sweat. Yuan Tianjiao and the people from Bright Flame Country were also shocked. What is Lu Ming's identity? Even the two elders were so respectful to Lu Ming. Lu Ming was becoming more and more mysterious in their eyes. I said that Bright Flame Country will be the alliance leader of the 9 countries. The quota for the Time God Island will be decided by Bright Flame Country. Do you have any objections? Lu Ming said faintly as he glanced at the crowd. No objections. None at all. Young Master Lu is unparalleled in the world. No one has ever been able to surpass him. I will be the first to punish anyone who dares to object. The Lord of Luoxue Country finally seized the opportunity and was the first to shout, flattering Lu Ming. Many people cursed the Lord of Luoxue Country for being shameless. He had mocked Lu Ming and said that he was a fool. Now, he was praising Lu Ming. No objections. Bright Flame Country thinks that they have some strength and are overbearing. They should have given up the alliance leader position long ago. That's right. The Bright Flame Country is suitable for the alliance leader position. The quota for the Time God Island will also be decided by Bright Flame Country. The other monarchs of the 7 countries spoke one after another, flattering Lu Ming. What a joke. With Lu Ming's strength, how would they dare to disagree? In the martial arts world, no matter where it was, there was only one rule. The weak were prey to the strong. Only strength was the truth. Make a blood oath. Otherwise, when I leave, who knows if you will attack Bright Flame Country? Lu Ming said faintly. We dare not. We dare not. Whoever dares to attack Bright Flame Country, I will fight him to the death. The monarchs expressed their stance and made a blood oath to wholeheartedly support Bright Flame Country as the alliance leader. At this moment, their lives were more important, and they did not dare to have any objections. Yuan Tianjiao sat on the throne of the alliance leader of the 9 countries in a daze. During this period, she felt like she was in a dream. First, he sat on the throne of Bright Flame Country. Then, he sat on the throne of the alliance leader of the 9 countries. If she did not experience it herself, she would not have believed it. Lu Ming, who are you? Yuan Tianjiao whispered. She felt emotional. That day, She had relied on her intuition to keep Lu Ming by her side. It was the best decision she had made in her life. It was also the most important decision. Otherwise, she would have been framed and killed by the Grandmaster. What happened next was simple. Yuan Tianjiao sat on the throne of the Alliance leader. She chose a prince with a weaker cultivation in Xianxia country and supported him to sit on the throne. This person naturally listened to Yuan Tianjiao's orders. Then, she began to choose the candidates to go to the Time God Island. After everything was done, they stayed in Xianxia country and waited for the arrival of the messenger of the Time God Island. In a huge courtyard, Lu Ming and Yuan Tianjiao were drinking. Tianjiao, your spiritual body, should be an inferior heaven spiritual body. Lu Ming said. Yes. Yuan Tianjiao nodded. Yuan Tianjiao's spiritual body was extremely rare in the 9 countries of the sea. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to cultivate to the great sage realm at such a young age and be known as the goddess of war of the country of brightness. I have a treasure that can help your spiritual body evolve, but how much you can gain depends on you. Lu Ming said. He planned to use the great pill furnace to help Yuan Tianjiao refine her spiritual body. It was fate that brought them together. He wanted to help Yuan Tianjiao improve her strength as much as possible. Otherwise, when he left, Yuan Tianjiao's strength wouldn't be enough to deter the experts of other countries. It can help my spiritual body evolve? Yuan Tianjiao was shocked. There was actually such a treasure in this world. Lu Ming smiled and waved his hand. The great pill furnace appeared and landed on the ground. The process of refining with alchemy fire will be very painful. If you can't bear it, tell me. Lu Ming said. What's the point of pain? Yuan Tianjiao smiled and entered the great pill furnace. Lu Ming waved his hand and threw in a large number of sacred herbs to help Yuan Tianjiao refine her spiritual body. Yuan Tianjiao's willpower was very strong. She persevered until the end every time. Chapter 1951. After Yuan Tianjiao broke through, Lu Ming gave her 2 absolute sacred weapons. Only then did Lu Ming feel at ease. With Yuan Tianjiao's current cultivation of the great sage small mastery, coupled with the mid-level heavenly spiritual body and the ultimate holy weapon, he was able to contend with a great sage pinnacle elite. In the 9 nations of the sea, there was no one who could match him. It was enough to intimidate other nations and secure the throne of the Alliance Master. Half a month later, a warship broke through the sky and stopped above the capital of Xianxia Nation. The emissary of the Time God Island had arrived. The 100 people who were going to the Time God Island were ready. Most of them were young people. It was said that those who went to the Time God Island could receive guidance from the powerful existences there. If they were lucky, they could even be taken in as a disciple and stay there to cultivate. Yuan Tianjiao was also one of the candidates. She was a rare genius and naturally did not want to miss the opportunity to go to the Time God Island. Everyone boarded the warship. Then, the warship broke through the sky and disappeared into the sea of the 9 nations of the sea. The warship was astonishingly fast. It was like a ray of light that cut through the void. Standing on the warship, looking at the boundless sea below, it disappeared into the distance in an instant. This time, after flying for more than 10 days, the speed of the warship suddenly slowed down. We're about to reach the Time God Island. The emissary of the Time God Island said. We're about to reach? Everyone was stunned because when they looked around, there was no sign of the island. At a glance, there was only the boundless sea. There was no island at all. Buzz! At that moment, the warship vibrated slightly as if it had passed through some kind of barrier. In the next moment, everyone widened their eyes in surprise. This was because a huge island had appeared in the sky ahead of them. This island was actually floating in the air. A floating island. So there's a formation here. Lu Ming smiled slightly. This sea region was set up with a powerful formation. Without special means, one could not enter or see the Time God Island. No wonder there was a rumor that without the emissary of the Time God Island, no one could find the Time God Island. The warship flew into the Time God Island and stopped in an open space. Everyone got off the warship. Come with me. I'll bring you to your residence. In a few days, there will be expert from the Time God Island who will test you." After saying this, the emissary flew forward. Everyone followed him, and before long, they arrived at a place filled with palaces. At a glance, there were many huge palaces. Each palace was separated by a certain distance, and it was quite luxurious. Every palace here is marked with a name. You 9 nations of the sea live in a palace. Go and find it yourselves. The emissary left behind these words, and then rose into the air, leaving this place. Everyone descended and began to search the numerous palaces. Canine, Sea, 6 nations. The 3 kingdoms of Ming Sea. Xianling Kingdom. They saw that there were different signs outside the different halls. Not long after, they arrived at a palace. Written on the door of the palace were the words, 9 kingdoms in the sea. They had arrived at their palace. However, the entrance to the palace was open. This caused them to be slightly stunned. Logically speaking, since they hadn't moved in yet, the door should be closed. Everyone's curiosity was piqued as they walked in. As soon as they walked in, they saw a few figures sitting in the courtyard, drinking tea. When they saw Lu Ming and the others enter, they looked at them with sharp gazes. "This is where we live. Get out of here." A tall young man waved his hand casually, as if he was shooing a group of country bumpkins away. His tone made the faces of the people from the 9 nations of the sea turn ugly. "Everyone, it clearly says that this is the palace of the 9 nations of the sea. Did you come to the wrong place?" Ruan Tianjiao cupped his fists and said, "Do you think I'm blind? Of course, I know that this is the palace of the 9 nations of the sea. But now, it belongs to Xianling Kingdom. There are too many of us, and the original palace can't accommodate all of us. As for you, you can find a place to stay in the wilderness." The tall young man said casually. The faces of Ruan Tianjiao and the others turned ugly. However, at the same time, they were also shocked. Xianling High Nation. Those that could be called a high nation were all extremely powerful nations that ruled over a vast territory. Even if the 9 nations of the sea were to join forces, they would still be a far cry from them. "Everyone, this is the palace that the Time God Island assigned to the 9 nations of the sea. It's not good for you to occupy it like this. If we report this to the Time God Island, even Xianling Kingdom will have a hard time explaining themselves." Ruan Tianjiao said with a sullen face. "Are you threatening me?" The tall young man's eyes flashed sharply as he stared at Ruan Tianjiao. "I wouldn't dare," Ruan Tianjiao said. "If you don't dare, then get lost." The tall young man scolded. "Then we can only look for the emissary of the Time God Island." Ruan Tianjiao said coldly and turned to leave. "How dare you?" The tall young man shouted and suddenly stood up. A powerful aura spread out as he scolded. "You're really shameless. How dare you threaten me in the 9 nations of the sea, a trashy sea region?" With every sentence, the tall young man took a step forward. His aura grew stronger and stronger, and many people from the 9 nations of the sea turned ugly. The Great Saint Realm. The tall young man looked so young, but he had already reached the Great Saint Realm. It was really shocking. No wonder he was from Xianling Kingdom. The tall young man's eyes were indifferent. He glanced at Ruan Tianjiao and said, "Woman, you look good. I'll give you a chance. Kneel down and admit your mistake. Then, serve me for a few days, and I'll let this matter go." Damn it. Some of the young men from Bright Flame Country were furious. It was the other party who had occupied their residence. Ruan Tianjiao had only said that he wanted to look for the emissary of the Time God Temple, but the other party was so aggressive. He wanted Ruan Tianjiao to kneel down and admit her mistake, and even wanted her to serve him for a few days. What did they do wrong? It was the other party's fault. "What did you say? You're courting death." The tall young man looked at the young man from Bright Flame Country with a sharp gaze. He then took a step forward and pounced on the young man from Bright Flame Country at lightning speed. A terrifying saber light slashed at the young man. It was a killing move. If it hit, the young man would die without a doubt. The tall young man was too overbearing. He wanted to kill just because of a disagreement. At that moment, Ruan Tianjiao moved. The sword light in his hand bloomed and slashed at the tall young man's saber light. Clang! The saber and sword collided. The tall young man's body shook, and he took a few steps back. Ruan Tianjiao had blocked the attack. "How dare you fight back? I'll kill you first," the tall young man shouted coldly. A shocking attack burst out and charged at Ruan Tianjiao. In an instant, he slashed out hundreds of times. Layers of saber light enveloped Ruan Tianjiao. However, Ruan Tianjiao was calm. A dragon's roar came from his body. He slashed out with his sword, and his sword light turned into a huge dragon shadow. Chapter 1952. In just one move, the tall youth was at a disadvantage and spat out a mouthful of blood. The tall youth's cultivation was the same as Ruan Tianjiao's. He was also a great sage minor perfection. However, the tall youth's spiritual body was only an inferior heaven spiritual body, while Ruan Tianjiao's current spiritual body was an intermediate heaven spiritual body. Naturally, he was no match for him. "You're courting death," the tall youth roared, his eyes filled with murderous intent. An ant from the 9 nations in the sea had injured him. It was unforgivable. Previously, he was still high and mighty, looking down on the people of the 9 nations in the sea. But now, he was injured by Ruan Tianjiao. If he had been defeated by someone of the older generation, it would still be acceptable. However, Ruan Tianjiao appeared to be even younger than him. This made him feel as if he had lost all face. "Kill! All of you must die today." The tall youth roared and charged at Ruan Tianjiao again. But after a few moves, he was defeated by Ruan Tianjiao. "How dare you injure the genius of the Xianling exalted nation? You deserve to die." On the other side, the few people who were with the tall youth stood up with cold faces. Whoosh! Whoosh! Figures kept rushing out of the palace. Among them, there were a few old men with violent and powerful auras. "I told you to get lost. You're courting death." One of the elders stepped toward Ruan Tianjiao with a cold face. His terrifying aura forced Ruan Tianjiao to retreat. "An absolute saint." Ruan Tianjiao's voice interrupted. The other people of the 9 nations in the sea were also shocked. The strength of the Xianling exalted nation was too strong. Even an absolute saint had come. "Let me do it," Lu Ming said. He took a step forward and appeared in front of Ruan Tianjiao, blocking his aura. At this moment, Lu Ming was speechless. Why was it that no matter where he went, he would always run into such arrogant idiots? In fact, there were many such people in this world. With some power and status, they would look down on those of lower status and feel superior in front of those of lower status. But once they met someone of higher status, they would immediately put on a humble front. There were too many such people. Looking at Lu Ming's back, Ruan Tianjiao suddenly calmed down. "I'll give you one last chance. Get lost," Lu Ming said calmly. "Little bastard, are you crazy? Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." There was a cold glint in the eyes of the holy elder as he struck his palm toward Lu Ming. As the palm struck down, the space howled madly. The people from the Xianling nation smiled proudly. With this attack, Lu Ming would definitely die. They could almost see the scene of Lu Ming being killed. But in the next moment, their smiles froze. Lu Ming stretched out a hand and grabbed the old man's hand. The old man's hand stopped in the air. The old man's expression changed. He became a little frightened because no matter how much saint power he unleashed, Lu Ming's palm did not move at all. How is this possible? He was a paragon saint, a high and mighty paragon saint. How old was Lu Ming? How could he have such strength? "I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. How sad," Lu Ming said coldly. He unleashed his saint power and flung the old man out. The old man's body was flung out and landed heavily on the ground. The earth rumbled and the floor cracked. The old man's body was embedded in a huge pit, twitching nonstop. Everyone's expression froze. Even though the people from the 9 nations of the sea knew that Lu Ming's strength was unfathomable, they were still shocked to witness a legendary absolute sage being smashed to the ground by Lu Ming so easily. The scene was too shocking. The tall young man from the Xianling nation was pale and trembling. He could not believe that there was such an expert in the 9 nations of the sea who could defeat a paragon saint in one move. Bam! Lu Ming stepped forward and stomped on the old man's body. The terrifying power shattered the old man's saint heart. With his saint heart shattered, his cultivation was destroyed. The holy elder let out a cry of despair. "You're courting death." Another old man from the Xianxia nation shouted. His voice spread far and wide. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the next moment, there were sounds of people flying through the air and arriving. These were the powerful figures of Xianling Heavenly Nation. Previously, they had stayed in their own palaces and did not stay here. At this moment, all of them had rushed over. After learning that Lu Ming had crippled an absolute saint, they were shocked and exuded a cold, murderous intent. "How dare you offend the Xianling Nation? Kill him!" An old woman with white hair shouted. Her killing intent was as sharp as a knife. The Xianling Nation was one of the most powerful nations in the Infinite Seas realm. They were one of the few great nations. Apart from the Time Island, they could dominate the Infinite Seas realm. But now, a mere 9 nations of the sea dared to destroy someone from the Xianling Nation. They were courting death. In an instant, at least 10 Sage Realm powerhouses released their auras. The terrifying pressure pressed toward Lu Ming. The 2 old men from the 9 nations of the sea shook their heads speechlessly. They knew Lu Ming's strength. How dare the Xianling Nation treat Lu Ming with such an attitude? They were courting death. They could already see the miserable state of the Xianling Nation. Kill! The white-haired old woman took the lead and launched a terrifying attack at Lu Ming. At the same time, the other Paragon Saints attacked as well. More than 10 attacks flew toward Lu Ming. They wanted to crush Lu Ming with one attack. "You asked for it," Lu Ming said indifferently. Then he punched out. The space shook and formed a terrifying force that destroyed all the attacks of the Paragon Saints. How is this possible? All the experts of the Xianling Nation were shocked. He destroyed more than 10 Paragon Saints attacks with one attack. What kind of strength was this? Oh no, they were shocked. They had a bad feeling. Some of them even retreated, but it was too late. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming waved his fist continuously. Streams of fist force rushed out, crushing those people with irresistible force. Bang! 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 The Paragon Saints didn't even have time to scream before they were blown into the air. Not even ashes were left. In an instant, only the white-haired old woman remained out of the dozen or so absolute saints. At this moment, the old woman was terrified. She ran away frantically. "Stop!" At this moment, a loud shout came from afar. It was filled with anger. But Lu Ming didn't seem to hear it. He punched out again. The old woman exploded. Her body and soul were destroyed. The surroundings fell into a dead silence. Everyone looked at Lu Ming in shock. More than 10 Paragon Saints were killed in an instant. This was too terrifying. "Lu Ming, where is your limit?" Ruan Tianjiu seemed to be numb. He only smiled bitterly and was curious. "How dare you?" Chapter 1953. More than 10 figures appeared, and they were led by a young man in a golden robe. Big Brother. The tall young man from Xianling High Country was overjoyed when he saw the young man. His big brother had finally arrived. His big brother had come to Time Spiritual Island 6 years ago and had been accepted as a disciple by one of the sacred emperors of Time Spiritual Island. He had a high status in Time Spiritual Island. He was relieved that his big brother had arrived. Not good. Ruan Tianjiao's face changed drastically when he saw the young man. Lu Ming. He is wearing a golden robe, and there's a picture of the River of Time on his sleeves. That is the symbol of a core disciple of Time Spiritual Island. Ruan Tianjiao quickly sent a message to Lu Ming. A core disciple of Time Spiritual Island was the highest-ranking disciple in Time Spiritual Island. There were only a few core disciples in Time Spiritual Island, and they had a high status. The young man was obviously from Xianling High Country. This was troublesome. Xianxuan was the young man's name. Xianxuan was furious, and he was filled with killing intent. He had come out of seclusion today and wanted to see the people from Xianling High Country. His younger brother had come as well. However, he had not expected to see Lu Ming killing the experts from Xianling High Country. More than 10 absolute saints. Even Xianling High Country could not afford to lose them. That was more than half of the experts in Xianling High Country. Brat, I'll make sure you die a horrible death. And all of you from the 9 nations of the sea will die. Xianxuan stared coldly at Lu Ming. He wanted to cut Lu Ming into pieces. You people from Xianling High Country occupied our palace. You people from Xianling High Country attacked us first. How can we not fight back? Ruan Tianjiao shouted. Shut up. Xianxuan shouted and his eyes turned cold. So what? Even if we occupied your palace and wanted to kill you first, so what? You should not have fought back. If you fought back, you would have died. Xianxuan was overbearing. He did not care about the cause and process. He only cared about the result. If the experts from Xianling High Country were killed, Lu Ming and the others would die. Big brother, you must avenge the elders, the tall young man shouted. Don't worry, Xianxuan said coldly. The 9 nations of the sea are lawless. They openly killed the experts of other nations on the space-time island. All of them deserve the death penalty. Kill them all. Yes. A few people walked out from behind Xianxuan. A terrifying aura was released. These people were all at the peak of the absolute saint realm. These people were all experts from the Time God Island. Their expressions were cold, and they didn't care about who was right and who was wrong. If Xianxuan said to kill, they would kill. Xianxuan's position in the Time Divine Island was extraordinary. He was loved by many saint emperors. His words were the law and the truth. The faces of the 9 nations of the sea, including Nguyen Tianjiao, turned sour. The Time God Island wasn't like the other countries. They were the strongest group in the Milky Way world. They had many saint emperors. If they offended the Time God Island, the 9 countries of Songhai would be eliminated. Lu Ming also frowned slightly. He was not afraid of himself, but he was worried that he would implicate the 9 nations of the sea. Kneel down and accept your punishment, a peak absolute saint said coldly. He slapped down, and a huge palm was formed, pressing down on Lu Ming. Lu Ming punched out and destroyed the huge palm. Xianxuan's eyes narrowed. Lu Ming's combat power was very strong. He could even block a perfected absolute saint. Is he also from the outer world? Xianxuan's heart jumped. With his status, he naturally knew many things that others didn't. During this period of time, many experts had suddenly appeared in the 10,000 Seas world. Each and every one of them had a profound cultivation base and powerful battle prowess. Many of them weren't any weaker than the Time Divine Emperor. He had heard from some elders that these people might have come from the outer world. At first, he was extremely shocked. If Lu Ming was also from the outer world, things would be difficult. Xianxuan frowned. The people of the Xianling kingdom can't die in vain. Xianxuan clenched his fists tightly. So what if he was from the outer world? The Time Divine Island would not be afraid. Let's attack together. With a wave of his hand, a few perfected absolute saint cultivators charged toward Lu Ming again. All of them used their killing moves. You're the ones who want to die, Lu Ming said coldly. He had already backed down and didn't fight back. However, they were obviously pushing their luck. He knew that backing down was useless against such people. He had to use force to make them fear him. Bang! Lu Ming stepped forward and rushed up. He punched out, and a phantom of the suppressing hell steel appeared, pressing down on a peak absolute saint. The expert's attack instantly collapsed under the phantom of the suppressing hell steel. As the phantom of the suppressing hell steel pressed down, the expert screamed and his body was torn apart. Then, Lu Ming punched out again and killed another peak absolute saint. How is this possible? Xianxuan shouted. Lu Ming's battle strength was too terrifying. He could even kill a peak absolute saint. The tall young man and the others from the Xianling kingdom all paled. In their eyes, Lu Ming was a god of death. Release the signal. Release the signal. Gather all the experts on the Time Divine Island. Xianxuan shouted as he retreated. Kill! Lu Ming stepped into the air and charged towards Xianxuan. Since he had attacked, he would kill them all. Lu Ming, it's you. Kill! At this moment, a roar sounded. Then, a terrifying sword light slashed from afar. It was so terrifying that it seemed like it was going to split the Time Divine Island in half. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. An absolute saint battlesword appeared in his hand, and he slashed out. Boom! Intense explosions and boundless sword chi spread out in all directions. Whoosh! In the distance, there was a flash of light, and a middle-aged man appeared in the air. Spots of light lit up on his body, and hundreds of saint weapons floated around him. At the same time, a river of laws surrounded him. The Wan clan. Lu Ming squinted his eyes. It seemed like many experts who had entered the 10,000 Seas realm had come to the Time Divine Island like him. They were obviously here to explore the Time Divine Mountain. The River of Laws. That's the Sacred Emperor. Oh my God, the Sacred Emperor has appeared. Could it be the Sacred Emperor of the Time Divine Island? Exclamations sounded. In the 10,000 Seas realm, the Boundary Emperor was known as the Sacred Emperor. They were the strongest experts in the 10,000 Seas realm. Because there was no martial emperor in the 10,000 Seas realm, the Immortal realm was only a legend. Ruan Tianjiao and the others were also shocked. Now that the Sacred Emperor had appeared, would Lu Ming be able to defeat him? Roar! At this moment, a shocking roar sounded. In the distance, a giant wolf that was as big as a mountain stepped through the air. This giant wolf was also surrounded by the River of Laws. Whoosh! Chapter 1954. The Quasi-Emperors of the Heavenly Wolf Pagoda and the Purple Extreme Sect are all here. Lu Ming muttered with narrowed eyes. The three Quasi-Emperors stood in three different directions, surrounding Lu Ming in the middle. The many people of the 10,000 Seas realm's small nations in the surroundings were shocked. Three holy emperors appeared. Furthermore, based on the situation, they all showed hostility to Lu Ming. These holy emperors do not look like they are from the Time Divine Island. That's right. I have never heard of a huge wolf becoming a holy emperor in the Time Divine Island. Many people discussed in whispers. The people of the 9 nations of the 10,000 Seas paled. So many holy emperors wanted to deal with Lu Ming. As for Xianxia, he rejoiced. He roared, "Quickly send the signal and gather the deity island's experts." Whoosh! An expert beside Xianxia waved his hand, and a beam of light soared into the sky, forming a long river of time. Everyone on the Time Divine Island could see it. Xianxuan's words caused the hearts of the crowd to tremble violently once again. Based on Xianxuan's words, these holy emperors were not from the Time Divine Island. However, aside from the Time Divine Island, no other faction in the 10,000 Seas realm had holy emperors. Furthermore, 3 of them appeared at once. Ga! Ao! Just at this moment, a few sharp cries rang out. A huge 3-legged golden crow appeared in the sky. Aside from that, there was also a huge silver-white wolf. All of them were quasi-emperors. Many experts from the various factions entered the lotus flower world. Naturally, there were more than 1 or 2 quasi-emperors. That is a 3-legged golden crow. The legendary holy beast, the 3-legged golden crow. Someone exclaimed. In the 10,000 Seas realm, the 3-legged golden crow was a legendary holy beast that had never appeared before. Today, one actually appeared. Huh, so this is Lu Ming? A cold voice came from a gust of wind. Lu Ming, you have been hiding for so long. Today you'll die. Hand over the Heavenly Emperor's sword. Another voice came from the other side. The Hung clan's people. Lu Ming muttered, revealing intense murderous intent in his eyes. It seemed that almost all of his enemies had arrived today. At the same time, whether it was the people from the 9 nations of the sea, the Xianling heavenly nation, or the other nations, they were all stunned. 9 saint emperors. A total of 9 saint emperors surrounded Lu Ming. They were all hostile towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming. There was deep worry in Ruan Tianjiao's eyes. At that moment, several figures flew out from the Time Spiritual Island, each of them emitting powerful auras. The experts from the Time God Island had arrived. Xianxuan, what happened? An elder asked. He looked at the quasi-emperor of the Golden Crow tribe and the others with a solemn expression. It's that brat. He killed the people of our time, Divine Island. How lawless. Xianxia pointed at Lu Ming, talking coldly. How dare you kill the people of the Time Island? How dare you? The old man coldly shouted. Together with the other two powerhouses, they stepped towards Lu Ming. Around their bodies, the same river of laws appeared. Saint Emperors, more Saint Emperors. A total of 12 Saint Emperors surrounded Lu Ming. Ha! This brat actually has so many enemies. He is dead meat. Xianxia laughed in his heart. As for the people from the smaller nations, they were all confused. Everything that had happened today was beyond their imagination. Aside from the time Divine Island, where did so many Saint Emperors come from? Lu Ming, hand over the Heavenly Emperor's sword. The Saint Emperor of the Hung clan shouted coldly. If you want it, come and get yourself. Lu Ming said coldly. The saint force in his body circulated crazily, pushing his strength to the maximum. It seemed like he had to fight today. Young Master Xinghe once said that he would kill you personally. Today, I will be the one to kill you. The quasi-emperor of the Hung clan said coldly. He was the first to attack. A pale white sword radiance bloomed and slashed towards Lu Ming. Hundreds of acupuncture points on Lu Ming's body lit up. Hundreds of saint weapons flew out, and the aura of the weapons soared to the sky. Whoosh! With a thought from Lu Ming, a supreme saint battle sword flew towards the sword light of the quasi-emperor of the Hung clan. Dang! The battle sword vibrated and was knocked back. However, it managed to block the other party's sword. Lu Ming is cunning and treacherous. There's no need to talk about rules with him. Let's attack together. The quasi-emperor of the Wan clan shouted and attacked as well. The aura of the boundless saint weapons gathered and sent out a vast sword light towards Lu Ming's throat. This was a rare opportunity in the world of the lotus flower. They could use this opportunity to kill Lu Ming. If they left the world of the lotus flower, it would be difficult to kill Lu Ming. Furthermore, if they sent out an expert, the Great Pill Development Palace's Uncle Kong would probably make a move. Uncle Kong would not be able to say anything if Xiao Chan was killed while searching for treasures in the world of the lotus flower. If you want to work together, just say it. Why do you need to make it sound so dignified? Lu Ming smiled coldly and punched. The image of the hell, suppressing steel, appeared and flew towards the quasi-emperor of the Wan clan. Dong! The hell, suppressing steel image trembled with the might of suppressing the heavens. It struck the quasi-emperor of the Wan clan's saint weapons, causing the quasi-emperor's saint weapons to tremble and retreat several steps. Kill! A roar rang out. The two quasi-emperor level huge wolves of the Heavenly Wolf Pagoda also attacked. They howled crazily, their roars shaking the heavens as they launched a horrifying attack at Lu Ming. Following that, the quasi-emperors of the Golden Crow race, the Purple Extreme Sect, and the Wind race attacked at the same time. 9 quasi-emperors attacked at the same time. Their auras were startling, as if they could blow up the world. The boundless pressure forced the surrounding spectators to retreat continuously. The people of the profound Spirit Nation and the 9 nations of the Blue Sea frantically retreated. That pressure was too strong. If they were too close, they would probably explode from the pressure. Is this the strength of a sage emperor? The moment they attack, they have the power to shock the heavens. How horrifying! Such a thought appeared in many people's minds. Then, they looked at the figures surrounded by the many quasi-emperors. In the face of so many attacks, could he still block them all? Good timing! Lu Ming roared. His forehead lit up, and the Great Pill Derivation Cauldron appeared. It rapidly enlarged and shot backward. At the same time, he circulated the Primal Chaos Tribulation finger and jabbed 5 fingers forward. Whoosh! Whoosh! The 5 huge fingers were like the fingers of a deity. They tore through the air and attacked the 5 quasi-emperor experts. Boom! Boom! Continuous explosions rang out as the 5 Primal Chaos Tribulation fingers exploded. However, they managed to block the other party's attacks. Behind, the Great Pill Derivation Cauldron also blocked the attacks of the other 4 quasi-emperors. The Great Pill Derivation Cauldron trembled and flew back above Lu Ming's head. Lu Ming's body trembled, and his complexion paled somewhat. Although Xiao Qian's combat prowess was strong, he could defeat any one of the 9 quasi-emperors. He could even kill them. However, when 9 quasi-emperors attacked together, Xiao Qian's strength was insufficient. After all, the other party had 9 quasi-emperors. With 9 quasi-emperors working together, Xiao Qian was no match for them. His body trembled, and his qi and blood surged. However, when the others saw this scene, they felt nothing but shock. How can this be? The profound Spirit Nation's people and Xianxia could not help goggling, filled with disbelief. Chapter 1955. Lu Ming, Wan Tianjiao, and the others from the Bright Flame country clenched their fists. They didn't know why, but they suddenly felt proud of Lu Ming. Even they didn't know why. Maybe it had something to do with Lu Ming representing the Bright Flame country. In their memories, the Sage Emperor was a high and mighty figure who looked down on the world. He was the pinnacle of the 10,000 Seas realm. But now, Lu Ming was able to fight against 9 of them. It was too shocking. Is this the son of chaos? His combat strength is really heaven-defying. Not only were there people from the 10,000 Seas realm, but there were also people from the outside world. Many of them were attracted by the commotion and came to watch. At this moment, someone exclaimed. Not only the spectators, but even the Hung family quasi-emperor and the others who were fighting were very shocked. Lu Ming could actually stop them. Kill! The Hung family quasi-emperor shouted and was the first to attack again. He used a special technique and rushed toward Lu Ming. Then, the other quasi-emperors also attacked. Then I'll kill you first. Lu Ming's eyes were cold as he stared at the Wan family quasi-emperor and charged toward him. At the same time, Lu Ming waved his hand, and 9 huge, prison-suppressing monument phantoms appeared and suppressed the others. Lu Ming continued to charge toward the Hung family quasi-emperor. Chaotic Calamity Finger. Lu Ming attacked with all his strength and blasted out a Chaotic Calamity Finger. The Chaotic Calamity Finger blasted out and destroyed the Hung family quasi-emperor's attack. The Hung family quasi-emperor was blasted back rapidly and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. The attacks of the other 8 quasi-emperors collided with the prison-suppressing monument phantoms formed by Lu Ming. The 9 prison-suppressing monument phantoms were destroyed, and the remaining power surged toward Lu Ming, causing his body to tremble and blood to flow from his mouth. However, Lu Ming used this power to rush toward the Hung family quasi-emperor faster. Come in. Lu Ming opened the lid of the Great Evolution Pill Furnace. A terrifying suction force erupted from the Great Evolution Pill Furnace and sucked the Hung family quasi-emperor in. The quasi-emperor of the Hung clan was shocked. He struggled frantically and at the same time shouted, "Come and help me. Don't even think about it. Kill." The other 8 experts attacked at the same time. The sun, the gale, the giant wolf, etc. charged at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with madness. Block it. With a thought, several hundred sacred weapons gathered to form a giant shield behind him. As for himself, he thrust out a finger and attacked the quasi-emperor of the Hung clan. Boom! The attacks of the 8 quasi-emperors landed on the shields made of hundreds of sacred weapons. The shields exploded with a loud bang. Some of the sacred weapons and great sacred weapons also exploded, turning into fragments that scattered in all directions. Only a dozen absolute saint weapons didn't explode. A total of over 200 saint weapons were destroyed just like that. This was definitely a great loss, but it was all worth it. This also bought time for Lu Ming. Under the guidance of the primal chaos tribulation, the quasi-emperor of the Hung clan nearly exploded, vomiting large mouthfuls of blood. Given that, how could he resist the pull of the Great Pill Derivation Furnace? The quasi-emperor of the Hung clan struggled frantically. However, he was still swallowed up by the Great Pill derivation furnace. Clang! Lu Ming closed the furnace lid and drove the furnace flame to refine the quasi-emperor of the Hung clan. Boom! Boom! The quasi-emperor of the Hung clan frantically attacked the furnace, trying to charge out. However, with Lu Ming's current cultivation controlling the Great Pill derivation furnace, how could an ordinary quasi-emperor like him charge out? Attack! Save the quasi-emperor of the Hung clan. The quasi-emperor of the Golden Crow race roared and charged at Lu Ming. At the same time, the other quasi-emperors also launched attacks at Lu Ming. Lu Ming used the Great Pill derivation furnace to block. Although he was at a disadvantage, the quasi-emperor of the Hung clan could forget about severely injuring him within a short time. Lord Sage Emperor, this person is lawless. Now is the best time to attack and kill him. Xianxia sent a voice projection to the 3 Sage Emperors of the Time God Island. The 3 quasi-emperors of the Time God Island exchanged glances and saw murderous intent in each other's eyes. Lu Ming had killed several experts of the Time God Island on the Time God Island. He had to pay the price. Otherwise, where would the dignity of the Time God Island be? The 3 of them nodded and stepped out at the same time. A mysterious aura spread out from their bodies. Everyone was shocked. The Sage Emperors of the Time God Island were also about to make a move. Lu Ming. Yuan Tianjiu was worried. Previously, Lu Ming was clearly at a disadvantage. If the 3 quasi-emperors of the Time God Island were to join forces, Lu Ming would be at a disadvantage. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 quasi-emperors of the Time God Island did not hesitate and attacked at the same time. 3 terrifying rays of divine light shot toward Lu Ming. There was actually a trace of the power of time among them. Lu Ming narrowed his eyes and prepared to block with all his might. However, at this moment, the space rippled and a huge transparent bubble appeared, enveloping the 3 quasi-emperors of the Time God Island. Bubble. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Bubble had entered the 10,000 Seas realm with him. Unexpectedly, Bubble had also come to the Time God Island. Bubble appeared beside Lu Ming and muttered, "So many people are attacking Big Brother, Lu Ming alone. In that case, I will attack you all as well." Chirp, chirp. As Bubble muttered, its hands did not stop moving. With a wave of its hand, another transparent bubble appeared, enveloping the quasi-emperors of the Golden Crow race, the Yuan clan, and the others. Kill! Lu Ming took the opportunity to charge at the quasi-emperor of the Yuan clan. Earlier, he had lost so many sage weapons. In that case, he would get them back from this quasi-emperor of the Yuan clan. The quasi-emperor of the Time God Island struggled frantically, trying to break free from the Time God Island. However, given Bubble's current cultivation, how could the Time God Island break free from the Time God Island so easily? Lu Ming raised the Great Pill derivation furnace and smashed it at the quasi-emperor of the Yuan clan. Dong! The Great Pill derivation furnace ruthlessly smashed into the quasi-emperor of the Yuan clan. The quasi-emperor of the Yuan clan skull nearly split open. Chop! Lu Ming grabbed a holy weapon battle saber beside him and slashed it down. Puffed! The quasi-emperor of the Yuan clan was directly split in half. A quasi-emperor had fallen. Heavens! The people of the 10,000 Seas realm who were watching the battle were shocked. This quasi-emperor of the Sage Emperor level was killed just like that. The Sage Emperor was the peak of the 10,000 Seas realm. It was synonymous with invincibility. It turned out that invincible Sage Emperors could also die. Many people sighed, including the quasi-emperor of the Great Pill derivation furnace. There were already 2 quasi-emperors. Lu Ming had killed 2 Sage Emperors. Who exactly was this young man? Many thoughts flashed through the minds of the 10,000 Seas realm cultivators. At this moment, the others had already broken free from the Time God Island and gathered together. Their eyes were incomparably grave. Time God Island. It's the Time God Island. The Sage Emperor of the Time God Island shouted excitedly. Their Time God Island also contained a trace of Time God Island's power. However, Compared to Bubble, they were far inferior. Since you want to kill me, then kill to your heart's content today. Lu Ming's killing intent became even stronger. He stepped into the air and headed toward the remaining quasi-emperors. Since they wanted to kill him, then he would slaughter them all. The remaining quasi-emperors had incomparably grave expressions. Chapter 1956. If it was a head-on clash, they would not be afraid. The key was that the space-time laws were too mysterious. They were very useful in trapping the enemy. With the space-time laws trapping the enemy, Lu Ming would be the main attacker. When they worked together, their lethality was shocking. At this moment, a few more people came from afar. Their bodies were surrounded by the river of laws. More quasi-emperors came from the temporal divine island. They gathered together with the previous 3 quasi-emperors. A powerful aura pressed down on Lu Ming. A great battle was about to break out. Just at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in the sky. This figure was enveloped by a mysterious energy. That area was completely distorted. It was as though space-time was changing. One could only vaguely see that it was a black-robed old man. When the quasi-emperors of the temporal divine island saw this old man, they all bowed and said, "Greetings, Sacred Master. Greetings, Sacred Master." The expressions of the other people of the temporal divine island changed drastically as they bowed. Sacred Master? Lu Ming narrowed his eyes. It seemed like this Sacred Master had a very high status. Even the quasi-emperors of the temporal divine island were respectful to him. The Sacred Master nodded slightly. Then, he looked at Lu Ming and revealed a kind smile. Then, he looked at the other quasi-emperors and said, "Everyone is a powerful expert. If we fight here, it will cause great damage to the temporal divine island. Can you give this old man some face and stop the battle temporarily?" Lu Ming smiled faintly and did not say anything. The quasi-emperors of the other forces looked at him with flickering eyes. However, they did not say anything. Now that Lu Ming and Dandan had increased their combat strength, they were not confident in winning even though they had the advantage in numbers. If the people of the temporal divine island withdrew, they would be even less confident. Reporting to the Sacred Master, this person killed several elders of the temporal divine island. "We cannot let him go." Xianxia was still unwilling to give up. He reported to the Sacred Master, wanting to borrow the strength of the temporal divine island to kill Lu Ming. "Are you teaching me how to do things?" The Sacred Master looked at Xianxia and his voice turned cold. Xianxuan's expression changed drastically. He immediately knelt down and shouted with a pale face, "I dare not. I dare not. Please forgive me, Sacred Master." The Sacred Master ignored Xianxuan. He continued to look at Lu Ming and the others. "If you all stop the battle, this old man." The sage sovereign's words stunned the people of the 10,000 Seas realm. These experts in the 10,000 Seas realm. Many people knew that the 10,000 Seas realm was connected to the other 8 realms. However, only Saint Emperors could come and go. It was said that the world beyond the heavens was vast and boundless. When martial arts were developed to the extreme, there were even immortal existences. However, all of this was just a legend. No one had ever verified it. Now, the Sage Master actually said that these people came from beyond the heavens. Maybe it was true. Otherwise, why would so many strong cultivators suddenly appear on the Time Divine Island? Beyond the heavens, beyond the heavens. So Lu Ming is from beyond the heavens. Only beyond the heavens can give birth to a heaven's pride like Lu Ming. While Nguyen Tianjiao was shocked, various thoughts flashed through his mind. The people of the 9 nations of the sea and the profound spirit nation were also dumbfounded. "Lu Ming, for the sake of the holy teacher, I'll spare your life today," said a giant wolf from the Skywolf Pagoda. "Spare my life? Haha, come, let's continue fighting. Let's see if you can take my life." Lu Ming's eyes emitted killing intent as he stared intently at the Heavenly Wolf Pagoda's giant wolf. This caused the huge wolf from the Heavenly Wolf Pagoda to have an unsightly expression. He was only trying to win with words. If they really fought, they didn't have the confidence to win. Saint Sovereign smiled bitterly and said, "Little brother, why don't we drop the matter for now? After you go to the divine mountain of time and leave the divine island of time, you can fight however you want. I won't interfere. Then let's give the holy teacher some face and spare their lives first." Lu Ming smiled faintly. If they really fought, although he wasn't afraid, if the people from the divine island of time were added into the mix, he probably wouldn't have the upper hand. More importantly, the holy teacher gave him an unfathomable feeling. The expressions of the heavenly wolf pagoda's giant wolf and the others were ugly, but they didn't refute. "All right, thank you for giving me face, little brother. The people of the 10,000 Seas realm will stay here for the time being. No one is allowed to attack. Those who violate this rule will be killed without mercy," the holy teacher said coldly. The people from the profound spirit nation had ugly expressions, but they didn't dare to refute the holy teacher's words. So many of their people had died, so they could only admit that they were unlucky. "Friends from beyond the heavens, if you want to explore the divine mountain of time, then follow me." The holy teacher's voice spread in all directions. After saying that, he flew towards the depths of the divine island of time. Lu Ming smiled and followed the holy teacher. The giant wolf from the Sky Wolf Pagoda, the quasi-emperors of the Golden Crow race, and the Wind race followed behind with gloomy faces. In the sky, figures streaked across the void. They were all experts from the outside world. They followed the holy teacher to the divine island of time. So many people, the people from the 10,000 Seas realm, were shocked. There were so many people from beyond the heavens, and each of them was a terrifying expert. Not long after, they arrived at the center of the divine island of time. In front of them was a mountain that towered into the clouds. This mountain looked dead silent. At a glance, there were only bare rocks. Everyone's eyes narrowed. They saw withered bones in different parts of the mountain. They were almost decaying. Why were there so many withered bones on this mountain? Everyone stopped in their tracks, somewhat bewildered. "Everyone, this is the divine mountain of time. The entire mountain is dead silent, and there are only a few plants," the holy teacher introduced. Everyone observed carefully. Indeed, there were some plants on the mountain. They were sparse and very rare. These plants have the power of time. If a cultivator consumes them, their lifespan will increase. The holy teacher continued. "What? It can increase one's lifespan?" Someone exclaimed. His eyes were burning with passion. A martial emperor expert's lifespan was endless. Other than facing the great calamity of the world, they did not need to worry about their lifespan. However, those below the martial emperor realm had limited lifespan. A sage realm expert could live for more than 100,000 years. However, they could not live for more than 200,000 years. It was the same for boundary emperors. They were also within this range. This time, there were many ancient boundary emperors who came in. They were very old, and many of them were about to reach the end of their lifespan. Plants that could increase their lifespan were a fatal temptation to them. Also, there is a small tree at the peak of the divine mountain of time. That is the divine tree of time. If a cultivator consumes it, their lifespan will be doubled, the holy teacher added. Doubled lifespan. This time, the majority of the people revealed fiery greed. What did it mean to double one's lifespan? Some boundary emperors were about to reach the end of their lifespan. However, if their lifespan was doubled, they might be able to step into the martial emperor realm and obtain immortality. They would have an endless lifespan. Chapter 1957. That's mine. It's mine. Immediately, some people rushed towards the divine light, sacred mountain. However, the few people who rushed to the front suddenly screamed in pain. A shocking scene appeared. The few people at the front stopped in the air and screamed in horror. Their old and shriveled bodies became even more shriveled. Their essence seemed to have been devoured in an instant. Then their hair fell off, their clothes decayed, and their bodies seemed to have turned into skeletons. There was no aura on their bodies. Some people at the back had a drastic change of expression and retreated frantically. However, after retreating, each of them seemed to have aged a lot. In just a few breaths, each of them seemed to have aged 10,000 years. Looking at the front, the few people who flew at the front had turned into skeletons. What's going on? What's going on? My lifespan is about to run out. An old man whose hair was about to fall off roared. I haven't finished speaking yet. You guys are too anxious. The divine mountain of time is filled with the power of time. Any living being who goes up will be deprived of time. In the divine mountain of time, time passes faster. The sage master said indifferently. Time is passing faster. Damn it. Those who rushed forward roared. This time, they suffered a great loss. Those who were slower and did not go forward secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, they were a step slower. Otherwise, the consequences would be serious. Lu Ming, Bubbles, and some other young people did not go forward just now. They were still young. Things like lifespan were not attractive to them. Chirp, chirp. On Lu Ming's shoulder, Bubbles chirped, staring at the small tree on the divine mountain of time. Bubbles, is that little tree of great use to you? Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Bubbles. Yes, chirp, chirp. Bubbles nodded repeatedly. Lu Ming understood. Bubbles was a space-time spirit mouse, and that small tree had the power of time. It was not surprising that it was useful to Bubbles. But how could he get it? Lu Ming thought secretly. Can't we go up the divine mountain of time? Someone asked in a deep voice. If he couldn't go up, then what was the point of coming here? It was better to explore other ruins as soon as possible. It's not that we can't go up at all. Follow me. After the sacred master finished speaking, he flew towards the side of the sacred mountain of time. Not long after, the sage master stopped. He pointed at the divine mountain of time and said, There is a canyon here. Every 3 months, the power of time in this canyon will drop to the lowest. At that time, you can pass through this canyon. And at the end of this canyon, there is an altar. As long as that altar is broken, the power of time in the entire sacred mountain of time will be greatly weakened. At that time, there will be a chance to set foot on the mountain peak and obtain the sacred tree of time. Then why don't you people from the time Shrine Island go up? Someone raised a question and looked at the sage master with doubt. The others were the same. Some of them had a cold glint in their eyes. If there was any falsehood in the Saint Sovereign's words, or if there was some conspiracy, then they would be in danger. Many boundary emperors and saints had lived for a long time and were very calculative. Naturally, they would not easily trust the sage master. Because we are not strong enough, the sage master replied. Many people's eyes flashed. They could not refute the sage master's words. The cultivation level of the Infinite Seas realm was naturally incomparable to that of the Yuan Lu. The difference was too great. The strongest people on the Time Shrine Island were boundary emperors. Moreover, there were not many of them. It was normal that they could not do it. How much longer will it take for the power of time in this canyon to weaken? Someone asked. There is still half a month. The sage master said. All right, then I will wait here. Someone sat cross-legged. Some people did the same. They sat cross-legged and waited quietly. Some people also looked around the Divine Light Shrine Mountain. Lu Ming and Bubbles also wandered around. Bang! Suddenly, someone stepped forward and walked toward the Divine Mountain of Time. It immediately attracted the attention of many people. It seemed that someone could not hold back and wanted to try it himself. However, that person was very cautious. He walked step by step, very slowly. When he stepped into a certain range, his expression changed as if he was enveloped by a terrifying force. That person was a boundary emperor. His body was surrounded by a river of laws. Sacred power enveloped his entire body as he tried his best to resist the power of time in the outside world. Then, step by step, he walked toward the nearest plant. Many people's eyes lit up. The power of time in the Divine Mountain of Time was stronger the closer one was to the peak of the mountain. It was not completely impossible to resist the power of time in the periphery. As long as one could resist the power of time, one would be able to obtain some plants. The plants here could increase one's lifespan and were invaluable. Immediately, many people stepped forward and slowly walked toward the Divine Mountain of Time. However, Not long after, someone shouted that he could not hold on anymore. That person's skin was slowly drying up. That person was so frightened that his expression changed drastically, and he quickly retreated. The person who tried it first did not manage to reach the nearest plant. He could not resist the erosion of the power of time and retreated in defeat. Following that, the others did the same. Even with their emperor weapons, they could not resist the power of time. One by one, they retreated. None of them obtained a plant. Big brother Lu Ming, I want to try. Maybe I can use the power of time to cultivate. Chirp, chirp. At that moment, Bubbles spoke. All right, let's go together. Lu Ming nodded. He also wanted to see how strong the power of time in the divine mountain of time was. Bang! Bang! Lu Ming stepped forward and walked toward the divine mountain of time. Many people looked at Lu Ming. They also wanted to see how far the son of chaos could go. Lu Ming walked forward step by step. When he stepped into a certain area, a mysterious power acted on his body. That was the power of time. It was very similar to the power on Bubbles' body. The power of time was extremely terrifying. It was as if it wanted to seep into Lu Ming's body and deprive Lu Ming of his time and lifespan. Boom! Lu Ming unleashed his aura. Sacred power surrounded his body, and the law of chaos spread out, blocking the power of time in the outside world. The power of time corresponded to the power of time. It was only an extremely powerful law of kings. It cannot be compared to Bubbles' space-time law, and naturally, it cannot be compared to the law of chaos. Therefore, when the law of chaos appeared, the power of time in the outside world was blocked. Lu Ming continued to step forward, step by step, toward a plant. He did not walk very fast, but step by step, he walked with determination. The deeper he went, the stronger the power of time. However, Lu Ming still blocked it in the end. Bubbles sat on Lu Ming's shoulder and seemed to be seriously sensing the power of time in the outside world. Soon, Lu Ming approached the first plant. As expected of the son of chaos, he can control the law of chaos and even block the power of time. Chapter 1958. Someone exclaimed. The distance that Lu Ming had crossed was even further than the person who had walked the furthest before. The Skywolf Pagoda's giant wolf, the Golden Crow race, Quasi-Emperor, and the others snorted coldly, somewhat displeased. Soon, Lu Ming arrived in front of the nearest plant. This was a stalk of purple grass with a purple flower growing from it. It emitted a strange power. Lu Ming was secretly amazed. Then, he uprooted the purple flower and put it into the mountain river diagram. Many old men with snow-white hair stared at Lu Ming with fiery eyes. Treasures that could increase one's lifespan were rare. Every time they appeared, they would be sold for a sky-high price. Lu Ming continued forward and walked towards another plant. Not long after, Lu Ming plucked 6 plants. Almost all the plants in the periphery were plucked by Lu Ming. Only by continuing to go deeper could he pick more plants. Lu Ming continued to walk, but as he went deeper and deeper, the power of time became stronger and stronger. The law of primal chaos that filled his body also trembled violently. Although the law of primal chaos was of a higher level, Lu Ming's cultivation was still low. Although the quality was higher, the quantity was not enough. When the power of time exceeded a certain range, the law of primal chaos still could not resist it. At this moment, a transparent bubble enveloped Lu Ming. Immediately, Lu Ming felt the power of time in the outside world lighten. It was Bubble who had made a move. Her law of space-time contained time and space. No law could compare to her resistance to the power of time. Lu Ming felt the pressure lessen and immediately quickened his pace. Soon, he was almost halfway up the mountain. The law of space-time, good. When the Sage Master saw this scene, his eyes emitted a dazzling light and a deep desire. Of course, no one saw the look in the Sage Master's eyes. A few hours later, Lu Ming had plucked more than 10 plants. But halfway up the mountain, he could no longer continue. Even with the help of Bubble's law of space-time, he could no longer move forward. Ahead of them, the power of time was too terrifying. If they continued forward, they would definitely not be able to withstand it. Helpless, they could only stop there. Lu Ming simply sat down cross-legged, borrowing the power of time to temper his laws of primal chaos. As for Bubble, she was also carefully sensing the power of time in the outside world. Lu Ming, why aren't you coming out? Someone stared at Lu Ming, hoping that Lu Ming would come out and buy some longevity plants from Lu Ming. He seems to be cultivating. Let's wait a little longer. He'll come out sooner or later. Many people gathered around Lu Ming. They wanted to wait for Lu Ming to come out so that they could trade with him. After more than 10 days, Lu Ming and Bubbles finally couldn't hold on any longer. They got up and left the sacred mountain of time. As soon as he retreated, Lu Ming was surrounded by a group of old men. Lu Ming, how much of the plants in the sacred mountain of time? Sell me a few. The price is negotiable. I also want a few. Just name your price. The group of old men spoke one after another, their eyes burning. I'm not selling. Lu Ming waved his hand. There were very few treasures that could increase one's lifespan. He wanted to keep them so that when he returned to the divine wilderness in the future, many people would be able to use them. His parents and some others were not talented enough, so it was impossible for them to cultivate to the martial emperor realm. One day, their lifespan would be exhausted and these plants would be useful. Not selling? Immediately, some old men became anxious and said, Lu Ming, you're young and talented. It's a certainty that you'll break through to the martial emperor realm in the future. There's no use in keeping these plants that can increase one's lifespan. That's right, I want two. How about selling two to me? I want one. These old men looked at Lu Ming with burning eyes. I also need them for myself. So seniors, I'm sorry. Please make way. Lu Ming cupped his fists and said, Humph, Lu Ming, you have no use for them, yet you refuse to sell them to these seniors. You should be punished. That's right. There are so many plants, yet you want to monopolize them all. Aren't you going overboard? Some of the seniors here are nearing the end of their lifespan. Are you going to leave them to die? Not far away, the heavenly wolf pagoda's huge wolf, the wind race quasi-emperor, the golden crow race quasi-emperor, and the others all sneered. A cold light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. These people were clearly trying to sow discord. Indeed, some of the old men's eyes flickered with cold light as they said, Lu Ming, you should give up some. Monopolizing them is too much. There are so many of us here. If we use force, I'm afraid you won't be able to protect those plants. Seeing this scene, the heavenly wolf pagoda's huge wolf, the wind race quasi-emperor, and the others all revealed cold smiles. You're going to fight if I'm not selling? Lu Ming's voice turned cold, and the atmosphere turned tense. Everyone, time is almost up. If you want to fight, wait until you leave the time sacred island. The sacred master spoke as he stepped forward and arrived beside Lu Ming. At the same time, the time sacred island's experts also arrived beside Lu Ming, vaguely intending to protect Lu Ming. This surprised Lu Ming. This sacred master seemed to not want anything to happen to him. The old men's expressions also turned unsightly. Lu Ming and Bubbles working together was already extremely difficult to deal with. Now that the people of the Time's sacred island had joined in, even if they fought, they were not confident. Little brother Lu Ming, I hope that you can sell some plants to me after we leave. Some of the old men did not choose to fight in the end and withdrew from the encirclement. Subsequently, others withdrew as well. In the end, the remaining people knew that they could not do anything and could only helplessly walk to the side. This made the heavenly wolf pagoda's huge wolf, the wind race quasi-emperor, and the others' expressions turn ugly. They were originally hoping that Lu Ming would clash with those old men. Lu Ming glanced coldly at the heavenly wolf pagoda's huge wolf, the wind race quasi-emperor, and the others. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, several days passed. Time's up. We can set off now. The sacred master's eyes lit up as he said. However, for a moment, no one stepped forward. They all hoped that someone else would take the lead. The sacred master naturally knew that everyone was worried. With a wave of his hand, some of the light god island's quasi-emperors immediately flew up and rushed into the canyon. Those people were extremely fast. After rushing into the canyon, they were indeed fine. Only then did everyone relax and rush into the canyon. Lu Ming also rushed into the canyon with the crowd. The power of time has indeed weakened by many times. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Everyone was very fast and soon passed through half of the canyon. However, after passing through half of the canyon, everyone's speed finally slowed down, because from here onwards, the power of time gradually became stronger. Everyone continued forward. After advancing for a while, some of the weaker cultivators finally could not resist and retreated from the canyon. However, the power of time here was nothing to Lu Ming and Bubbles. They quickly passed through and slowly approached the end of the canyon. Chapter 1959. This is the altar. There are 3 altars in the entire sacred mountain of time. As long as one of them is destroyed, the power of time in the sacred mountain of time will be greatly weakened. If all 3 are destroyed, the sacred mountain of time will be free to pass through. The sacred sovereign said with a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Bang! Bang! Everyone continued to move forward. In the end, including Lu Ming and Bubbles, more than 10 people arrived in front of the altar. The others couldn't resist and retreated. I'll destroy it. A burly man held a giant axe and swung it at the altar. Boom! The giant axe struck the altar, causing it to shake violently. However, a terrifying power of time rushed out and rushed into the burly man's body. The burly man's body instantly shriveled, and some white hair appeared on his head of black hair. Damn it, my lifespan! The burly man roared. In that instant, he seemed to have been deprived of tens of thousands of years of his lifespan. This made him furious. This altar has such a strong power of time. How we break it? Someone glared at the sacred sovereign. If you want to get it, you have to pay a price. As long as you attack it for a while, you will be able to destroy the altar. The sacred sovereign said. The rest of the people fell silent. If I retreat, my lifespan will be deprived. Even if I get a treasure that can increase my lifespan, what's the use? The loss outweighs the gain. Someone shook his head and retreated. The rest of the people also shook their heads. Boom! At this moment, Lu Ming made his move. Under the control of Bubbles' space-time law, he threw a punch at the altar. The altar rumbled violently and shook nonstop. A powerful power of time rushed towards Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming had the primal chaos law and Bubble space-time law, so he successfully blocked the power of time. He blocked it. The eyes of the sacred sovereign and the others lit up. Boom! Boom! Afterward, Lu Ming's fists bombarded the altar continuously. Streaks of terrifying fist force bombarded the altar. The altar kept shaking, and a strong power of time rushed out. If it was an ordinary boundary emperor, they definitely wouldn't be able to block it and would turn into bones under the power of time. However, they were all blocked by Lu Ming and Bubbles. Gotcha! When Lu Ming punched out dozens of times, the altar issued a cracking sound. The Sage Master's eyes shone brightly. After a few more punches, there was a resounding boom, and the altar burst apart, sending rubble flying everywhere. At this moment, the power of time in the entire mountain of time was rapidly weakening. The power of time has weakened. Those plants are mine. Many people could no longer hold back and rush towards the divine mountain of time, rushing towards those plants. The power of time in the divine mountain of time had weakened, and many people were able to rush out for a long distance. Lu Ming and Bubble rushed to the top of the canyon. The others did the same, rushing to the top of the canyon one by one. Lu Ming and the other 2 altars in the other 2 directions destroy them together. The Sage Master's eyes emitted a dazzling light as he stared at Lu Ming. We'll talk about it later. Lu Ming's figure flickered as he rushed towards the summit of the sacred mountain. Damn it! The Sage Master roared in his heart. He then shouted, Lu Ming, the other 2 altars are not destroyed. You can't reach the top of the mountain. Destroy the other 2 altars first. However, Lu Ming couldn't be bothered with the Sage Master. He vaguely felt that the Sage Master had an ulterior motive for asking them to destroy the altars. It was very likely that it would be disadvantageous to them. Destroying one altar was enough. Why would Lu Ming be so stupid as to destroy the other two altars? Damn it, go and destroy the other two altars. The Sage Master gave an order to the experts of the Divine Island of Time. Those people's expressions changed, but they had no choice but to obey the Sage Master's order. They rushed towards the other two altars. At this moment, Lu Ming was approaching the top of the mountain. He plucked the plants he encountered along the way. Oh no, Lu Ming is about to reach the top of the mountain. That divine tree of time is mine. Stop him. Immediately, one by one, the quasi-emperors rushed towards the top of the mountain. However, although the power of time on the divine mountain of time was greatly weakened, it was still very strong near the top of the mountain. The quasi-emperor's speed became slower and slower. They couldn't keep up with Lu Ming's speed at all. In the end, they couldn't even move an inch because the power of time had exceeded their limits. We will stop him from below. Even if he obtains the divine tree of time, he will still come down. That's right, we will wait for him below. Several voices sounded in succession. They were the Feng tribe quasi-emperors, Zhuandu of the Golden Crow tribe, and the others. They also stopped near the top of the mountain. They had reached their limits. These people deserved to be killed. Lu Ming's cold gaze swept across the Feng tribe, quasi-emperors, and the others. Then, he sent a voice transmission to Bubbles. Then, Lu Ming's figure suddenly stopped. Then he suddenly turned around and pounced towards the Feng tribe, quasi-emperors, and the others. His body was shrouded in the power of time and space. His speed was extremely astonishing. Moreover, he was moving from top to bottom at an even faster speed. In an instant, Lu Ming's figure appeared beside the Feng tribe, quasi-emperors. Time acceleration, Bubbles exclaimed. A power of the laws of time and space shrouded the Feng tribe, quasi-emperors. There was already a terrifying power of time here. In addition to Bubbles' time acceleration, the Feng tribe quasi-emperors suddenly felt that their lifespan was being stripped away and their essence was rapidly depleting. Kill! A battle sword appeared in Lu Ming's hand, and he charged towards the Feng tribe quasi-emperors. Lu Ming, if you dare to kill me, the Feng tribe is an ancient tribe. The Feng tribe quasi-emperors roared. However, in the next moment, the battle sword slashed down and his body was split into two. This person was really ridiculous. Previously, he had targeted Lu Ming and wanted to kill Lu Ming. Now that he was facing Lu Ming's counterattack, he used the Feng tribe to threaten Lu Ming. Swoosh! After Lu Ming killed the Feng tribe quasi-emperors, he did not stop and charged towards another giant wolf of the Sky Wolf Pagoda. He was exactly the same as the Feng tribe quasi-emperors. Here, they needed to use all their strength to resist the power of time. How could they be a match for Lu Ming and Bubbles? They could not fight back at all and were killed by Lu Ming's sword one by one. As for their storage rings, Lu Ming naturally put them away. Not good, retreat. The expressions of the remaining giant wolf, the Golden Crow tribe quasi-emperors, the Purple Extreme sect quasi-emperors, and the others changed drastically. They were simply scared out of their wits and frantically rushed down the sacred mountain of time. However, Lu Ming was even faster. His figure flashed, and he appeared before the Golden Crow tribe quasi-emperors. No, the Golden Crow tribe quasi-emperors roared. However, when the battle sword descended, this person was also killed. Following that, Lu Ming charged towards the Purple Extreme sect quasi-emperors and killed them. After killing several people in a row, Xiao Chun ended up wasting time. At this moment, another giant wolf had already rushed down the sacred mountain of time. Without the power of time, it would not be that easy to kill it. That giant wolf fled down the sacred mountain of time. It was so frightened that its entire body trembled. It did not dare to stay any longer. With a roar, it actually soared into the sky and left this place. Chapter 1960. The other quasi-emperors looked at Lu Ming in fear. Lu Ming was too ruthless. His thunderous attack killed 4 quasi-emperors in an instant, sending chills down their spines. This was the divine mountain of time. They were no match for Lu Ming at all. Some of them did not even dare to move forward and retreated from the divine mountain of time. Boom, boom. On the other side, the quasi-emperors of the divine mountain of time were attacking the other 2 ancient altars. However, they could not block the power of time coming from the altars. Several quasi-emperors of the divine mountain of time died to the power of time. The others retreated one after another, not daring to continue attacking. Damn it! The sacred master roared in his heart. Cold killing intent flickered in his eyes. Lu Ming actually did not listen to him and went to destroy the other 2 altars. If not for special reasons that prevented him from making a move, he would have made a move himself. Lu Ming and Bubbles kept going up, getting closer and closer to the top of the mountain. Lu Ming could already clearly see the divine tree of time at the top of the mountain. The divine tree of time was only 1 meter tall. Its emerald green leaves gave off a sparkling light. 2 milky white fruits hung on its branches. I want it. I want it. Chirp, chirp. Bubbles stared at the small tree. Her eyes lit up, and she almost drooled. However, the closer they got to the top of the mountain, the stronger the power of time. When they got close to the small tree, Lu Ming and Bubbles both felt a terrifying pressure. Lu Ming felt that the essence in his body was slowly draining away. His smooth skin also slowly became dry and wrinkled. This proved that his lifespan was slowly decreasing. The small tree was less than 100 meters away from them. Continue, Lu Ming shouted. His primal chaos law was circulated to the extreme, overlapping with bubble space-time law to resist the power of time together. At the same time, Lu Ming took out the Taiji disk array. A Taiji diagram formed above the 2's heads. Then, the Great Pill derivation furnace also appeared. It floated above the 2's heads and scattered a light screen. With this, the pressure on them was greatly reduced. They continued forward, getting closer and closer to the small tree. 90 meters, 80 meters, 70 meters. Soon, he was only 50 meters away from the tree. The power of time here was shockingly strong. If they hadn't destroyed one of the altars, they definitely wouldn't have been able to reach here. You can't reach the peak. You can't reach the peak. The Sage Master muttered. He really hoped that Lu Ming wouldn't be able to reach the top of the mountain. In that case, Lu Ming would have to come down and destroy one of the other 2 altars. Only then would Lu Ming be able to obtain the God Tree of Time. But he was destined to be disappointed. Bubble spat out a crystal that emitted terrifying space-time fluctuations, resisting the power of time. They continued forward. 40 meters, 30 meters, they've continued to approach the Tree of Time. Finally, they arrived at the Tree of Time. Fruit! Bubbles' eyes lit up as it swallowed one of the milky white fruits with a look of enjoyment on its face. Then, Bubble grabbed the small tree with both hands, pulled it out, and swallowed it. Damn it! Seeing Lu Ming and the others uprooting the divine Tree of Time, the Sage Master's face turned gloomy. Let's go! Lu Ming whispered and rushed down the mountain with Bubble. It was difficult to go up the mountain, but it was very easy to go down the mountain. Lu Ming's speed was like lightning, and he soon rushed halfway up the mountain. At this moment, a figure appeared in front of Lu Ming. It was the Sage Master. Lu Ming, now that you have obtained the divine Tree of Time, go and destroy the other 2 altars. The Sage Master said, since you have already obtained the divine Tree of Time, why do you still want to destroy the other 2 altars? Isn't it unnecessary? Lu Ming asked. The Sage Master's face was gloomy as he said, destroying those 2 altars is useful to me. If you help me, I will definitely reward you greatly. No need. I will leave this world soon. I am not interested in your reward. Get out of the way, Lu Ming said loudly, wanting to go around the Sage Master and leave this place. Today, you have to agree even if you don't want to. Attack, the Sage Master shouted. At the same time, he took the initiative to attack. His body actually twisted violently and turned into a battle sword, slashing at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's pupils constricted. This was the first time he had seen such a divine ability. "Get lost!" Lu Ming shouted and threw a punch. A phantom of the prison-suppressing monument appeared and suppressed the Sage Master. Boom! The Sage Master was sent flying. He shouted angrily, "Damn the prison-suppressing monument!" At this moment, Lu Ming felt a terrifying force rushing into his mind and attacking his soul, causing his soul to tremble violently. Soul attack. This Sage Master is not a physical body. Lu Ming's heart trembled. From the move just now, Lu Ming discovered that the Sage Master was not a physical body, but a spiritual body. No wonder his body could transform into a battle sword to attack. However, it was strange that a spiritual body would not dissipate after such a long time. Moreover, the Sage Master seemed to be very afraid of his prison-suppressing monument. In Lu Ming's impression, only some demonic creatures and the three-eyed divine race would be afraid of the prison-suppressing monument. Could it be that the Sage Master was a demonic creature or an evil spirit? He increasingly felt that the Sage Master did not have good intentions when he asked him to destroy the remaining 2 altars. Swish! Swish! At this moment, the other quasi-emperors of the Time God Island also arrived and attacked Lu Ming. However, when Bubble pressed his hands, the void seemed to be frozen. The bodies of the Time God Island's experts stiffened. Lu Ming rushed past them and rushed down the mountain. Everyone, Lu Ming has obtained the divine tree of time. Once he consumes it, his lifespan will double and even have the effect of breaking through the bottleneck. Are you going to let him get it just like that? The Sage Master roared, his voice spreading throughout the place. Many of the quasi-emperors who came from outside stared at Lu Ming with fiery eyes. Lu Ming, stop first. Let's make a deal. One by one, the quasi-emperors rushed towards Lu Ming. Powerful auras burst out, forming a terrifying pressure. There were dozens of quasi-emperors. When they joined forces, it was too terrifying. Even if Lu Ming and Bubble joined forces, they would definitely not be a match for them. Moreover, the other party's sacred energy was densely packed in the void. Even Bubble's space-time ability could not pass through. Lu Ming, stay here and destroy the other 2 altars. Behind them, the Sage Master led the people of the Time God Island to attack. Don't even think about it. Lu Ming stomped heavily on the ground, causing the ground to rumble. At the same time, Lu Ming's body soared into the sky. Bubble used the space-time tunnel. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Bubble. Bubble immediately opened the space-time tunnel, and Lu Ming rushed over. Not good, stop him. The Sage Master roared. He and the experts of the Time God Island attacked the space-time tunnel with all their might. At the same time, the quasi-emperors who came from outside also launched their attacks at Lu Ming. Dozens of terrifying attacks crushed through, causing the space to tremble violently. Ferocious cracks appeared. Chapter 1961. The space-time tunnel exploded and Lu Ming and Bubbles were blasted out. However, Lu Ming and Bubbles managed to escape through the space-time tunnel and escape from the encirclement of the quasi-emperors. Let's go. Lu Ming and Bubbles sped into the distance. He planned to go to the 9 nations of the sea to take Ruan Tianjiao and the others away. Damn it, damn it. None of you can leave. None of you can leave. Seeing that Lu Ming was about to leave, the Sage Master went crazy and screamed crazily. Boom! As the Sage Master screamed, the sacred mountain of time rumbled violently and shook violently. Break! 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 The Sage Master roared, and his body emitted endless black light. The sacred mountain of time continued to emit explosive sounds as it continued to explode. Gravel flew everywhere. Then, the entire sacred mountain of time cracked open from the middle. Clang! Clang! Everyone could hear the sound of iron chains colliding coming from the sacred mountain of time. That is, Lu Ming's eyes suddenly narrowed, because he saw a huge and majestic figure in the crack of the sacred mountain of time. This figure was in the shape of a human, but it was incomparably huge. It was shrouded in a layer of black light, and its appearance couldn't be seen clearly. His limbs and neck were chained by a huge iron chain. At this moment, the Sage Master turned into a ray of black light and entered the huge black figure. "Break!" The black figure roared, and its voice was actually the same as the Sage Master's. Clang! Clang! The iron chains shook, and the sacred mountain of time shook violently. Even the entire sacred island of time shook violently. A terrifying power of time rushed out from the huge black figure and spread in all directions. Ah! Help! Some of the absolute saints were hit by the power of time and let out miserable screams. In the next moment, their bodies shriveled and turned into skeletons. Even some of the quasi-emperors were the same. Not good, run, run. The remaining quasi-emperors' faces changed drastically, and they fled frantically. Die, all of you must die. That gigantic shadow roared as it struggled violently. An even stronger power of time gushed out like a tidal wave. No! Some quasi-emperors were struck by the power of time. They let out roars of discontent and turned into withered bones. Lu Ming and Bubbles raised their speed to the maximum and rushed towards Yuan Tianjiao and the others. At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly realized many things. He finally understood why the Sacred Master wanted him to destroy those altars. The reason for that was because the Sacred Master was the enormous figure in the sacred mountain of time. He was the sole energy that had been split off from that enormous figure. It was obvious that the enormous figure was sealed here. As for the 3 altars, they were the key to sealing it. The Sage Sovereign wanted Lu Ming to destroy the 3 altars in order to release him. As Lu Ming had destroyed one of the altars, the power of the seal had weakened. That was why the other party was able to destroy the divine mountain and reveal itself. However, there were still 2 altars, and the other party might not be able to come out. At this moment, Lu Ming secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, he didn't destroy the 2 altars. Otherwise, if that giant figure appeared, they would all be in danger. The Sacred Master really had a good plan. Legend had it that the Divine Light Island was built by the Sacred Master. Every 3 years, he would recruit a group of powerful sky prides to enter the Divine Light Island to cultivate. Lu Ming suspected that the Sacred Master had built the Divine Light Island, gathered the sky prides, and nurtured them. His goal was to wait for them to become strong enough to destroy the altars. However, ordinary boundary emperors wouldn't be able to do that. This time, Lu Ming and the others had come to help the Sacred Master. Boom! Boom! The fluctuations from the sacred mountain of time became more and more intense. The terrifying power of time continued to burst out and spread in all directions, covering a wider area. If this continued, the entire Divine Light Island would probably be enveloped. Bubbles, use the space-time tunnel, Lu Ming said to Bubbles. Bubbles nodded and waved his hands. A space-time tunnel appeared. Lu Ming entered the space-time tunnel and appeared at the residence of Yuan Tianjiao and the others. At this moment, the tremors from the sacred mountain of time had alarmed them. Many figures gathered together and looked in the direction of the sacred mountain of time in puzzlement. Lu Ming's sudden appearance beside Yuan Tianjiao gave them a fright. Lu Ming, what's going on? Yuan Tianjiao asked subconsciously. There's no time. I'll bring you guys away. Lu Ming took out the mountain river diagram. A ray of light enveloped Yuan Tianjiao and the others and kept them in the mountain river diagram. Hurry up and run for your lives. Lu Ming roared at the others. Then he soared into the sky and rushed out of the Divine Light Island. The others couldn't care less. They reminded them that whether they could escape with their lives depended on their luck. Those people were a little stunned. They didn't know what had happened. This person must have offended the Sacred Master and is being hunted down. It wasn't easy for us to come to the Divine Light Island. How can we leave just because of a sentence from him? The people from Mysterious Spirit Nation snorted. Lu Ming had killed so many of their experts. How could they believe Lu Ming's words? The people from the other nations also nodded. They agreed with the people from Mysterious Spirit Nation. They thought that Lu Ming must have offended the Sacred Master and was running for his life. However, in the depths of the Divine Light Island, the rumbling sounds continued and became more and more intense. Then they saw streaks of rainbow light rushing out of the Divine Light Island at an astonishing speed. Those were all quasi-emperors from outside. Some of them had seen the opportunity and escaped to the Divine Light Island. It seems that something unusual has really happened. Some people's faces turned pale. In the next moment, miserable screams came from the depths of the Divine Light Island. Many figures soared into the sky, trying to escape. However, an invisible wave spread out. Those people's figures were fixed in the air. Then, their bodies shriveled as if they had been deprived of their time. The old ones directly decayed. The young ones also aged in an instant. Then, they decayed and turned into bones. Run! These people were finally afraid. They rushed out crazily. However, before they could fly far, the terrifying power of time swept over them. Their bodies stiffened in the air, and then they rapidly aged, turning into withered bones that fell to the ground. Even the withered bones began to decay, turning into dust. At this moment, the bubble opened the space-time tunnel again. The two of them rushed out of the Divine Light Island and flew into the distance at an extremely fast speed. Roar! In the Divine Light Island, a terrifying roar that was filled with anger and unwillingness rang out. Then, Lu Ming saw a beam of rainbow light dashing out of the Time Island in a panic, disappearing into the distance at lightning speed. It was a few quasi-emperors. The others who didn't escape were probably dead. Lu Ming sighed. Then, he flew into the distance and watched from afar. After that, a few more roars of unwillingness rang out from the Divine Light Island. Then it fell silent. It seemed that the huge figure didn't escape. Chapter 1962. What is that figure in the sacred mountain of time? Why is it so terrifying? Lu Ming frowned. That huge figure gave off a terrifying feeling. Its strength was unfathomable, even more terrifying than a true emperor. Could it be suppressed here by the heavenly emperor? Lu Ming thought about it carefully and felt that it was very possible. This world was originally suppressed by the heavenly emperor mountain. It only appeared when the two great emperors fought and the mountain exploded. It was most likely a powerful existence suppressed by the heavenly emperor. Then, Lu Ming shook his head and turned into a rainbow light, leaving this place. Such a powerful existence was not something he could interfere with. There was no point in thinking too much. Lu Ming went in the direction of the 9 nations. After a few days, he brought Ruan Tianjiao and the rest back to the Bright Flame Country. Tianjiao, I'm leaving. In the palace of the Bright Flame Country, Ruan Tianjiao's delicate body trembled slightly, her eyes complicated. Although she knew that Lu Ming would leave sooner or later because they were not from the same world, she did not expect this day to come so soon. In the end, he's just a passerby in the Bright Flame Country. Ruan Tianjiao sighed in her heart. She composed herself and asked with a smile on her face, "Where are you going? To the outer heavens?" Lu Ming shook his head and said, "Do you know if there are other worlds besides the Infinite Seas realm?" Ruan Tianjiao pondered for a moment and said, "There are legends. It is said that there are a total of 9 worlds similar to the Infinite Seas realm. They are all connected, and only sacred emperors can travel between them." Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He knew that Ruan Tianjiao was talking about the Lotus World. The Lotus World had 9 petals and 9 worlds. Do you know where the passageway is? Lu Ming continued to ask. Legend has it that in the far west of the Infinite Seas realm, there's a void passageway that leads to other worlds. Ruan Tianjiao said, "In the far west?" Lu Ming nodded. Then, a storage ring appeared in his hand. He handed it to Ruan Tianjiao and said, "Tianjiao, there are some sacred elixirs, sacred weapons, battle formations, and cultivation techniques in here. Keep them. They will be helpful to the Bright Fire Country." Ruan Tianjiao looked at Lu Ming with a complicated expression, then took the storage ring and said, "Lu Ming, take care. Take care. We'll meet again if fate wills it." Lu Ming cupped his fists and shot up into the sky, disappearing from Ruan Tianjiao's sight. "After parting today, I don't know if we'll meet again in this life." A long sigh could be heard. Lu Ming's speed was extremely fast. Like a beam of light, he flew toward the extreme west of the Myriad Seas realm. Lu Ming flitted past the endless sea and numerous islands beneath him. With Lu Ming's current speed, if he went all out, how terrifying would that be? It was much faster than the 20X Breaking Sky shuttle. Several days later, the sea became more and more desolate. The islands could no longer be seen, only the endless sea. Another 2 days later, a loud rumbling sound could be heard from afar. Lu Ming discovered that the void in the distance was in chaos. It was as if a huge abyss had appeared out of nowhere in the sky, splitting the sky in half. That was the endless turbulence of the void. Lu Ming approached, and a powerful force hit him. That was the power of the void. If one's cultivation was not high enough, they would be crushed to pieces by this power of the void. But for Lu Ming, it did not affect him much. "Chirp, chirp," Bubble yelled out. With a single shift of its body, it dashed into the turbulent void like a fish in water. Lu Ming smiled and stepped in as well. TSK, TSK, TSK. The turbulence of the void rushed toward Lu Ming from all directions, forming a terrifying cutting force. Lu Ming circulated the law of primal chaos throughout his body to resist the cutting force of the void. The law of primal chaos vibrated slightly. If an ordinary absolute saint were to come here, they would not be able to resist it after a long time. Lu Ming thought. Lu Ming and Bubble continued forward. Not long after, Lu Ming saw a huge whirlpool floating in the void. This whirlpool was like a black hole, deep, mysterious, and terrifying. Even from a distance, he could feel the terrifying, tearing force of the whirlpool. Lu Ming looked serious. It seemed that the turbulence of the void was not completely free of danger. This kind of pitch-black whirlpool was very scary. If one accidentally entered, it would be very dangerous. Moreover, this whirlpool was constantly moving. Lu Ming continued forward. Every once in a while, he would find a pitch-black whirlpool. The turbulence of the void here was very long. Lu Ming and the others still had not passed through after a day. "Big brother Lu Ming, Bubble is going to cultivate." Bubble seemed to have understood something and said to Lu Ming, "Go ahead," Lu Ming said. Bubble nodded and then sat cross-legged in the turbulence of the void. The power of the turbulence of the void acted on Bubble and passed through it. It was as if Bubble did not belong to this space-time. Lu Ming stood not far from Bubble, surrounded by the law of primal chaos. While Bubble was cultivating, he could also use the power of the void to refine the law of primal chaos. Time passed day by day. 7 days later, Bubble's body suddenly emitted a ray of light. The light was very faint at first, but slowly it became more and more dazzling. "This is space-time light." Lu Ming's eyes widened, and then he was overjoyed. As long as one cultivated a powerful law, it was possible to cultivate a kind of law of light. For example, the stellar river had cultivated the eternal light. Lu Ming remembered the power of stellar river's eternal light very well. Eternal light not only had terrifying attack power, but also a strong defensive ability. It could be used to attack and defend, and could greatly increase one's combat power. However, it was extremely difficult to cultivate this kind of law of light. Theoretically speaking, the 10 supreme laws, as well as many other monarch laws, had a chance of cultivating the light of laws. But in reality, the number of people who could cultivate it was extremely small. The Elysian children who had comprehended the 10 strongest laws had a higher chance of cultivating eternal light, but it was not 100%. For example, Stellar River had only cultivated eternal light after reaching the peak of the absolute saint realm. And back then, Deathblade had not cultivated eternal light. Lu Ming also did not cultivate chaotic light. As for the monarch laws, it was even more difficult to cultivate eternal light. Only very few monarch bodies could cultivate it. Once cultivated, one's combat power would skyrocket, and he would be able to suppress the prodigies of the same level. Now that Bubble had cultivated eternal light, Lu Ming was naturally happy. Lu Ming guessed that Bubble had swallowed a fruit of the divine tree of time, and combined with the void turbulence here, it had comprehended something and cultivated eternal light. At this moment, the eternal light disappeared. Bubble had finished cultivating and jumped onto Lu Ming's shoulder. Bubble's cultivation was still at the peak of the absolute saint realm, but his combat power was probably stronger than before. Now, even if Lu Ming attacked with all his strength, it would be difficult for him to defeat Bubble. Chapter 1963. In the void turbulence, Lu Ming would be fine as long as he avoided the dark vortex. After moving forward for a while, Lu Ming raised his eyebrows and stopped. Many figures appeared in front of him. At first glance, there were about a dozen people, but the void turbulence blocked his vision. Lu Ming could not see the specific appearance of the other party. Obviously, the other party had also noticed him. The other party paused for a moment and continued to move forward. Soon, the figures in front of him became clear. Luo Pokong. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. Among the dozen people, he saw Luo Pokong and another familiar figure, Feng Wuxian of the Feng clan. At the same time, Luo Pokong and Feng Wuxian also saw him. Luo Pokong was stunned at first. His opponent's eyes lit up and emitted a cold, murderous intent. He shouted, "Lu Ming, it's you. Don't let him go. Surround him." Whoosh, whoosh. Beside Luo Pokong and Feng Wuxian, figures flashed and surrounded Lu Ming. Powerful auras locked onto Lu Ming. Quasi-emperors were all experts of the quasi-emperor realm. Obviously, those who could step into the void turbulence were quasi-emperors, unless they had emperor weapons like Luo Pokong and Feng Wuxian. These were obviously the quasi-emperors of the Daluo Heaven Sect and the Feng clan. Ha ha, Lu Ming, I didn't expect to meet you here. This void turbulence will be your burial place. Luo Pokong laughed wildly. He had been defeated by Lu Ming several times. He wished he could kill Lu Ming. Unfortunately, Lu Ming's combat strength was too terrifying and there were too many geniuses around him. Back then, even Luo Xianxia was defeated by Lu Ming. Even Xianxia could not kill Lu Ming. In the Yuan Mountain Saint Academy, he had no chance at all. But here, beside him and Feng Wuxian, there were more than a dozen quasi-emperors. Lu Ming was doomed. Lu Ming frowned. Even if he and Bubbles joined forces, they might not be able to win against more than a dozen quasi-emperors. Kill! Lu Ming suddenly moved, striking first to gain the upper hand. Together with Bubble, he rushed to the right. Bubble waved her hand, and two transparent bubbles enveloped the two quasi-emperors in front. Then, Lu Ming jabbed out two fingers, and the primal chaos tribulation finger exploded, bombarding the two quasi-emperors. Although the two boundary emperors tried their best to block, they were still severely injured. Their bodies flew out like cannonballs, and their bodies almost exploded. The two quasi-emperors were sent flying, and a hole appeared in the encirclement. Lu Ming continued to move forward. But at this time, a figure caught up to Lu Ming at an extremely fast speed. His iron fist was like a mountain as it smashed towards Lu Ming. The iron fist punched out and the turbulent void was dispersed, revealing a vacuum passageway. Lu Ming's expression changed. What a terrifying punch. Hell-suppressing heaven skill. At the critical moment, Lu Ming circulated the suppressing hell heavenly art and punched out. Boom! The two fists collided, and Lu Ming felt an extremely terrifying force surging towards him. Lu Ming felt his arm go numb, and he couldn't help but retreat. This person is very strong. Looking at the middle-aged man in front of him, Lu Ming's heart sank slightly. This man's combat strength was extremely shocking, far surpassing that of other quasi-emperors. This person's spiritual body is extraordinary. It's a superior heaven spiritual body. A thought flashed through Lu Ming's mind. Of course, there were strong and weak quasi-emperors. Generally, Lu Ming was not afraid of those who broke through to the quasi-emperor realm with an earth spiritual body. He could even defeat and kill them. However, if one broke through to the quasi-emperor realm with a heaven spiritual body, their combat strength would undoubtedly be much stronger. And this man in front of him had broken through to the quasi-emperor realm with a superior heaven spiritual body. Such a person was already a top genius when he was young. He was only slightly weaker than a king body, and his combat strength was extremely shocking. With Lu Ming's current cultivation, he was no match for him. Boom! This man stepped out again and charged towards Lu Ming. Chirp, chirp! Bubble waved his hands, and endless void turbulence surged towards this person. However, this person's combat strength was indeed shocking. His fists constantly punched out, and his iron fists were like mountains, breaking the void turbulence one by one. Bubble, don't fight this person head-on. Go from the other side. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Bubble. The two of them moved and rushed to the other side. At this time, the other quasi-emperors also attacked Lu Ming and the others. More than a dozen terrifying super skills drove the void turbulence and flooded towards Lu Ming and the others. The light of space-time appeared on Bubble's body. He waved his hands, and the space-time turbulence rolled back and blasted towards the opponents. Lu Ming's figure moved and rushed towards a quasi-emperor. With a press of his hands, 9 prison-suppressing steels appeared and suppressed this person. This person roared and tried his best to resist, but he was still forced to retreat. Then, endless runes appeared on Lu Ming's left hand and used the power of sealing to seal this person. Meanwhile, his right hand pointed out with all his strength. A chaotic tribulation finger blasted towards this person. Kill! At this time, the others, including the quasi-emperor with the superior heavenly spiritual body, also attacked Lu Ming and the others. Big brother Lu Ming, leave it to me. Chirp, chirp. Bubble charged out, and her small mouth pouted continuously. 10-odd transparent bubbles appeared and encased the 10-odd quasi-emperors in them. The quasi-emperors froze at the same time and burst out with power to attack the transparent bubbles. And that burly man's combat strength was indeed shocking. He blasted out a few punches in succession and shattered the transparent bubbles. However, this delay had given Lu Ming enough time. That quasi-emperor was sealed by Lu Ming's sealing power. Then, the chaotic tribulation finger descended, and this quasi-emperor screamed miserably as half of his body exploded. Swish! However, Lu Ming did not give him any chance to react. The Taiji disc flew out from his forehead, and 2 yin-yang fish swords shot out and slashed down, killing this person. Damn it, a bunch of trash! Luo Pokong roared in the distance. 10-odd quasi-emperors besieged Lu Ming and the other quasi-emperors. To think that one of them was killed by Lu Ming. This was a disgrace. Use the emperor weapon to block this little girl. Leave Lu Ming to me. That burly middle-aged man roared. I'll do it. A quasi-emperor of the wind race waved his hand, and a small pagoda appeared. Then, it rapidly enlarged like a mountain. Boundless strong winds howled as it enveloped Bubble like a cage. At the same time, that burly middle-aged man charged at Lu Ming with all his strength. His punches were horrifying. Every punch made the void tremble violently. Lu Ming jabbed out a few times in succession. However, after the chaotic tribulation finger clashed with the other party, it crumbled. Lu Ming was at a disadvantage. On the other side, Bubble dodged left and right, dodging that huge pagoda. However, the other party had too many quasi-emperors. 10-odd quasi-emperors locked onto all directions and continuously attacked. They used a barbaric and direct method to block Bubble's retreat. There were even 2 quasi-emperors who took out their emperor weapons to block Bubble's retreat. For a time, Bubble was trapped and could not help Lu Ming. Buzz! Lu Ming controlled the Taiji disc to suppress the burly middle-aged man. At the same time, the Great Pill Derivation Furnace appeared and rapidly enlarged, smashing towards the other party. I also have an emperor weapon. Chapter 1964. Clang. The Tai Chi array disc was sent flying back. Then, the giant hammer landed on the Great Pill Development Cauldron. The cauldron trembled and was sent flying back. Men, help me kill Lu Ming. The middle-aged man shouted. Two quasi-emperors charged towards Lu Ming to help him. With the help of two quasi-emperors, the middle-aged man became even more unscrupulous. The giant hammer was the size of a house as it smashed towards Lu Ming. Dong! Dong! Lu Ming blocked the attack with the Great Pill Development Cauldron, but the cauldron kept retreating. Whoosh whoosh! At this moment, a terrifying whistling sound came from behind Lu Ming. A huge black vortex was slowly moving towards him. Ah, Lu Ming, you're dead meat. The middle-aged man was ecstatic. Even the heavens wanted Lu Ming dead. At this moment, a black vortex moved towards Lu Ming, leaving him with no way to retreat. Chirp, chirp, Bubble cried out, wanting to help. However, there were three Emperor weapons blocking off the three directions. The other quasi-emperors continued to attack. Although Bubble's space-time laws were profound, the other party's barbaric method of disrupting the void made it difficult for Bubble to help. Bubble could only protect itself. At this moment, a pair of cold eyes were staring at Lu Ming from behind the black vortex. This person was Luo Xianxia. In fact, Luo Xianxia was with Luo Pokong and the others. It was just that he was cultivating alone in the void earlier, so Lu Ming did not notice him. He heard the commotion and rushed over, but he did not expect to see Lu Ming. He hid behind the black vortex and used the law of deprivation to form the divine seal of deprivation, constantly depriving the void of energy. The more time passed, the more energy was deprived, and the stronger the power of the divine seal of deprivation would be. By now, the divine seal of deprivation had already deprived a huge amount of energy, and its power had reached a terrifying level. Even Luo Xianxia was shocked. Lu Ming, I'll send you to hell with this move. Luo Xianxia's eyes flashed ferociously. When he saw Lu Ming being suppressed by the middle-aged man and the two quasi-emperors, an opening appeared. Without hesitation, Luo Xianxia's figure flickered and the divine seal of deprivation flew towards Lu Ming to suppress him. Luo Xianxia. Lu Ming was shocked. The power of the divine seal of deprivation was too shocking. Even the middle-aged man's attack. At this moment, Lu Ming was trying his best to resist the attacks of the middle-aged burly man and the other two quasi-emperors. He did not expect that Luo Xianxia would suddenly appear behind the vortex. It was too late to dodge. Xiaoyu had first entered the Yellowstone world. After exploring a few ruins in this world, she also came to the border of the Yellowstone world. She entered the chaotic streams of space, wanting to explore another world. She cultivated and walked in the void turbulence. After walking for a few days, she suddenly heard a violent roar in front of her. Autumn Moon withdrew her aura and walked forward. She saw Lu Ming fighting with someone. Just as she was about to help, she saw Luo Xianxiong suddenly attack Lu Ming. At this moment, Xiaoyu did not hesitate and pounced forward. Young master, be careful. A clear and crisp voice rang in Lu Ming's ears. Then he saw a white figure dashing from one side toward the divine seal of deprivation at high speed. Autumn Moon. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Then he heard a loud roar. Autumn Moon's body flew towards Lu Ming. Blood was red in the air, like a beautiful blood-colored rose. Autumn Moon. At this moment, Lu Ming hollered. His eyes were red. Luo Xianxiong's move was too powerful. Lu Ming knew very well that Autumn Moon would not be able to block it. Lu Ming roared and controlled the great defying cauldron with all his strength to block the attacks of the middle-aged man and the two quasi-emperors. He then moved and caught Autumn Moon's body. At this moment, Autumn Moon's face was pale. Blood kept flowing out of her mouth, and her aura was extremely weak. She was like a weak candle that would be extinguished at any time. Autumn Moon, it's you. How is it possible? Luo Xianxiong roared in disbelief. Why would Xiaoyu suddenly appear and block his sure-kill move? He was stunned for a moment and forgot to attack. The middle-aged man also knew that Luo Xianxiong had been chasing after Autumn Moon. Seeing this scene, he could not help but stop. Autumn Moon, why are you so stupid? Why did you block it for me? Lu Ming hugged Autumn Moon, and his heart was trembling. With his cultivation and physical strength, even if he took a hit, he would at most be seriously injured and might not die. However, it was different for Autumn Moon. Young master, I said that I will always be by your side. Autumn Moon spoke, but her voice was weak. Her aura was also getting weaker. Lu Ming held Autumn Moon's hand and poured his saint power into Autumn Moon's body to protect Autumn Moon's heart. But it was useless. Autumn Moon's aura was getting weaker, and her eyes slowly closed. Lu Ming, leave Autumn Moon to me. Even if she dies, she is still mine. Luo Xianxiong said coldly. Luo Xianxiong. At this moment, Lu Ming looked at Luo Xianxiong. His eyes were bloodshot, and his body was filled with cold, killing intent. He was like a demon from hell. I will definitely kill you and Daluo Heaven Sect. Sooner or later, I will flatten it. Lu Ming's cold and ruthless voice came out from his mouth. Being stared at by Lu Ming's cold eyes, Luo Xianxiong felt a chill down his spine. He shouted, If you still want to kill me, I will let you all die here today and become a pair of lovebirds. Boom! A terrifying aura burst out from Luo Xianxiong's body, and an imperial weapon emerged. Luo Xianxiong was the grandson of the Great Emperor. The imperial weapon that he carried was given by the Great Emperor and was extremely terrifying. Let's attack together and kill them. Luo Xianxiong roared. The imperial weapon carried a terrifying aura and blasted toward Lu Ming. At the same time, the middle-aged man also attacked. The giant hammer broke through the air and charged toward Lu Ming. Luo Xianxiong, I will definitely kill you in the future, Lu Ming said coldly. With a thought, the great elixir development furnace did not protect him. Instead, it blasted toward Bubbles. As for himself, he took the Autumn Moon into the mountain river diagram. At the same time, Lu Ming used the Tai Chi formation plate and the chaotic stone to block in front of him. He quickly retreated and rushed toward the black vortex. Boom! Boom! The Tai Chi formation plate was blasted back by the middle-aged man. As for the chaotic stone, it was hit by Luo Xianxiong's imperial weapon and flew toward Lu Ming. The terrifying power increased Lu Ming's speed. Lu Ming flew directly into the black vortex. All of a sudden, an extremely powerful force acted on Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's figure disappeared into the vortex and disappeared. On the other side, the great elixir development furnace smashed down and blasted away the imperial weapon that was surrounding Bubbles. Bubbles moved and rushed out of the encirclement in an instant. He also rushed into the black vortex. Stop that elixir furnace! Chapter 1965. Damn it! Luo Xianxiong roared, his killing intent chilling. Lu Ming is dead for sure after entering this black vortex. Luo Pokong stepped into the air and sneered. That's right, he's dead for sure. The other quasi-emperors smiled as well. There was a terrifying destructive force in this black vortex that frightened them. Lu Ming would definitely die if he entered. Not necessarily. Luo Xianxiong's face was cold as he said, Lu Ming is very terrifying and unpredictable. Moreover, there's someone who knows the law of space with him, so he might not die. These words shook the hearts of the others. Indeed, Lu Ming was very terrifying, and there was someone who knew the law of space. Even if he entered the black vortex, he might not be in danger. In that case, it was Lu Ming who entered on his own accord. Everyone's face turned ugly, but they were not confident that they would chase after him. After all, it was dangerous and unpredictable. Lu Ming, even if he doesn't die, I'll kill him sooner or later, Luo Xianxiong snorted. They did not leave, but stayed to guard the place to prevent Lu Ming from coming out. Their guess was right. Lu Ming did enter the black vortex on his own accord. It was not that he did not dare to fight. as he still had a trump card if he fought with his life on the line. However, he was worried about Xiaoyu's safety. Xiaoyu's injuries were too serious, and she needed to be treated quickly, or she would be in danger. As soon as Lu Ming entered the black vortex, a terrifying destructive force surged toward him from all directions. Lu Ming activated his saint power, and at the same time, he controlled the law of chaos to cover his body to resist. Sizzle, the cutting force constantly hit Lu Ming's body, causing the law of chaos to tremble as if it was about to collapse. This cutting force is really amazing. Lu Ming activated the law of chaos with all his might to resist. At the same time, a void storm in the black vortex pushed Lu Ming into the distance aimlessly. Whoosh! Not long after, with a flash of light, Bubble appeared beside Lu Ming. Bubble was in control of space-time and had cultivated the space-time light. The void storm couldn't do anything to her. The bubble appeared beside Lu Ming and set up the laws of space and time around the two of them, blocking the void storm outside. Whoosh! In the next moment, the great pill derivation furnace also flew over and was put away by Lu Ming. Autumn moon. Lu Ming was thinking about the autumn moon. With a thought, the autumn moon came out of the mountain river diagram. At this moment, Qiu Autumn Moon was unconscious and his breathing was weak. Luo Xianxia's attack had been too powerful. He had hidden to the side and used the law of deprivation to absorb the energy of the outside world, accumulating a terrifying amount of power. He had originally planned to kill Lu Ming in one fell swoop. In her haste, Autumn Moon only wanted to block that attack for Lu Ming, but her injuries were too severe. Damn it! Lu Ming gritted his teeth, wishing he could turn Luo Xianxia into ashes. Autumn Moon, I will not let anything happen to you. Lu Ming whispered and took out a healing elixir. He melted the elixir with his saint power and melted it into Autumn Moon's body. However, Autumn Moon's injuries still did not improve. Brother Lu Ming, try the fruit of the divine tree of time. Bubble opened her mouth and the divine tree of time appeared. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The divine tree of time originally had 2 milky white fruits. Bubble had swallowed one, and there was still one left. Since the divine tree of time could double a martial artist's lifespan, increasing one's lifespan was actually increasing one's vitality. This meant that the fruit of the divine tree of time contained a powerful vitality. This fruit might be able to save Autumn Moon. Lu Ming plucked the fruit and used his saint power to refine it into Autumn Moon's body. Sure enough, the fruit of the divine tree of time contained infinite vitality and seeped into Autumn Moon's limbs and bones. The surface injuries on Autumn Moon's body were quickly recovering, and Autumn Moon's aura also stabilized. However, she did not wake up. Brother Lu Ming, it seems that Sister Autumn Moon's injuries are too severe. Just the fruit of the divine tree of time alone can't wake her up. Bubble said after looking at Autumn Moon carefully. Lu Ming circulated his saint power and circulated it through Autumn Moon's body. After a while, he sighed. Although Autumn Moon's vitality had stabilized, it was indeed easier said than done to wake her up, as Bubble had said. Lu Ming caressed Autumn Moon's face and wiped away the bloodstains on the corner of Autumn Moon's mouth. He said softly, Autumn Moon, no matter what, I won't let anything happen to you. I won't let Luo Xianxiong and Daluo Heaven sect off. Toward the end, Lu Ming's voice turned cold, and there was a burst of cold, murderous intent. This time, it was too dangerous. Fortunately, there was the fruit of the divine tree of time. Otherwise, the consequences would be unpredictable. If something happened to Autumn Moon, Lu Ming would never be at ease for the rest of his life. Autumn Moon was still the same as before. She didn't talk much and didn't ask for much. She just silently guarded Lu Ming and was willing to give up everything for Lu Ming, including her life. Lu Ming held Autumn Moon's little hand and recalled the scenes of their childhood in the sea. After a long time, Lu Ming sent Autumn Moon back into the mountain river diagram and placed her under the tree of enlightenment, hoping that it would help Autumn Moon. At this time, Lu Ming looked around. They were still in the chaotic void storm. Bubble shrouded the surroundings with the law of time and space and broke through the void storm. Bubble, how should we get out? Lu Ming asked. In terms of space, Bubble was naturally better. Brother Lu Ming, with my current cultivation, I can't break through the space by force. I need to wait. I need to find a weak point in the space and then rush out in one fell swoop. Bubble explained. Okay. Lu Ming nodded. They continued to wait while observing the surroundings, looking for an opportunity. As time passed, Bubble's power became weaker and weaker. If this continued, when Bubble's power was exhausted, they would also be in danger. I don't know where we are floating to, Lu Ming pondered. It was very dangerous to float in the void like this. It would be fine if they floated to other worlds, but if they floated to the eternal void, they would die if they didn't have the cultivation of a martial emperor. Brother Lu Ming, I've got it. Look there. Bubble suddenly pointed to the right. Lu Ming looked over and saw some fluctuations in the void there. Let's attack with all our strength and break out. Chirp, chirp. Bubble shouted. She controlled the law of time and space and changed direction, flying toward the place where the fluctuations were coming from. Primal Chaos Calamity Finger. Lu Ming used all his strength and pointed with a finger. Now, Lu Ming's Primal Chaos Calamity Finger had reached 94%. When he pointed with all his strength, the power was very shocking. At the same time, Bubble also cooperated with Lu Ming to attack the void. Boom! The void shook violently. Then, with a hiss, a crack appeared. Lu Ming was overjoyed and rushed over with Bubble. After rushing through the crack, Lu Ming found that he had appeared in a cave. Roar! A loud roar came from behind Lu Ming. A fishy smell assailed his nostrils. There was also a blazing aura. Chapter 1966. Lu Ming looked around and found a fiery red giant lizard behind him. It was staring at Lu Ming with its eyes wide open. In front of him was the middle-aged man, who was also looking at Lu Ming in surprise. The man and the giant lizard both emitted powerful auras. They were both quasi-emperors. Lu Ming understood from the traces of the scene. The fight between the middle-aged man and the giant lizard must have caused spatial fluctuations and weakened the space. They just happened to notice it and attacked with all their strength. With their cooperation, they broke through the space and appeared here. Roar! At this moment, the giant lizard roared, treating Lu Ming as the middle-aged man's ally. It took a step forward, and its body emitted blazing flames. It spat out a fireball from its mouth and blasted it at Lu Ming. Lu Ming punched out, and a phantom of the prison-suppressing monument appeared and destroyed the giant lizard's fireball. Bang! Bang! The giant lizard stomped on the ground, and the cave rumbled as it pounced at Lu Ming. Its sharp claws pierced through the air like divine knives. At the same time, it bit at Lu Ming with its big fangs. You're courting death. Lu Ming's eyes were cold. He was already full of anger, and the giant lizard attacked him as soon as it appeared. This made Lu Ming even angrier. Boom! Boom! His saint energy surged as Lu Ming punched out a few times and collided with the giant lizard. Although this giant lizard had the combat strength of a quasi-emperor, it was still no match for Lu Ming in a head-on collision and was forced to retreat by Lu Ming. Bang! Lu Ming leaped high into the air and landed a punch on the head of the giant lizard. The giant lizard fell to the ground with a loud thud. Roar! The giant lizard's head hit the ground and let out a loud roar. Its scaly tail was like an iron whip and lashed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming grabbed the tail of the giant lizard and swung it up, throwing it out of the cave. Swoosh! The giant lizard was thrown out of the cave by Lu Ming. Roar! It was at this moment that a terrifying roar came from outside the cave. This roar didn't come from the lizard, but rather, it seemed to come from below the cave. The roar was so powerful that it caused Lu Ming's eardrums to vibrate. It was as if there was a supreme demon there. Then, Lu Ming saw the giant lizard let out a terrified roar. Its body quickly fell down as if attracted by some force. Roar! Roar! Following that, The roar continued to shake heaven and earth. Terrifying sound waves reverberated throughout the area. The middle-aged man's face was grave as he pulled away from Lu Ming, not daring to step out. "Senior, what's that outside?" Lu Ming asked. "I don't know." The middle-aged man shook his head. "Then where is this?" Lu Ming asked again. "Myriad Beast Realm," the middle-aged man said. He then sized up Lu Ming and said, "You should be the son of Chaos from Yuanshan Holy Courtyard, right?" "Oh." These words made Lu Ming's eyes light up. It seemed that this should be one of the 9 worlds of the Lotus World. They hadn't left too far away. At this time, the roar outside stopped. Just as Lu Ming was about to ask again, the middle-aged man rushed out of the cave and disappeared. Lu Ming was speechless. He followed him to the entrance of the cave and looked outside. His eyes couldn't help but widen. The scene outside was extremely magnificent. The place he was in was like the crater of a volcano or a huge cave that led to the underground. And his position was on one side of the wall of the cave. Looking around, the walls of the cave were densely packed with caves. And in the middle of the cave, there were stone bridges that connected to each other. The cave kept going down. He didn't know how deep it was. It was pitch black below. The roar just now had come from below. Lu Ming saw the middle-aged, burly man leaping onto a stone bridge and dashing into a cave diagonally opposite, disappearing from sight. Lu Ming looked again and found that there were indeed figures flashing in some of the caves. Could this place be a relic of the Myriad Beast Realm, and many outsiders are exploring here? Lu Ming thought. He saw figures flashing out of some of the caves. They seemed to be very cautious. They landed on those stone bridges and waited carefully for a while. Then, they jumped onto a stone bridge below. Just like that, they continued to go down and explore the caves below. Roar! At this moment, another shocking roar sounded from the depths of the cave. Accompanied by the roar, a terrifying suction force came from the depths of the cave, as if it was going to devour everything. "Ah!" A horrified scream sounded. Lu Ming saw a Saint Rel powerhouse. He happened to be in the air and didn't land on the stone bridge. He was directly swallowed by the force and disappeared into the endless abyss. Lu Ming gasped. What was down there? Even a Saint Realm powerhouse couldn't resist it. It was the same for the giant lizard from before. It was also swallowed by that force. However, Lu Ming found that those who landed on the stone bridge were fine. It seemed that the stone bridge could resist that force. No wonder those people were so careful when they jumped on the stone bridge. "This place is full of danger," Lu Ming muttered. He looked around and found that there was no other exit in this cave. If he wanted to go out, he could only go through the cave in front of him. "Let's rest here for now. Bubble, you should recover first," Lu Ming said to Bubble. Bubble had used the space-time laws to resist the void storm and had consumed a lot of energy. It was a good opportunity to recover and rest here. "Okay, big brother Lu Ming." "Chirp, chirp." Bubble nodded and took out a large number of origin stones and sacred herbs to recover. Lu Ming also sat down cross-legged and swallowed origin stones to recover. Not long after, Lu Ming's condition was restored to its peak. At this moment, Lu Ming's heart moved and the Chaos Stone appeared in Lu Ming's hand. Previously, Lu Ming had used the Chaos Stone to block the attack of Luo, Xianxia's emperor weapon. At that time, Lu Ming had heard a faint sound. It seemed to be the sound of the Chaos Stone cracking. Lu Ming took it out and looked at it. Indeed, there was a crack on the Chaos Stone. The Chaos Stone is indestructible, but it cracked. Luo, Xianxia's emperor weapon, is really powerful. Lu Ming thought. Then he thought that since the Chaos Stone had cracked, he might as well break it open to take a look. Immediately, Lu Ming used all the strength in his body to grab the Chaos Stone and break it open. Crack! The Chaos Stone cracked even louder, and the crack became even bigger. "I can break it open." Lu Ming's eyes lit up. If not for the crack on the Chaos Stone, it would not have been possible to break it open. Lu Ming continued to use force. A moment later, the Chaos Stone was completely broken into two. Ding! Ding! Among the Chaos Stones, two small crystals fell to the ground. These are chaos crystals. Chapter 1967. Lu Ming was pleasantly surprised when he opened the chaos gem and two chaos crystals fell out. This was because chaos crystals were formed by the condensation of chaos chi. Back when this chaos gem was auctioned, the auctioneer said that there was no chaos chi in it, which was why the price was so low. However, no one expected that it was not that there was no chaos chi in the chaos gem, but that all the chaos chi had condensed into chaos crystals. Chaos crystals were almost fused with the chaos gem. Therefore, if one did not break open the chaos gem, it would be impossible to discover them. He had made a killing, a huge killing. Lu Ming checked carefully and confirmed that there were only two chaos crystals in the chaos gem. Lu Ming immediately controlled the primal chaos law to envelop the two chaos crystals. Buzz. Buzz. When the primal chaos law enveloped the chaos crystals, the two chaos crystals trembled slightly and floated in the air along with the primal chaos law. Following that, the two chaos crystals melted like ice and turned into liquid. Finally, they turned into two streams of air. Chaos chi. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Back then, he had refined a stream of chaos chi into his body. Naturally, he could tell at a glance that these two streams of air were also chaos chi. Then I'll refine two more. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. With a thought, he controlled the primal chaos law and guided the chaos chi into his body. Lu Ming's body had already refined a stream of chaos chi. It was very compatible with the chaos chi, and there was no difficulty in refining it. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Bubbles had long recovered and stayed at the cave entrance to protect Lu Ming. Over the past few days, terrifying roars could be heard from the depths of the cave from time to time. It was even accompanied by the sound of metal chains colliding. It was as though a supreme great demon was chained below and was struggling to break free. Lu Ming turned a deaf ear to all of this. He focused on refining the chaos chi. In 3 days, the two streams of chaos chi had been completely refined into Lu Ming's body. They seeped into his muscles, bones, blood, and permeated every inch of his body. The toughness of Lu Ming's physical body had been greatly enhanced. It was much more powerful. His body seemed to have a layer of hazy light. With a thought, he became as heavy as a mountain, indestructible and indestructible. Wong. At that moment, his body seemed to resonate with the law of primal chaos. When a martial artist reached the 3rd stage of the half-saint realm, he would be able to form a vessel of laws. The laws would be highly compatible with his body, and his body would contain the laws, causing the strength of his physical body to skyrocket. At that moment, the law of primal chaos was constantly pouring into Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's body was numb, as though a terrifying power was about to be born. Wong. Not long after, a halo of light emerged from Lu Ming's body. Light of chaos, chirp chirp. At the side, Bubble blinked her big eyes and revealed a happy expression. Lu Ming had refined 2 more strands of chaotic energy. Adding on the previous strand of chaotic energy, he now had a total of 3 strands of chaotic energy. His spirit body had been greatly strengthened, and he had also taken advantage of this opportunity to resonate with the laws of primal chaos, allowing him to refine chaotic light. The light of primal chaos was faint at first, but as time passed, the color of the light of primal chaos became darker and darker. In the end, it turned into a beam of light that surrounded Lu Ming's body. After a while, Lu Ming opened his eyes and retracted the light of primal chaos into his body. The strength of my body has increased by another level. Lu Ming sensed it carefully, and his eyes flashed. He had not expected that the stone of primal chaos that he had bought unintentionally would allow him to refine the light of primal chaos. What a great opportunity! If not for the 2 strands of chaotic energy, he did not know when he would be able to refine the light of primal chaos. This time, Although his cultivation base did not increase, his battle prowess had increased tremendously. Roar! Roar! At that moment, a terrifying roar resounded outside the cave. Gusts of wind whistled out from the depths of the cave. Clang, clang, clang. At the same time, the sound of metal chains colliding could be heard. Lu Ming's face froze. He could not help but think of the Time Island. On the Time Island, a huge living being was sealed and chained. It was extremely powerful and unfathomable. The sound of metal chains could also be heard here. Could it be that there was a supreme expert sealed under the cave like the Time Island? The roar lasted for a while before it stopped. Lu Ming and Bubbles walked to the entrance of the cave and looked out. They saw figures leaping out of the cave and onto the stone bridges. With the help of the stone bridges, they went down. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, there was a roar from the bottom of the cave. At the same time, a dazzling light burst out and shot up into the sky. Below the cave, there were people fighting. Lu Ming could not help but circulate his saint power to his eyes. Suddenly, his vision was greatly enhanced, and he looked down into the cave. This way, the scenery below the cave suddenly became clear. Below the cave, there was a huge platform. In the middle of the platform, there was a palace. Around the platform, there were 4 stone bridges that connected to the walls of the cave. At that moment, there was a group of people fighting on the platform. Huang Ling, Long Chun. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. Then, a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. At that moment, Huang Ling, Long Chun, and a few elders, who were boundary emperors of the Phoenix Palace and the Divine Elephant Sect, were surrounded by a group of people. Lu Ming could tell at a glance that this group of people was from the Hung family. This was because they used the Eternal Spring Law. At that moment, Huang Ling, Long Chun, and the others were in danger. They were surrounded by the other party. The other party had more people, and they were all boundary emperors. There were as many as 6 of them. On the other hand, Huang Ling and the others only had 3 boundary emperors. Huang Ling and Long Chen's combat strength was still inferior to boundary emperors. Let's kill these 3 old guys first and leave the 2 young ones behind. These 2 people have a close relationship with Lu Ming. Leave them behind and let Lu Ming exchange the sword of the Celestial Arch for them. One of the people from the Hung family said coldly. Their attacks were even more violent. They attacked the 3 boundary emperors of the Phoenix Palace and the Divine Elephant Sect. As for Huang Ling and Long Chun, they only needed to hold them back. Poof! A burly elder from the Divine Elephant Sect had his dantian pierced by the sword of a boundary emperor from the Hung family. The elder roared angrily and fought back with all his might. He threw a palm strike at the other party. However, the other party quickly retreated after being stabbed. The burly elder from the Divine Elephant Sect had only lightly injured him before he died. Long Chun, you must charge out. The burly elder from the Divine Elephant Sect roared angrily. His body fell heavily to the ground, and he stopped breathing. Damn it, Long Chun roared angrily. His eyes were bloodshot. Haha, I want to charge out. Dream on. A boundary emperor from the Hung family laughed coldly. He strode forward, and a terrifying attack enveloped Huang Ling. He wanted to take her down in one fell swoop. At that moment, a transparent bubble suddenly appeared and enveloped him. His body suddenly stiffened. Then a prison-suppressing steel fell from the sky and slammed into his body. You're tuning in to the Eternal Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.